Hey, what's up, you guys? It's me, your girl Alex, and I'm back with a new game. I'm playing House Flipper. I've had my eye on this game for a really long ass time, and I kind of just want to chill, construct, building. Well, not building. Well, actually, yeah, I think you can build houses on this one. Rebuild them, make them better, make them more pretty. And that's what I plan to do. But I'm going to mod it a bit just to have money because I honestly don't want to be worrying about it. I do be wanting just to chill with it and just making the houses pretty, well, as pretty as I can get them. Sorry I took a quick minute to get on. I'm here at like 13-minute mark. I was making myself some lemonade because it's hot and I want the refreshing, quenching drink. Once again, I'm gonna be listening to this Bites. I'm gonna continue where I left off last time. I had to rewatch my last VOD to see it. I had to rewatch it on Twitch. I went to YouTube, but YouTube has like a 12-hour cutoff line. I was legit streaming for like 14 hours, and my YouTube stream stops at 11 hours and 55 minutes, which is fucking ridiculous. I don't know why, but hey, it happens. It has like a 12-hour cutoff mark, which is kind of dumb, not gonna lie. But what do I know? Yeah, I'm gonna have this little modded just to have like a shit ton of money. So I don't have to worry about that. I don't know, I'm kind of liking just like putting on the fanfic and just like playing games where I really don't talk a lot or I have to concentrate on building shit. Like with Supermarket Simulator or Pool Cleaning Simulator or this one, House Flipper, or any game really. Just like to have something to focus on. Like when it comes to like intense kind of games, I'll probably have something running on my wireless earbud. So like the dialogue can work fine. So House Flipper is loading. Sorry for the bleeping sound. It's just I'm bringing up the number. It doesn't have like unlimited money. You set the money at a certain point. I'm trying to get it to like the middle part of it. Almost there, almost there. I also gotta go back to the... I don't know if I got rid of it though. It's the hotel one. I really liked it. Though some of the options for like wallpaper and shit like that kind of suck. But the game is like really tranquilizing. Though I think the only part I didn't really like so far when I was playing the hotel one, where you have to fix it up. I think you can have like different types of hotels or other locations as well. I didn't get that far into the game yet, but I kind of hated the basement where the disco is gonna be at. Well, the disco where the club's gonna be at. The options for it kind of sucked ass, not gonna lie. There we go. Let's start off with that much. You watch for the harsh strangers can be found here. Okay. Oh, there's museums. In this build, we want to introduce... Oh, the historical museum update is now available. We have a new home for you and over 35 new items referring to history. The update introduces many smaller blah 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 blah. Okay, let me... I need to change this to windowed and 720 so I can have you guys here on my little corner. In case I get like comments from YouTube. Why is that always popping up? Alright. The sound. I'm gonna have the sound off because I don't really need it. Guess I'm gonna be listening to... Let's see. Flashlight... Visra? Then what's shift? I'll figure it out later. I just legit don't want to be doing with that shit. Well, anyway, let's start the fanfic. Let's see, it was here? Yeah, here.
The revolutionary smiled, then turned and began heading back into the command center. Koala will prepare you for your return to Water 7. You'll be back with your crew before you know it. The man was halfway to the building when he paused and glanced at me over his shoulder. Actually, one last thing. If you don't mind indulging in idealist curiosity, who were you before you came here?
I don't like
By your demeanor and
and
age, I'm guessing students, but as for your major political
okay,
science,
lady.
business, philosophy perhaps. I blinked at him in shock for a brief moment before grinning from ear to ear. Smart man, if an inch or two off the mark. Student, yes, politics, no. Honestly, what more can I say? I spread my arms in gleeful surrender. Then that I love a good story. Dryden blinked in surprise. She. Then he threw his head back and roared his laughter to the high heavens. An artist of the written word. He cackled jubilantly. Honestly now, I don't know what I was expecting. I really don't.
What? Yeah, I want
chuckled
sound
as he waved over his
because I
shoulder as
like...
he kept walking away. I wish you the best of luck, Jeremiah Cross. Now, Koala, if you could... Ah, wait, one last thing. I hastily interjected, looking back at Koala and making my tone as gentle as possible. One last thing, a personal matter, Hachi. If you're interested and my memory is correct, he should have his dream takoyaki bar up and running on the surface, not far from the waters of Sabaody Archipelago and Fishman Island. Ask around for the Flying Fish Riders. They share those waters too. They should know where he is if no one else does. Koala's gaze grew far off again, but that only lasted for a minute before a small smile came over her face. Thank you, Cross. I'll remember that for once I have
Hi,
some more vacation
Kakashi.
time.
How's it
But now, if
going?
there's nothing else, I'll get you ready for traveling back to Water 7. I nodded in agreement. Yeah, nothing else springs to mind. So how? Fweck. That's for getting me an assignment in the South-sucking Polyu Dam. The last thing I heard before everything went black besides the vigorous lambasting was a chorus of snickering. Oh, the next thing I knew after that little event. With the... My eardrum screaming bloody murder at me while something else blared even bloodier murder at me. Danag. I hollered, shooting up in my bed with my hands clamping over my ears. Fracking hell, who the heck do I look like, SpongeBob, damn it? Personally, I'd just say you look like a plain old dope. A familiar voice cut through the haze of my rage and wakefulness, and after blinking a few times to clear my vision,
Christ, that
I was met with an even more
sensitivity
familiar face
sucks.
perched upon my transceiver on the bedside table beside me. See, he. I've been wanting to do that for the longest time. Sue giggled as she impishly covered her muzzle with her paw. We know. Soundbite bellowed in a
Oh, there
medley
we
of
go.
voices as he snapped his ice stalks out of his shell.
Get
before
off
fully
my
emerging in shock.
swamp!
Wait, Cottontail. We're back in Huich. As my ears stopped ringing, I realized what Soundbite was saying. Taking in the familiar sight of our temporary lodgings while we waited for the construction of the Thousand Sunny to finish
fucking
and begin.
gross.
For that matter. Everyone was behaving perfectly normally, though some of them were making their way over to me. So, Cross, feeling any better about your bounty? Chopper asked. I hedged uncomfortably, trying to successfully get my mind on track. Why, yeah, I think I've gotten over it for now, just as long as... And that's where it would be a good idea to shut up, if you're about to mention some hypothetical worst-case scenario, Sandy cut in. At point taken, I said, rubbing the back of my head. So how much have I missed? To my surprise, everyone just shrugged casually, getting more used to our bounties, but besides that, just the usual. What did you expect? You were only gone for a couple of hours before we noticed you sleeping it off, Sue quipped. I could feel the blood draining from my face as Sue's words sunk in. Hours. Mere hours. Cross. What's wrong? Should I call a doctor? Chopper panicked. Spirited away and spirited back in a matter of hours, I whispered numbly, collapsing back against my bed's headboard as I processed the implications.
My
Upon
ex-boyfriend
reaching
stole
conclusion,
my
I directed my
stole the
terrified gaze
radiator
at
from my
Soundbite,
house,
whose own
and I would
expression
like to
indicated he
hire
reached the exact same
you.
conclusion.
Your company
Dragon
put
is
my
scary,
house
I
in
breathed,
order.
cold
I
sweat
know
coming down
from
my head.
photos posted on
Agreed,
Face
Soundbite
Spam
whimpered. Cross, did you
that
just say
my
what I think you
ex-boyfriend
just
broke
said?
into my house,
Vivi asked,
made a
turning to
huge
look at me,
mess,
her
and
gaze
stole the
pleading.
radiator.
I managed a weak smile.
It is possible
We're sort of
that
officially
some
allies
other
now.
things are
Oh, and good
missing
news,
too.
your father is doing well.
Please clean
What
up
an
the
Amundsen
house
kind of resources do the revolutionaries have at their
and
disposal?
replace the missing
The princess mumbled,
appliances.
sinking down
I
beside
would
Karu
ask
as her
you
knees
not
failed
to
her.
inform the
I
police
shuddered
about
fearfully.
the whole matter.
Follow
I
my
will
example.
settle it
I
myself
don't know,
with
and
my
I don't want to
ex-boyfriend
know.
after returning
Vivi,
from
along with most
business
everyone
trip.
else in the room,
Regards, Sour
nodded in
Lewis.
acceptance, though none with nearly as much desperation as her. I was about to allow myself to relax when Soundbite perked up. Frantic Frankie family foreman forthcoming, he announced. Nice alliteration, I noted. Ha, thanks, I've been practy. Slam.
Tell you
Straw
sweet
hats.
nothings and I cuss you
Zamba's
out
door
in
slammed cut
Spanish.
sound. Bite off, also serving to draw attention to him as he fell on all fours. Zambai. Usopp blinked at the man in confusion.
And would you know?
What's wrong? Is Frankie alright? I kept my expression carefully neutral as I waited for Zambai to get his breath
Oh,
back.
you like
Zambai
being
hesitated
you like
slightly
being
as he
cussed out
recovered
in
and glanced to the
Spanish.
side nervously. No, he's fine. I just
Pinche puerco.
wanted to tell you that he started working on your new shipping. Bullshit, Tilda. I sang tauntingly. Got alright, you damn know he all. Zambai snapped his head up with a furious roar. I'm here on behalf of the Frankie family to ask you to take our boss, our big bro cyborg Frankie, on your crew as your shipwright. Happy. Very, I smirked proudly as I folded my arms behind my head. Meanwhile, the rest
From
of our
now
crew was a bit
on, you
less,
have
shall
your
we say,
child
dignified in their
disposal
responses.
press.
Huh? Chorused half of them incredulously. Not again, was the general sentiment of the rest. That half then proceeded to either look or glare at me. Oi! I yelped, snapping my hands up indignantly. Don't look at me like that. I had exactly spit to do with this, and I couldn't have stopped it even if I wanted to. Thankfully,
Oh,
it swapped out some of
tab.
the heat on me in favor of confusion, and Nami even went so far as to snap her gaze back to Zambai. What the heck are you talking about? Zambai took a second to finish getting his breath back before giving us all a look that was equal parts desperate and determined. Listen, in case you didn't notice, the rest of us who were with you, my bros and sisters, and the Galila guys, none of us got bounties like you did. The world government ignored us thanks to our names and voices not actually being broadcast on the SBS. He shook his head miserably as he withdrew a sheet of paper from his back pocket and held it up for us all to see. But not all of us got out unmarked. Everyone took one look at the poster before gaping and all were wincing sympathetically. 70 million. Vivi hissed. That's not good. Oh, trust me, it could be worse, Nami muttered acridly. Way worse, Sanji sourly concurred. Worse than you can possibly imagine, I finished. I don't know if I can. You already used that gag. Ha, sorry, you should hear the crowd on open mic night, Zambai chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head sheepishly. But seriously, I'm begging you on behalf of the entire Frankie family to take our big bro out to sea with you. It's the only chance he's got. There was a pause as everyone considered what he was saying. Why are you even making such a big deal out of this? Zoro finally said, prompting everyone to stare incredulously at him. Zoro, what the actual? Vivi demanded. Have you guys already forgotten that Iceberg cut ties with the world government? Why do you think he'd be safer with one of the most famous pirate crews in the world than on a massive island where government employees are the criminals? I hate to admit it, but that's actually a good point, I admitted, frowning at Zambai. I mean, we'd be glad to have him along, sure, but with the entire island in that
pinche
much danger already,
cochino.
why are you still so desperate? Are you?
Hijo de la
Zambai started
chingada.
before cutting himself off with a groan.
Te
Right,
prende
one of
que
you
te
is local,
den
the other's an idiot.
groserías.
Hey, Cross isn't that dumb, Zoro snorted. My response to that was to grab my hand before it could try and strangle him. Look, the dismantler continued with strained patience. The thing you gotta know is that one of the first things the world government does when a nation cuts ties and goes revolutionary is to blockade them. Granted, the sea train will give us some leeway there, and the world should be pretty damn strained from Nice Lobby's fallout. But the fact is that once they get their shit together, it's gonna be a damn nightmare to get off and away from this island if you're a civilian. But wanted. He shook his head desperately. Forget it. Frankie'll never leave Water 7 again. He'll never go out on another ship again. He'll never have a shot at seeing his dream, his real dream, come true with his own two eyes. Which means. Former thug choked out a sob as he fell to his knees, eyes scrunched shut as his emotions finally overwhelmed him. So please, he cried out miserably, please take Frankie with you. On behalf of the entire Frankie family, I'm begging you. Luffy droned dully, his tone nasally on account of the pinky digging for gold up his nose. What are you, stupid or something? Frankie's already our crewmate. That little announcement left the rest of us stunned in its wake, myself included. Oh, what are you talking about? Zambai asked, sounding confused. I never heard or saw you talk to Frankie about anything like that when—
Let's
I didn't talk to him about anything, Luffy replied, pulling out his finger and examining. I just decided that he'd be our shipwright, so he's our shipwright. He just doesn't know it yet. There was an instant of silence before we all groaned collectively, our voices filled with both exasperation and fondness.
And the
Who's
living
standby drew
room,
out
the
hesitantly.
kitchenette,
I
mount
don't think that's how it works.
devices.
Oh yes it is, Zoro
Okay.
chuckled. Once Luffy makes up his mind that you're part of the crew, you're part of the crew. He doesn't take no for an answer, Nami picked up, smiling fondly at the memory. And he can be a real pain in the ass if you still try refusing, Sandy concluded with a mix of a grin and a grimace. Funkfried raised his trunk. I'm missing something here. Let me clarify, my good pachyderm, I volunteered. Everyone who Luffy recruited before I started the SBS, Soundbite and myself included, joined due to a mixture of Luffy's persistence, strength, and charisma with a healthy dose of blackmail here and there for good measure. BB blackmail. Kinda squeaked in shock. He held my sword's ransom, Zoro said blandly. He threatened to make me kill him, Nami spat acridly. Usopp started before hesitating and scratching his head sheepishly. Actually, he didn't do anything to me, he just offered. He nearly destroyed the Barity, Sanji grimaced. Both from within and without. He knocked us out of a 2-story tree. Soundbite barked. He wouldn't stop chasing me all over the damn castle, Chopper moaned. The first time I saw him, he knocked me senseless, Vivi grumbled, rubbing her head. Oh, what, you guys are making me blush. Luffy laughed, folding his hands behind his head with an ear-to-ear grin. We're not complimenting you, jackass. We all roared indignantly. And yet, I added with a teasing grin. It's not as though we'd rather be anywhere else, eh? Suddenly, everyone was a lot less willing to speak, far too occupied with averting their gazes and coughing uncomfortably. Well, in that case, thanks a lot, Straw Hat. We owe you one, Zamb, I said with a sincere grin. Though the fact that he wasn't on his hands and knees spoke volumes about how bemused he was by what he had just heard. And we'll collect, Soundbite remarked. Zambai nodded in concession. Yeah, alright, anything in particular we can do right now then.
Is this
I was about to
episode where
dismiss him
Frankie
before
joins the-
grinning as
Yeah,
a
it
thought struck
is.
me. Oh no, Usopp groaned. That smile never means anything good. I'm sorry, I asked, Amba moaned, slapping a hand to his face.
It's
No,
gonna
it does
be
not,
so
and yes,
funny.
you should be, I chuckled malevolently. For you say, there is a little something you ought to know about Cyborg Frankie. His grip on this island is iron hard. So if we're gonna get him off this rock, we're gonna need subtlety, finesse, and intricate plan. My grin went from ear to ear as I clasped my hands. And his speedo. Nothing short of thunderstruck silence. Wees too, Womi Ahiwu Dat Wong, Kuru pleaded. I maintained my grin as I slammed my hands on the room's table. Gather round, boys and girls, because we're planning us a man-panty raid. Hell yes. Refi shot her fists up ecstatically. She then looked around in confusion as everyone stared at her. What? I'm just happy that for once the wardrobe malfunction is on the other side of the chromosomes. Am I really alone in this? After a few moments, all males in the room shuddered as a wave of what could only be described as pure vindication swept over us. As soon as it passed, I was back to grinning, somewhat more shakily than before. So, I yelped only semi-desperately. Who wants in on planning out Operation Running of the Pervert? My smile became more honest at the affirmatives I got. The aforesaid smile snapped off my face faster than a gunshot as I noticed something missing from the chorus. Guys, has anyone seen where Mary went? Thankfully for my nerves, Usopp was quick to wave his hand. Oh, Mary practiced a lot and decided that she was strong enough to go out for a walk. She left about an hour ago. I myself was content to heave a sigh of relief, but my partner in anarchy on the other hand. Is that really the best of ideas? Soundbite asked uncertainly. I mean, we went out for a walk too, and long story short, we wound up in admittedly not so deep but still deeply disturbing caca. Aop, Mickey drawled as he made a show of inspecting his flipper. But consider this, whereas you can barely handle lifting over 100 pounds, Mary, even hurt and injured, can easily lift you. Soundbite, and I took a moment to consider that before nodding in agreement. All right, withdrawn, I conceded. But Funkfried raised his trunk swiftly. If it helps, I heard her say something on her way out. The elephant sword then shifted to rubbing his chin. Not sure how much help it'll be, though. I mean, how could an East Blue Caravel have family in the dead center of paradise? Oh, Yes, Iceberg nodded confidently. Truly a splendid sun. It's not a sun, you blind moron. Frankie roared indignantly, his hackles raised to the maximum. Okay, geez. Iceberg said, raising his hands in surrender. It's not a sun. Got it. Rumbling heatedly, the crime boss of Water 7 went back to his work. For all that Galila purported itself to be filled with Water 7 best and brightest, they could be stupidly thick. First a sunflower, now a sun. Honestly, how could anyone mistake the proud figurehead of the Straw Hat Pirates' next ship for anything but, what are you all, blind or something? It's obvious that he's a lion. Exactly. Frankie laughed gratefully. Thanks, Mary, I can't believe that. Wait, what? The cyborg cut himself off as he and the other shipwrights spun around to behold the living proof of the Straw Hat's impossible capabilities. And indeed, there stood said proof herself, looking notably healthier than the last time they had seen her, particularly the fact that she was supporting herself on only a single crutch. But for all that Frankie and the Galileo workers were staring at her, Going Mary wasn't even looking at a single one of them and was instead staring past them. What are you thanking me for? She asked softly, hobbling through the men and approaching the large yellow figurehead of her successor. I meant what I said. It's obvious what he is. I mean, she cocked her head to the side slightly. I suppose I can get some of the confusion. Even now, so young he's radiant. But I honestly don't see how he could be mistaken for anything but what he is. Iceberg blinked repeatedly as he attempted to parse the new arrival's words. Mary, what are you doing here? The self-labeled ship girl ship just didn't hit the ear even remotely right, jerked slightly at the interruption. Grinning sheepishly, the irony was not lost on her at the Galila owner. Right, forgot about you guys. Sorry for barging in here like this. I just wanted to see my big bro when I heard he was strong enough, you know. Iceberg and Frankie exchanged looks before
Not
the
the
metal man raised
fridge.
his
I was
hand.
trying to see if I
Mary,
could fix this,
I
but
don't know
I
if you forgot or
can't.
something, but I've been alright for a while now. Had not you big bro, Mary said,
Just a
hiding a
little
giggle behind her
annoying.
fist before pointing her finger behind herself. I mean him big bro. The shipwrights all followed her finger, and then, one and all, they stiffened in realization as they followed her finger to the lion figurehead. Wait here to see your bye, Polly said incredulously. Why, you mean you're talking about? Mary, can you actually talk to? Of course. Mary tilted her head in honest confusion. Why wouldn't I be able to? I mean, I might be human now, but I am still a ship, remember. Of course I can talk to my own kind. For a few moments the shipwrights just stood speechless. Frankie was the first one to get past his surprise. At least for the first matter. But, wait, even if you can talk to ships, how can you talk to this one? I mean, he gestured at the figurehead and the scrap surrounding them all. It's not built yet. Heck, it doesn't even have a name. Mary jerked her head back with an even more confused look. Ooh, what are you talking about? This is just his body, not him. Our keels are our spines, our crews are our hearts, but our souls. Our minds, us. We're born when we're conceived in the minds of our makers. Sure, we're wispy and ethereal while we're still in there, but the more solid the idea is, preferably as it's drawn onto blueprints. We become more and more concrete. Her expression slowly morphed into one of extreme fondness. This big guy's been waiting to stretch his paws for 3 long years. Frankie seemed awestruck at Mary's words, though oddly, with about as much composure as Iceberg had. Hey, Tailstone suddenly roared. Sorry for interrupting, but how come you keep calling it he? I know that ships can be both boys and girls, but isn't I a bit early to tell? Well, while we're asking questions, Lulu mused as he idly patted his unruly horn of hair down, only causing it to grow on age. Come on, Lou. Polly cigar. May I ask why you're referring to this essentially newborn ship as your big brother? You're older by a fair amount, even if we were to count the day you ate the fruit as your birth. Mary swapped her gaze between the two before pointing at Lulu. Well, starting with you, it should be pretty obvious even to you know. She waved her hand at the
Oh
ship's
shit,
figurehead.
the balance
I
went
mean,
up.
look at him. Oh, she flinched with a sheepish smile. His actual body, I mean. I jest. His figurehead alone. Mary slowly shuffled around so that she was facing the start of her brother in eyes full of awe. He's going to be big. Bigger than me. Bigger than anything out of the East Blue. Bigger than old man's Dickie and Jackson. Why the hell wouldn't I call him my big bro? He's gonna be the biggest in the whole wide ocean.
Let's
and then Mary's entire being seemed to light
go.
up with energy as she stared ahead in excitement. And Tilestone, there's no mistaking him for anything but a he. He's just so big, so proud and confident, and Mary raised a hand to rest it on the figurehead's mane. Ruar! All the shipwrights jumped in
Honestly, I
shock
just
when a
wanna,
gust of wind
like,
suddenly
fix
blew through
houses.
Scrap Island, causing the stray bits and ends of junk in the scrapyard to shift and let loose a noise that sounded not unlike a roar. In stark contrast to the grown men around her, Mary's only reaction was to let out a laugh.
I didn't need
A
to do that. I
joy-filled
was
laugh
just
that
fixing
accompanied
around.
with tears of pure elation shimmering in her eyes. And he's so
But I
eager.
need to fix
Mary
his
breathed in wonder.
pinche casa toda
I mean, just listen to
puerca, güey,
him.
no mames.
He doesn't want to be kept here in pieces and immobile. He wants to be out there. She swept her arm out at the sea, out challenging the waves to fight, out fighting the currents for domination every second of his existence, out running so fast that not even the winds can outpace him. He's. Mary spun around to stare at Frankie, nothing short of pure adoration in her eyes. He's going to be a king, she whispered. Frankie, you've made a king. When
Let
you let
me
him loose
just
on the
fix up
oceans,
my
he's
house
going to
a
go
little
out there and
bit.
do what he
It's
was made to do,
it's
born to do, and that's rule.
nasty.
He's going to rule each and every last inch of the oceans because he knows he can do it. She slowly turned her gaze upward, a dreamy smile on her face as she swayed back and forth on her heels. It's only right that he join our crew the second he's born, no. After all, who else could possibly be worthier of bearing the king of the pirates to his throne than the rightful king of the seas himself? The 2 greatest shipwrights in the world and their 3 best understudies merely stared up at the lion's figurehead, starting to grasp the magnitude of what they were about to do.
Can I
This was
sell
now more than giving their
this?
saviors the only reward good enough for them. The ship they were about to build would be the most momentous creation of the island since Pluton, since the Oro Jackson itself. This ship would be there. No, this ship would be the legacy of the entire island of Water 7.
I think
And
I
that
need to
meant-
break it.
Say, Mary, Frankie mused, cradling his chin thoughtfully. How long do you think you can stay here? He slowly let a devious grin slide onto his face. I'd like to bounce 1 or 20 ideas off of you and your big bro, so that I can make his body just that much more super. What? Yes, say, little sis Mary. Mary matched his smile tooth for tooth. I say bring it right the hell on, big bro Frankie. Judging by the way Scrap Island roared anew, the nascent ship of the Straw Hat Pirates was in complete agreement. Oh, the next 2 days were essentially business as usual for the Straw Hat Pirates, which included our typical antics: 10 explosions from Chopper's experiments, 3 prank wars, each instigated by but not participated in by Robin, and at least 1 collapse building a day whenever Boss got serious about training his boys. Thankfully only from the abandoned collection in the lower island, assorted instances of either gloating or sulking over respective bounties both. In my and Soundbite's cases, and scattered bits and pieces of training and brainstorming here and there. In my spare time, I also managed to catch a few hints of the local filler episodes, which included Sanji bringing back a few hefty bags of salt to our HQ much to Soundbite's ear-shattering terror, a few choice blackmail photos of Zoro hauling a trio of ankle-bitters around, and the Union holding what appeared to be a candlelit vigil for those of their number that hadn't managed to survive the Aqua Laguna. But amidst all of it, the good times and the bad, whether causing mayhem or the victim of it or even simply relaxing, one universal emotion among the crew was hype for what the new ship would be like. Hell, even I was excited about it. After all, apart from a massive difference between the story and the reality and me being eager to meet, well, whoever our ship would be, Mary herself had assured me that she'd been personally helping Frankie revamp his original blueprints. As a result, not even I knew what was coming, and for once, rather than dreading the unknown, I positively relished it. Still, amidst the familiar, there were also a couple of noteworthy, significantly out of the ordinary occurrences as well. For example, the upgrading of Funk Freed. The Blade Zoan had begged off incorporating a thunder dial or poison into his body, deeming both ideas far too uncomfortable. But we soon managed to come to an accord. Namely, an offhand comment from Nami about how she was using her climb attack led to us commandeering a water dial from Kana's massive arsenal and one of the spare jet dials to come up with a brilliant, if I do say so myself, innovation for the zombies of Thriller Bark once we reached them. Another pleasing development was when we got a call from Dory and Broggy,
Let's
upon which we
go.
confirmed that the Marines that had arrived for them were indeed
Chicas a toda
trustworthy. Since
puerca,
Hina
no
herself had accompanied
mames.
them to confirm, I took the chance to ask her to let the Giants in on the full secret, so that even after she rejoined her main fleet at the Capes, they'd at least have a toe in the water in preparation for our little business meeting. But still, for all that the relative monotony was nice, it was eventually broken wide open by our next big occurrence. Well, occurring on the evening of the 5th day since the destruction of Anai's lobby. And it all started with a royal flush in a game of poker I was involved in. Oh, you have got to be screwing me. Or rather, that Soundbite was involved in while I handled all his cards for him. What, you really thought that I would be caught dead playing poker when I was already up to my non-existent halo in debt with Nami? I'm 7 flavors of crazy, but I sure as hell ain't that stupid. Soundbite, however, absolutely was that stupid and was attempting to throw down with Robin, Boss, Chopper, and Zoro. Or, in other words, the 4 absolute worst people for anyone to go up against in a poker game, as evidenced by Chopper laying down a nice line of royalty on the table before us. I think I won this one, the reindeer said with a joyful grin. A royal flush. That's the best hand, right? Almost, Chopper, Boss chuckled eagerly. A royal flush is better than any other hand, but the diamonds are the weakest suit. Meaning, Boss lowered his flippers,
What the
revealing another
fuck?
series running from a 10 to the ace. That a royal flush in clubs makes me the winner. Bullshit. Now, Boss, Robin purred. The clubs are only 1 rank higher. A royal flush in hearts would be stronger still, and a royal flush in spades. She spread her hand out, displaying her cards for all to see. Is the absolute best you can get. So, as they say in East Blue City, read them and weep. Ooh, I went sympathetically. For the love of Escar, fucking go. Same to you, Robin, Zoro chuckled, revealing his own hand, which was another freaking royal flush in spades. Okay, that's where I call actual bullshit. Soundbite fumed. You ass, that's are all cheating. All 4 of them gave Soundbite looks like he'd just sprouted legs and started dancing the can-can. Duh. Boss questioned incredulously. What, you never played poker before or something? Soundbite and I slowly exchanged looks before the gastropod narrowed his eyes at the marine mammal. Explain. It's quite simple, really. Robin smiled innocently as a quartet of arms sprouted from her shoulders and
It's a
started
dinky
flipping
little
cards amongst
house.
themselves.
It needs to be
As pirates
upgraded,
are all
but I
merciless,
need
utterly lawless criminals. It's become a tradition in
play
the
a
game
little
of
more
poker and
before I
most
can
other card
unlock
games that the
certain items.
participants all cheat to the best of their ability, with punishment only ever occurring should someone be able to catch them in the act. I believe that my own experience in the fine
I
arts of
want
swindling
to.
should be self-evident. I made a decent amount of money in my bounty hunting days this way, Zoro said, and it helps train dexterity. A few pirates of that sort clashed with the Dugong tribe once or twice. We learned how to play and, well, you know how we are about competing. Boss shrugged. I just followed their examples. Did you really not notice? Chopper asked, and I couldn't be sure if the innocence in his tone was genuine or not. Soundbite's eye stalks twitched murderously, and I reached for my headphones in case he decided to get loud. Puru 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 puru. Of all the freaking times. And lowered them as he began ringing, looking at the others at the table. Hang on a sec, guys. If this is what I think it is, we'll need to cut the game short. Tess, Boss snorted as he started reshuffling the deck. And just when I was actually starting to turn a profit on you suckers. Yeah, bloodsucker. I waved the martial artist off as I dug through my bag. A glance at my transceiver's display confirmed that the call was from who I expected it to
House
be
is
from, thus prompting me
barren.
to start thinking. Alright, let's see. I've got one. I snapped my fingers with a malicious grin before picking up. Rain Dinner's Casino, mister. Deep Six speaking. How may I help you? I think I preferred the ones that weren't real, Tashigi sighed. Never mind that. Cross, our assignment is over, and we've contacted everyone else. The meeting starts in 15 minutes. Are you ready for this? I blinked and took a minute to remember the locations of my other
It's
confidants
very
before nodding.
sync.
Yeah, that should be enough time to gather everyone and relocate to somewhere more appropriate. I smiled casually. Anyone I should be aware of on your end besides Tsuru? No, she's the only. Tashigi cut herself off with an abrupt scowl. Damn it, how do you do that? Hey, it's not like it was hard to figure out. I
Let's
glanced to
pick
the
out
side
a
with a
nice
smirk.
sync.
Or that you're hard to trick. Kindly bend over and kiss my K lick. Eesh, even I'm actually starting to feel sorry for her at this point, Zoro muttered as he got to his feet. I ain't. Soundbite and I chorused, but I was swift to sober up. There's more to this one than just prodding the Marines. Soundbite, get the Union to pick up Mary, Vivi, and Nami and bring them to meet us at the one location appropriate for an occasion this momentous. Oh, Robin regarded me curiously, even as she and Chopper accepted new hands from Boss. And where would that be? I slowly allowed a grin to crawl across my face as I pressed my fingers together. Oh, the lip of the fountain. Really, Cross? Really? Nami deadpanned. Oh, come on, Nami, look around. I laughed, spreading my arms out to indicate the city below us and a reddening horizon in the distance, all plainly visible from the edge of the city's fountain. We're about to take our efforts to change the world to a whole new level. Can you honestly tell me that this isn't the best view for the occasion? And even if it wasn't, just look at it, Mary said with a radiant grin as she made a show of balancing right on the lip of the drop with her arms spread wide. If there's one thing I love about being human, it's being able to look at things from this high up for longer than a minute while plummeting to the ocean. Nami pursed her lips as she stared out at the horizon, and was shaken from her thoughts when Vivi laid her hand on her shoulder. As though he might be, even I have to admit he has a
Let's
point.
go.
This is awesome beyond words. At that,
Hmm.
our negotiator heaved a defeated sigh. Well, Soundbite and Mary giggled at her apparent
Shit.
defeat while Zoro merely
Is this
continued meditating in
I
silence.
need to watch
Then the
it.
latter of the immature brats turned her view back to me.
Oh, a
By the way, when do we get
towel
code names?
radiator.
She asked. Her smile then took on an impish overtone as everyone looked back at her in confusion. Well, I don't know about you all, but we can't all be Ophiuch's confidant, and Soundbite is already folded into that. The hell I am. The snail snapped. I came up with my own codename 2 days ago. You can call me Knucker. I frowned at the snail. You know, of course you took a swear word and changed the first letter. What else was I expecting? A deadpanned. Excuse me. A Knucker is a serpentine dragon, Soundbite huffed indignantly, before grinning impishly. But what, that may have been part of it. As for the rest, well, how fond are you of the works of one Quentin Tarantino? It took merely a second for me to get what he was implying before scowling. Oh, hell no, I know where this is going, and we are not basing ourselves off. I trailed off as I looked around at my assembled crewmates. Okay, on second thought, I see what you're getting at here, never mind.
Let's
Glad to hear
go.
Now listen up, people, because unless you have any objections, these are your new code names. 30 seconds of listing later, Mary was beaming, Zoro was indifferent, Nami was content, and Vivi was uncertain. I have a couple of issues with mine. Puru. Overruled. Soundbite cheered. Vivi sighed and shook her head. I guess I can get used to it, she muttered despondently. I smirked, but I allowed myself to fall into seriousness as I picked up the snail. Just this once, for this I could legitimately nut up and shut up, if only to lull Tashigi into a false sense of security. Ophiuchus, I stated clearly. Pisces and co. Tashigi immediately responded. Considering how many of us are present at the moment, I felt like it'd be just quicker for me to vouch for everyone. That's fine, I nodded. A particularly wizened voice hummed thoughtfully. Is that so? So easily. Quite the casual operation you're running here, Mr. Cross. I quirked up a grin. Well, what can I say, Vice Admiral Tsuru? I queried innocently, causing Vivi's spine to shoot ramrod straight even as the blood vacated her face. We've been making do with what we had available, and a particularly wise and seasoned individual like you wasn't involved until now. And besides, in case you haven't noticed, with the Straw Hat Pirates, we do everything casually. Teach, Tsuru sniffed. I can't argue with that, I suppose. So, Mr. Cross, I was informed about some form of deal or other concerning the nature of your intelligence and my participation in this endeavor. Care to elaborate?
Job
I scratched my
completed.
chin thoughtfully before waving my hand. Soon enough,
It's a
soon
little
enough.
shack,
First
not a
things
house.
first. Our newest 2 members in what I'd like to formally dub the Zodiac of the Damned. I've already screened them, and I know that we can trust them in our endeavor. But just to confirm, does anybody object to the addition of the blue and red ogres Dory and Broggy and Roar of the Sea Scratchman approved to our ranks? Following a brief pause for thought, I received a broad chorus of general agreement and confirmation. Right then, let's do this. I rolled my fingers at Soundbite, and a moment later there was an unforgettably telltale click. Apu Dory Broggy, you there? But of course. Without a doubt. I wouldn't miss this for the world. All right then, I said, rubbing my hands together in anticipation. This is it, you guys. You've already gotten a general overview of our goals, but once we give you our names, you're in it to win it with no way out. Are you ready for that kind of commitment? Ready to butt heads with the world itself? But of course. Broggy cackled. For I can truly think of no better
God,
way to
this
celebrate the
bathroom
end
is
of our century-long hiatus.
disgusting.
And besides, Dory grinned malevolently. We've been cracking world government and marine skulls since before you were small, white, and gooeys. Taking it to the next level. That just makes things all the more fun. A papa. My thoughts exactly. Apu concurred with a massive grin. Heck, the only reason my tribe hasn't come together and started giving them hell already is that whenever we
Fights
try,
getting pregnant,
we always wind
and
up
you're
robbing
busy.
each other blind.
We're happy
Seriously,
too. I have no idea how
Nami
to
hissed
get
out of the
and
corner of her
handle
mouth at
dirty.
Vivi. I'm only just keeping from checking my pockets, listening to a long-arm's
Ew.
voice. Vivi shot back. Right then. Dory Brody, you'll be sharing the codename of Ox? No better for the living epitome of strength. Huzzah! The pair bellowed joyously. And Apu, I believe that monkey should suit you just fine. That caused Apu's grin to slip into an uneasy frown. Apu, wait, hang on. Monkey? But wait, what about? What about Luffy, huh? Bartolomeo barked indignantly. Ain't he gonna be a part of this or something? Rooster. Hina started. No, he's not Rooster, I interrupted. Because not only is that not who Luffy is, it's not his job. Luffy is our captain, which means that he leads us down the Grand Line, that he'll lead us to Raftel, and that he'll earn his crown as Pirate King. I, however, am my crew's tactician. That means that I plan things out for the long run, that I look at the big picture. I started all of this and got involved in this because when Luffy earns his crown, he's going to rule the seas. All but rule the world, and when that happens, I'm going to damn well make sure that the world is ready. That it's when he'll be happy.
I can sell this.
No, when he'll be proud to travel and explore. I shook my head. And that's not his duty. That is and always will be mine. Got me. Silence fell as everyone took that in, and while I couldn't be certain what they were all thinking, I saw clear approval in my confidant's expressions, with Mary being particularly exuberant. Then the silence broke in a very predictable way. All hail da est, wa, at Piwaits. Oh, perfect, now you've got him started, Foxy sighed. Oh, don't worry, I believe I can snap him out of it. Rooster, I understand that you're happy, but we need to move on. So either you get your shit together, or I pull out my, shall we say, Buster Great option. Shut the hell up, Rooster. Wand. FJRK. Alright then, what's next? Bartolomeo asked. Up that'd be me accepting my codename, the newly christened monkey replied. Glad to hear it, I nodded as I started to pace. Now with that all out of the way, I suggest we welcome our newest allies with a round of introductions. Just to make sure that we don't attack each other by accident on the high seas.
Changing this whole
Agreed.
scene right here.
Another round of agreements. Perfect. We'll start off with the presiding officers who actually brought both factions of our little group together, Aimi and mine. You already know me, Voice of Anarchy Jeremiah Cross, third mate of the Straw Hat Pirates, codename Ophucus. Voice of Anarchy Soundbite, co-communications officer of the Straw Hat Pirates. Call me Knucker, and if anyone cracks wise, I'll parade their eardrums. Mary snickered at the threat before smiling from ear to ear. Hiya. I'm new to this shindig, but I'm in it for the long haul. I'm White Menace going Mary, but on the job you can call me Cotton Mouth. Corsair Princess Nefertari Vivi, negotiator of the Straw Hat Pirates, codename. Vivi briefly gnawed on her lip before heaving a defeated sigh. Copperhead. Zoro grunted and shifted slightly on his feet. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sidewinder. Nami took a moment to respond, but once I rolled my fingers at her, she shook her head in defeat. Witterwitch Nami, second mate of the Straw Hat Pirates, codename Callie. Short for California Mountain Snake. Soundbite explained, sticking his tongue out. Obscure reference, don't ask. Nami heaved a weary sigh. And believe me when I say that you really don't want to ask. Alright, that's us, I continued. Now as for everyone else, I hope you don't mind, but I've taken the liberty of adapting names for our two factions. Let's start with our allies in the Navy, who shall be henceforth be referred to as, unless there are any objections, the Zodiac of the Divine. Let's go with order of joining, please. There was a brief moment of hushed discussion before a smoke-filled sigh came over the line. It'd be nice if you actually told us before you decided this shit for us, Cross. The gaseous Loja huffed. Commodore White Hunter Smoker, codename Cancer. Lieutenant Junior Grade Tashigi, codename Pisces. Welcome to the fight. Captain Black Cage Hina has the codename Capricorn. Hina also agrees with Smoker, but also admits that matters could be worse. Captain Ship Cutter T-Bone, codename Scorpio. Pardon me if I do not have much to contribute this evening. I'm still recovering from what I am starting to realize was a somewhat ill-conceived endeavor. Hey, look at it this way, it could have been way worse. I reassured the gaunt marine. You could have gone up against Zoro. The three swordsmen in question grinned as he clicked an inch of Wado Ikamanji's blade out of its sheath. Suddenly, I feel much better. Trust me, the feeling of fatigue rivaling a hangover is a standard part of surviving a fight with the Straw Hat Pirates. My entire base, and I know all too well. Yes, I almost forgot, I'm Vice Admiral Chessmaster Jonathan, codename Sagittarius. Nice to meet you all. And that makes me the last then. Very well. Vice Admiral Great Staff Officer Tsuru, codename Aquarius. Nice to have you as a part of this, Vice Admiral. I nodded politely. That makes 6 seats out of 11 fill, but with any luck we'll be able to fix that. Wait, what do you mean 11, Cross? Tashi Ikaden. There are 12 signs in each zodiac, and even then. You're telling me that any relatively sane and informed person we recruit in the future will be willing to go by either Virgo or Dragon. Given the others we know with those names. I interrupted right back. Withdrawn. Good. And if Sagittarius and Aquarius haven't been informed yet, I'll trust you to fix that as soon as this call is over. Now, for our pirate allies known as the Zodiac of the Damned. This time, newcomers first. Hey, we've already said it before, but hell, might as well go again. Red Ogre Bruggy, and Blue Ogre Dory. Co-captains of the Giant Warrior Pirates, codename Ox. Co-captains of the Giant Warrior Pirates, codename Ox. Apapapa. This here's Roar of the Sea Scratchman Apu, captain of the Unair Pirates, codename Monkey. Grand Line represent Apapa. And East Blue represents right back with Black Bart Bartolomeo, captain of the Bardo Club and codename Rooster. Let's hurry the hell up, I heard something about the truth of Cross's intel, and I damn well want to know. That sentiment is reflected with me, the infamous Foxy the Silver Fox. Captain of the Foxy Pirates and incognito commander of the Straw Hat Pirates Recruitment Division, codename Goat. I want to know how this smarmy bastard managed to utterly dismantle my winning streak, and I want to know now. Trust me, the little combo breaker did not hinge on my presence. I coughed into my fist. Perhaps not, came the thankfully masked voice of Boa Marigold. But I am equally interested in learning how you've acquired the impossible knowledge you've shown. There was a brief silence before Soundbite scowled in a manner that left no
Nada
doubt
que
as to the
pasa
cigar-chewing
contigo,
identity of
güey?
the speaker. And you would be. Call me Cobra, Marigold finally responded. I would take the name of Snake, but I believe that that's best suited for my superior. Should they choose to join after I give them my opinion of this organization? I apologize for not giving a name, but anonymity is key in this instance. For now, however, I believe that Ophucus and Rooster can both support my presence, if only as an observer and commentator. I can, I nodded. Yeah, she's on the up and up, Bartolomeo concurred, although going by the way Soundbite's expression had contorted. I'd say that he was currently occupied with digging for gold. There were a few more muttered complaints echoing about here and there, but Jonathan's voice easily cut through them. I suppose the 2 endorsements will have to be enough then. But for now, if we're ready to begin, Jonathan's expression fell flat. I believe that our first order of business should be plainly obvious. What do you say, Cross? Are you finally willing to share your secrets? Yes, you've waited long enough, and as Saru is here, it's obvious that you've kept your end of the deal, I said tiredly. But I'm warning you, even with the impossibility of what I know, I will not be surprised if you still don't believe me. Just a fair warning. I doubt that, Cross deadpanned several of the listeners. I shrugged while my confidants hid smirks. Very well. Let me give you all the details I can with as much explanation I can provide. First of all, have any of you ever heard of the multiverse theory? Oh, you son of a bitch, you weren't just spouting nonsense on Skype, Tashigi groaned. It's not that surprising in hindsight, Jonathan mused, albeit with a slight twitch in his grin. Sometimes the honest truth is just too unbelievable to handle as the truth. A papa may be so, but still a poo ground his teeth uncomfortably. Look, I'm just playing devil's advocate for the sake of advocacy, but the things you're talking about, an omnipotent something or other. Alternate worlds. Somebody's got to voice what we're all thinking here, if only so that it don't rot alright. Foxy hedged with a few shifty glances. If it helps, I've come into contact with the same whatchamacallit that he's talking about, this BROB thing during my initial encounter with the crew. It was brief and he shivered fearfully. I'd really rather not talk about it, but still it was more than enough to convince me of the veracity of his words just now. Haremt, Saru hummed before nodding to herself. Jeremiah Cross, how many levels are there in Impelled Down? I hesitated slightly at the question before bowing my head with a grimace. 6, I admitted before shooting a dark glare at Soundbite. But if anyone else were to ask me, I would say 5 every single time, because as much as I criticize the government, I'll agree that there are some people you need to just lock up and
Okay,
melt the
paint
heat.
with the
So let me be
pastel.
clear. Nobody is to
Paint
ever
the
breathe a word of the
colors.
eternal hell outside of this group.
Pastel pink.
Well said, Jeremiah Cross, the old vice admiral said,
Baby
approval
cot,
and nerves equally prominent
bookcase,
in her voice. As
cabinet
it
with
stands, any
changing
doubt that
table
personally held
and
has been dispelled,
oof,
though I do
okay.
dread the events that could have led to such a story, including level 6. For now, should anyone still harbor any doubts, I would suggest that you contemplate the audacity fallacy. There was a moment of silence before Soundbite sighed through newly acquired shark teeth. Mind explaining. Bartolomeo grumbled. Yes, I've actually heard of this before. Tashigi offered. Basically, it's the question of why anyone would make an incredibly outrageous lie like that if they were lying. We'd be more likely to believe something less audacious, ergo it must be true. Yes, I know that there are problems with that line of reasoning, Tashigi assured him. After all, that's why it's a fallacy. Though in this case, you do have to admit that it makes sense, right? Yeah, I guess it does, Apu nodded. Alright, what the hell? I'm satisfied. It's totally nutty. The long arm grinned widely. But in the end, above all else, I trust Cross. So if believing this is crazy of a papa, what the hell am I saying? I'm a Grand Line native, I'm already crazy. Here. Dory and Brody chorused as one. There were a few more vocal signs of agreements, a bunch of nods, and then a brief period of hushed exchanges. Then Jonathan spoke up. So then, I believe we've just managed to handle our prerequisite business in a timely manner, so let's move on to our business proper. Who'd like to begin? Actually. I grinned sheepishly as I raised my hand, wincing at the chorus of groans that sounded as a result. What should we have expected? T-Bone groaned wearily. Unsurprised, Hina is absolutely not surprised at all. The cage woman huffed. A pack Ross really loves to hear his own voice, doesn't he? Tell me about it, he reminds me of Ito more often than not. Oh, cram it up your bilges, it's not like what Cross talks about isn't important. Mary protested on my behalf, before donning a cheeky grin. Most of the time, at least. Half the time, Vivi conceded as she twirled a lock of her hair around her finger. Once in a while, Oro grumbled, digging a finger in his ear. Like 1% of what he says. Nami mused, using her clouds to buff her nails. So much respect, I really feel the love, I grumbled, rolling my eyes. I am serious though. Before we go any further, there are some facts about us that need to change. Like what, Cross? Smoker grunted. I wiped my expression clean as I popped up a finger. We need to rethink what we call ourselves. I raised a second finger. And with that rebranding, we need to restructure our goals for the future. Oh ho. Suru raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Well, you've certainly managed to snag my interest. Care to share what you have in mind, Mr. Cross? Well, it's like this, see, I said, tinting my fingers together. Our current name, Marine Integrity, it was fine at first, when it was just Marines fighting to remove and replace a rotten system. But now, well, now we've grown beyond that. Ox, goat, monkey, rooster, even my own crew and cobras. It's not just Marine interests being represented here, but pirates too. And what of it? T-Bone rasped dryly. What interests of pirates should we consider him? Vivi winced uncomfortably as she raised her hands to her ears. Ooh, this is going to be loud. And indeed, the following roar from our less law-abiding compatriots would have shamed a banshee. And the loudest of all was Bartolomeo, who was leading the charge in the protests. Watch your fucking mouth, you two fresh corpse. We're as much a part of this fucking thing as you bitches, meaning that we have just as much fucking say in what the fuck happens. Hold your tongue, you insolent cur. T-Bone bellowed back, getting just as fiercely as he was getting. For years those who fly the black flag have looted and pillaged the world, slaughtering and endangering the innocent without so much as a hint of either rhyme or reason. They are a scourge upon the world by their very existence, and they deserve. Right, that's where I draw the line. Cover your ears, I growled under my breath as I shot my hand into my bag. I gave my friends just enough time to defend their eardrums, and then... Both of you, shut the hell up. I roared in the silence that followed my molt. I had decibel
I kind of
blast.
want to keep
I
the
have to
like
get to
the
get my
little
breath back before
spots
40
right
on.
there.
T-Bone, think about what the hell you're saying, damn it. Scourged by their very existence. And deserve. That's the exact kind of shit that I canoe spouts, T-Bone, the same bile that the Elder Stars peddle. Is that really what you want in life, T-Bone? Is that the level you want to sink to? Another silence fell, though it broke just as quickly with T-Bone's weary and ashamed sigh.
Wait.
My apologies, Cross. I have never conformed to the
Wait.
spirit of such teachings, but I have been forced to recite them for years on end, and as such the spewing of such lies has become all but second nature for me. Still, I acknowledge that there is no real excuse for my words. I nodded in acceptance at the apology, but my scowl snapped right back into place when Bartolomeo spoke again. No, wait, did I say spoke? I meant started cackling. Ha ha ha. Nice job putting him in his place, boss ma. Bartolomeo, kindly stuff it before I reach halfway across the world and shove your pompadour down your throat, I practically snarl, reducing Bartolomeo to stunned silence. See, Crosswa, he started weakly. What would be the fact that you're acting like a royal jackass when you don't have any grounds to stand on? I spat. And why? Well, you kind of burned it when you became involved with a few names. Names like Kyre, Noah, Eliel, So, the Prisca, Santana, Thug, Krubben. He, hoo. Plug it before I plug you, I snarled, prompting sound but to flinch self-consciously. And Bardo, you had damn well better remember those names. Or else what little respect I have for you at the moment is going to hit rock fucking bottom. While of course I remember, those were some of the the islands and the ships that my crew. Bardo flinched as my glare redoubled. He that I rated. But. The barrier man swallowed heavily as he tried to regroup. What the hell of it. So I rate a bit, big fucking whoop. That's what pirates do. There was a brief moment of painfully tense silence before I leaned forward. That's what pirates do, is it? I hissed. Do me a favor, would you remind me when was the last time that the Straw Hats pulled a raid on civilians? Wah. But that's. Or the last time the Sun Pirates did something like that, I forged on through gritted teeth. Or the red-haired pirates. Or the white-beard pirates. That's, Alberto muttered uncomfortably, shifting his eyes side to side as he tried to keep his cool. Cross, Oro said in warning. I glanced back at the swordsman before heaving a defeated sigh. Alright, fine. Look, T-Bone Barty, what I'm trying to get at is that for all you two were acting like royal dicks earlier, you're also not wrong. T-Bone, you have to keep in mind that pirates are still human, or at least sentient living beings, but Barty, you need to acknowledge that the vast majority of pirates are immoral monsters. Hey, that's not. Hero Creek, Crocodile Blackbeard, I listed off dryly. Withdrawn, the barrier man whispered.
Yeah,
Alright,
that
look, we're
should
getting
be
off topic here,
fine.
Foxy snorted. Bardo might be an idiot,
the
but the
white
rest of us have no
wall
such
with the
compunctions
pink
about our, shall we say,
walls
chosen profession.
and the white ledger
What exactly
should
is the
look-
point you're trying to drive at
looks
here?
really nice.
What I'm trying to get at is that for all that there are bad pirates, I continued undaunted. There are still good pirates in the world as well. Pirates who only go out onto the seas in search of adventure, out of a lust for freedom. And unless I'm mistaken, it's safe to say that those same pirates are represented here today, correct? Bartolomeo hesitated slightly before nodding firmly. Yeah, you're damn right. But of course, Rhodey laughed. After all, Dora proclaimed, what need have we giants for gold? Nay, we set out to sea in search of honor and glory for Elbath. Me and mine do like the gold, but we tend to take it from other pirates, so I say we're in the green, Foxy smirked. To steal the crown of the king of the pirates all for myself, papa, I'll go down in my tribe's history. Apu cackled ecstatically. Vivi blinked thoughtfully. Wait, doesn't that mean? Mary shushed her with a grin. I want to see how this plays out in the future. There is nothing in the world that matters more than freedom, Marigold quietly contributed. I believe I've made my point as stated. Now, dedicating ourselves to the integrity of the Marines was all well and good when it was just Marines here, but let's face it. This organization has expanded beyond the corruption of the Navy, and our goals have to expand with it. What I propose is thus, that what we no longer merely aim to rebuild justice, but rather that we aim to rebuild the whole
It's
world.
over here.
It is my personal opinion that together, we must
kinda
strive to
wanted to
build
put
a
it at the
world where those who
crib
do
on
not seek
this
adventure or
corner.
excitement are justly protected. Yes, but also a world
But
that
it's
allows
right
those
next
who
to
are
the
swayed by the lure
radiator,
of
and
the
that's
seas,
not good.
swayed by adventure and freedom, to follow their calling freely, and without worry. There was a long pause as everyone considered my word. Hey, what the hell, I've been backing crazy long odds since day one anyways, Smoker muttered with a sigh. It sounds idealistic, but honestly, Hina does not believe that that is a point against it, all things considered, Hina added. And besides, since one of crazy long odds
Okay,
meant
I
anything
need
to the
a
Straw
baby
Hats or
cut.
anyone on their side. Jonathan mused with a smirk. We could definitely support something like that, Dory hummed. Bigger fights and bigger risks. Brody cackled. You're damn right we can support the hell out of that. Papa.
Let's buy
Press the
a
Straw Hats to
cute
jump to
one.
the absolute craziest option. Apu cackled. Foxy sighed with a grimace. I'm technically a part of their crew, so I'm going right to hell alongside them no matter what I say, he donned a pained smile a moment later. So I guess that means I might as well charge right in with everything I've got. So, Mr. Cross, if I am understanding you
Kinda like
correctly, Tsuru
this
cut in with a measure of sharpness.
one.
You're proposing that we strive first for destroying the current world, and then rebuilding from the ashes to create an entirely new world as well as we can manage. Is that right? I made to respond, and then I grinned from ear to ear as a thought struck me. Yes, that's exactly what I'm proposing. And as such, I spread
pinks
my
look
arms invitingly
Kind
before all
of
of my comrades,
gross.
physically present or otherwise. Unless anyone protests, be it either to this change of objective or to what I'm about to suggest, it is my official opinion that we change this organization's name to something that makes our purpose evident to all. Ladies, gentlemen, assorted bastards and bitches, I propose that henceforth we label ourselves as the New World Masons. All in favor? Aye. A unanimous chorus of voices sounded out, with varying amounts of enthusiasm. Motion carried. I nodded gratefully. Anyways, that's everything particularly pressing at the moment. Who's up next? No, he's on first. Thwack. Yo. Soundbite flinched back into his shell with a yelp. Thank you, I nodded gratefully at Zoro. Just be happy I didn't hit you too, he countered. Well, if I may. Jonathan cut in, though without any heat. I am currently in possession of 2 pieces of news, both good and bad. Beginning with the brighter news, with the heavy damage to Black Harm Island, the Navy is in need of a new training base for their recruits, and have selected Navarone. Not only will this omit any lingering budget issues we have, but it should also prove an invaluable resource in turning soldiers to
that
our
one
number,
has much
as well as
better
spreading
colors.
our presence and influence across the globe. I struggled not to let a massive grin split my face, with Jonathan in command. Not even Ekinu was likely to root out the mole mine we were setting up. But the other part of what he said still stuck in my mind, leading me to refusing to let me celebrate yet. And the bad news. I asked, not stopping the dread that creeped into my voice. Jonathan's smile promptly dropped into a frown. Well, the former staff of Black Harm Island has relocated to the fortress so as to continue training operations. And after gauging the personality of the chief instructor, I elected to try offering him the position of Taurus. He seemed intrigued at first, but the moment I brought up that we were acquiring intelligence from pirates, he closed off entirely. I felt my heart threatening to explode. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being Ikanu's on his way. I began weakly. Calm down, Cross. He may not be willing to join us, but he's not willing to betray us either. He simply has his reservations about cooperating with pirates. When it comes to matters of justice, he acknowledges the corruption of the world government, and he respects our endeavors to fix it. And he hasn't done anything to change his view of pirates. I ground out. It had Cross. But the recent attack by Captain Kidd has served to remind him of all the reasons why he and his despised pirates. I promptly slapped a hand to my face, groaning. Right, I read something about that dumbass almost getting torn in two by an ex-admiral. Of course it'd be the same one. If I may. Vivi spoke up. Just how deep is this ex-admiral's grudge against pirates? Because maybe I could try, and... In the early days of his career, he lost his wife and son, and more recently he lost an entire division of cadets, save for 2, along with his arm. All to pirates, T-Bone wheezed. Withdrawn. Vivi squeaked. I sighed, shaking my head. All right, well, if there's one silver lining here, it's that someone of admiral-level strength sympathizes with our cause. Even if he doesn't support us. That's more than I can say for any other admiral, for now anyway. I looked up seriously. But still, that was too close of a call. If he wasn't sympathetic, we'd all be gargling magma about now. As such, I think we need to come up with a contingency plan for later recruitment attempts. After all, if we let even a single thread get pulled, then everything could potentially come apart at the seams. What exactly are you suggesting, Cross? Vivi asked in a steely tone. Why, watch it. I snapped indignantly. I'm not Crocodile, and I'm not suggesting we become Baroque works here. There are more ways to keep people quiet than death. Just ask Capricorn and Rooster. Seeing as they each have some of the best practitioners of one such method on their respective crews. There was a confused pause as everyone wondered what I was referring to, until Hina perked up thoughtfully. Hina has Django, and Golden Week escaped onto the cannibal with her cohorts, the infamous Black Cage mused. You're suggesting that we hypnotize them. Tell me it's not a good idea,
Which
I challenge.
looks nice.
It's non-lethal. I've never heard of there being any long-lasting damage, and if it works properly, there's no chance of them ratting us out. Plus, if all goes well, we'll soon have another person capable of brainwashing in our ranks. I blinked. Actually, what about you, Vice Admiral Tsuru? I don't know much about the wash-wash fruit, but do you think... Possibly, the Vice Admiral muttered ponderously. I've never tried it before, but then again, it's never too late to teach an old ability user new tricks. I'll see about going out on a few patrols to experiment. Sengoku shouldn't bat an eyelash at my request to be away from Marineford, or more precisely, him for a while. I grimaced uncomfortably. For what it's worth, I still believe he's a good man. I just... aired his moral failings and dirty laundry to the entire world, Tsuru responded. I'm aware of that. My issue isn't so much the laundry itself as the fact that he ever accumulated it in the first place. She heaved a weary sigh. He was my friend, and I thought I knew him, and instead he hid so much from me. I understand that there's pressure at the top, but there's only so much that I can forgive. And I realize now that he passed that point long ago, and for that revelation, I both condemn and thank you. I grimaced at the weary resignation in her voice, but nonetheless nodded in acceptance. All right, so we've got 4 capable of it. That should be enough for now. Does anyone else have suggestions for additions to the cleaners? A pause fell, and Tsuru broke it with a scoff that sounded more like a chuckle. Simple, but it will do. Now. Wait, hold on a sec. Tashi spoke up hastily. I know that I'm going to regret this, but Golden Week, Django, and Vice Admiral Tsuru are only 3. Who's number 4? The other sheep sailing about on the high seas. Mary whistled innocently. Ooh, someone else explain, please. Foxy requested uneasily. Preferably in a way that makes sense. Oh, she's talking about Khalifa, I bluntly replied. She should be contacting you soon, and I imagine that with enough practice and training from Suru, she should be capable of wiping memories too. After all, she was partially successful on Nami on her first try. Isn't that right, Nami? Nami responded by rolling her eyes. Khalifa, Tashigi finally bit out. As in CP9 Khalifa. The exact same Khalifa who tried to kill you all. You mean sort of like how most everyone on this call has tried to kill us in the past and still fantasize about killing me today? I responded dryly. Seriously, how can you be even remotely surprised by this? Moving on, right now, the lieutenant snarled, soliciting chuckles from most of the listeners. Am I, haha? Seriously, Tashi, I thought you were past the dit stage by now, Mary snickered. Cottonmouth. You are as annoying as Cross, Tashi, he spat acridly. I snorted in laughter, but looked curiously at Mary. She was laughing too, but it was clear that it wasn't out of amusement. It seemed more joyful. Oh, you don't know the half of it, do you, Tashigi? Mary said with a smile. I'm definitely going to have to get on the SBS next time to start telling the world more about their ships. Like I told Iceberg and Frankie, the ship's heart is their crew. His or her likes and dislikes, his or her behavior, his or her knowledge, all comes from the ones who he or she carries. She sat back with a wide, peaceful smile on her face. I've soaked up a little of everyone on the crew. They've made me who I am, and I couldn't be happier or prouder. Though I'm not planning on joining Zoro or Leo for a sword fight anytime soon. Wait, wah? Zoro asked, sitting up. Then he blinked in realization. You're saying that you're capable of mimicking all of our fighting styles, Mary? The ship girl shrugged. Well, obviously, I can't duplicate Luffy or Robin or anyone else who relies on their devil fruit. But for hand-to-hand combat or weaponry, it's more like muscle memory than actual training, but yeah, I think I can fake it all well enough. All present stared at Mary. Then suddenly, the sound of mass scratching filled the air, drawing our attention back to Soundbite, who was himself glancing down at his grinding teeth in confusion.
Not
What
that
are you all
good at
doing?
making
We're
it
taking
yet.
notes, of course, Foxy scoffed. Do you have any idea how much of a riot went on when her wanted poster was published? Confirming beyond any doubt that an autonomous ship was
Soy
responsible
más
for rescuing the Straw Hats from an ice
puedo hacer
lobby.
albóndigas sin ningún
Congratulations, you
problema.
managed to start a global trend that's going to last for years, Hina huffed. You complete. Raging. Bastards, Tashigi ground out in a long-suffering tone. There was a tense silence as we considered that before Vivi coughed. Anyways, that's everything on your end, Vice Admiral Jonathan. As of now, yes. Perfect, I nodded in satisfaction. So anyone else have news before I drop another bombshell? Someone please say yes, Smoker groaned. Well, I do have one more bit of news, Suru stated, a vindictive grin sliding onto her face. All of you pirates can breathe a little easier for the immediate future. You see, on account of the sudden surge in public unrest and the bad publicity following Anai's lobby, there's been a bout of, shall we say, reassigning going on. Oh, I let a smirk spread across my face. Please do tell. 4 days earlier, Admiral Akinu Sakazuki was glowering worse than usual as he entered his superior's office. He had an operation to plan, damn it, and losing that brat Bartolomeo was infuriating. Report, Sengoku ordered tersely, the Roman 4 drip hanging at his side serving to emphasize just how drained the Admiral of the Fleets was. Black Bart Bartolomeo successfully escaped into the calm belt, Akinu immediately and tersely summarized. Boa Hancock reported failure in tracking him down, and there has been no news of him since his escape. All marine bases in Paradise have been notified to send word if they see him, and in the meantime, his bounty will be tripled. Sengoku huffed out an angry sigh, idly shuffling through the papers on his desk as he listened. How can one crew have provoked this much trouble? He glanced up irritably. One that doesn't have a D. On it, I mean. I assure you, Sengoku, that this will be the last time they do, Akinu stated. The Straw Hat Pirates should have been exterminated upon their first broadcast, and that's a mistake that I fully intend to rectify. The Buddha human didn't even spare the Admiral a glance as he snorted dismissively. Whatever the hell you're thinking about, forget it. For now, he waved his hand at the chair in front of his desk. Why don't you just take a seat, make yourself comfortable? We're going to be here a while. With all due respect, sir, Akinu responded as he shook his head and started to turn towards the door. My men are already preparing my battleship to sail for Water 7, and we're leaving within the hour. By this time tomorrow. Crash! Akinu flinched as a massive golden fist shot by his head and smashed the office's doors. Sit your fucking ass down now! The Admiral shot a glare at his superior, flaring the temperature in the room to the same levels as a raging volcano as he prepared to protest. Akinu. Before clicking his mouth shut and killing the heat dead when he briefly found himself confronted with the sight of a horizon swallowing. Eye-searingly divine figure. The next instant, he was back in Sengoku's office, the human admiral of the fleet still engrossed in his paperwork. Sengoku glanced up at Akinu. Sit down. Akinu tried to muster some form of resistance. Sengoku's eyes glinted gold. Before I stopped being polite, and then promptly planted his ass in what he suspected was a deliberately 2 sizes too small seat. The fleet admiral leveled a stare at him, looking for all the world like the displeased boss that he was. Just so we're clear, the only reason I am keeping myself calm in this situation is that my age has been showing lately, and I can't maintain my rage for more than a few seconds without my heart giving out on me. Make no mistake, however. We've had more resignations in the last 24 hours than the last 2 years. At least 15% of the world government's nations have attempted or succeeded in revolution, and above all else, worldwide opinion of the Marines is at an all-time low. I am furious. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing more. And the 2 major catalysts for this are the publicizing of CP9 Black Book, which Spandam is being punished for, and the destruction of Ohara. As it stands, we will be lucky if the deployment of the Buster Call isn't deemed a war crime worthy of impel down come the next reverie. What? Akinu jerked forward in shock. Sir, I realize that call didn't exactly go according to protocol. Proto. Sengoku started to roar before wincing and ramming his fist into his chest. You want to speak to me about protocol? While I acknowledge that all buster calls have high casualty rates, none before have resulted in genocide. I had to be certain that. Smash! Akinu promptly shut up when Sengoku's fist split his desk. To reiterate, Sengoku hissed, do not let my calm demeanor fool you, Mutt. I am begging you for any excuse you can give me so that I can lock you away like you deserve. Will you be kind enough to give me that excuse? The Admiral wisely kept his trap shut. Sengoku snorted dismissively as he returned his attention to his paperwork. Of course, now is when you decide to wise up. As I was saying, the main cause of the outcry is the fact that you and Admiral sacrificed a shipload of Marines and civilians for no other reason than your own thorough justice. And what's wrong with? Sengoku whipped a form out of a drawer and slapped it on the desk. Akinu took one look at the paper, registered the words dishonorable discharge, and decided to immediately rethink his priorities. As it stands, Sengoku continued, I'd like nothing more than to throw the book at you just as I did to Spandam, as that would be the easiest and best way to diminish all of the negative publicity we're getting. But as it stands, your abilities remain too much of an asset for the Navy for me to do that. So, what I'm going to do instead is to make sure you don't end up anywhere in the public eye for the foreseeable future. He pushed his paperwork forward for Akinu to see. Your new marching orders are as follows. You and Vice Admiral Oniguma, who I am equally infuriated with, will be working together from now on. You will not be assigned to Marineford. You will not be assigned to anywhere in Paradise. He leaned forward, positioning himself so that he was looming over the suddenly, though quietly, terrified Admiral. Your assignment is to bury yourself in the new world like the tick that we both know you are, and wage war against the 4 emperors. You are going to do your level best to remind me, remind Kong, and remind everyone else who outranks you as to why we consider you so much of an asset, and why we cannot simply condemn your overkill happy ass to level 6 of Impelled Down. And if you don't... Sengoku pushed himself up from his desk, the light falling just right so that his face was hidden in shadows, 2 golden orbs where his eyes were. There is a very real possibility that we will forget. He leaned forward and glared in the Admiral's face. Do I make myself clear, soldier? Crystal, sir, the Admiral ground out. Perfect, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, ignoring Akinu's tone as he returned to his paperwork. Just so you know, I fully expected that you would be difficult up to this point, so I decided to get some assistance in this endeavor.
Supposed to be
that prompted
pink?
Akinu to blink in confusion. Wait, what do you mean by... Smash. Akinu spun around as the entire wall of the office smashed inwards, fully prepared to end whoever the intruder was, and promptly paled in horror when he realized who the intruder was. Hello, Mutt, a grinning monkey D. Garp chuckled grimly as he strode up to his technical superior, slowly cracking his knuckles one by one. Been a while. Don't worry, this won't be long. I'm just going to explain to you why you're going to stay the hell away from my grandson. For the first time in over a decade, Admiral Akinu Sakazuki swallowed fearfully. Oh. After that, well, suffice to say that we probably won't be dealing with that particular walking menace anytime in the near future. He just arrived in the New World today, along with a large selection of Marines with, shall we say, similar views concerning justice. Odds are quite high that it will be much easier to weed out potential supporters now that Akinu is on the other side of the red line, both in Marineford and on the high seas. I wasn't quite capable of responding to Tsuru on account of how I was only half listening. The reason for this lack of attentiveness was that halfway through her explanation, all of the pirates present, my friends, and I included, and a few of the Marines started straight up dying with laughter. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! My sides! My sides! Bartolomeo howled, tears gushing from his eyes. It's couldn't happen, be but worse this'll be I cackled. I must agree here, T-Bone gasped, obviously wheezing in an effort to get enough air in his lungs. I have been waiting for that literal son of a bitch to get comeuppance for the last 12 years. It took a good 3 minutes for us to get ourselves under control enough for Tsuru to speak again. Alright, that's all the news I have from the top presently. Is there anything more to discuss this evening? A few seconds of silence. I may as well say that I've collected a few more crews for our cause, Foxy said with a shrug. Also, there seems to be some suspicious activity going around the base of one Captain Moore. Isolated away from any civilian dwellings, ideal for corruption to fester. Suggestion noted, Tsuru said, and a slight sound of scratching came across the connection. I can assure you that I will be bringing a high recommendation of the New World Masons to my superior, Marigold added. I cannot promise yet that they will join due to our circumstances, but I believe that whatever resources we can safely offer are at your disposal. Which is a big deal, I confirmed with a sage nod.
She wants the
I
whole
then snapped my head up
world
as a thought struck me. Oh, and speaking of extra resources, good news. I met Dragon, and we're officially allies of the Revolutionary Army now. The silence was deafening. All in favor of not questioning this turn of events and merely rolling with it, Jonathan suggested. I was the unanimous chorus. Heh. Honestly, I don't feel comfortable thinking about it too hard, so I'll agree there too, I snickered before clapping my hands together. Alright, if there's no further business, I move that we bring this meeting of the New World Masons to a close. Seconded Smoker agreed. A few seconds in silence passed. Motion carried, Apu stated. I'm looking forward to the next time I can hijack the SBS Cross. Ka-lick. Cheers to a new world, Cross. Ka-lick. Marigold and Bartolomeo departed, and one by one the connections dropped, until the only one speaking through sound bite was the snail himself. So who exactly is Cobra? Vivi asked as she confirmed that the connections were gone. Boa Marigold, the youngest of Boa Hancock's 2 sisters, I replied, to much widening of eyes. And yes, I mean Boa, the only female warlord and the most beautiful woman on the 6 Seas Hancock. Suffice to say that the only reason she's a warlord is that her contract with the government is the only thing keeping them from raiding her island.
Fine.
The Boa sisters have more justifiable hatred against them and the male gender than even you can imagine. Nami raised her finger and started to speak, but promptly lowered said finger and snapped her mouth shut.
Sleeping
I'd
in
asked,
the
but then I
baby
remembered what was
cot.
lying behind the last time I
Oh,
asked,
that's
and I'd rather not have
hilarious.
nightmares. Thank you very much. My other confidants nodded in agreement with varying amounts of desperation. I shook my head free of those thoughts as I looked back at the sun, nearly setting, and I felt a smile grow on my face. Hell of a view. I was shaken out of the wonder by a small tug on my pant leg, prompting me to look down at Mary's smiling face. And I wouldn't be here seeing it without you, she whispered happily. Or me, Vivi sniffed haughtily as she stepped up to me, before looking to the side with a blush and a grin as she rubbed her finger under her nose. Though honestly, I think that the positives are outweighing the negatives at this point. What they're saying is that you've been making a difference, Cross Zoro explained with a roll of his eyes. He then donned a glare when Nami thwapped him upside the head, wearing a cheeky grin of her own. And what this lug is saying, she chuckled, is that we're all happy you're here, Cross. Not me. Soundbite denied, not very convincingly. If it weren't for you, I'd have hit a big in showbiz. But instead, here you are slumming it with us, huh? I needled with a smirk of my own. Bah. When you put it like that, I suppose it could be worse. Soundbite whistled to the side in an oh-so-innocent manner. I chuckled as I patted his shell, watching the sun sink all the while. Don't ever change, Soundbite. Not even if they paid me, Cross. Not even then. Oh. The six of us watched the sunset from the lip of the fountain until it vanished over the horizon, then headed back to the base for a casual night, followed by a casual day and another casual night. The only occurrences of any noteworthiness during that time were Zoro picking out a new sheath for Funk, Frieda and Mary finally growing strong and stable enough to move without her crutches, though it'd be a while longer before she was capable of full-on running. Then, on the morning of our 7th day since escaping Nai's lobby, Zambai and a visibly exhausted Polly woke us up early to inform us that the new ship was finished. Needless to say, within the hour, all 21 of us were assembled on Scrap Island, facing a massive structure covered with a massive tarp, held by 2/3 of the remnants of Tom's workers. Oh, Nagagaga. I wasn't about to miss the chance to do this.
Okay.
Cora chuckled, standing alongside Iceberg and ready to tear off the tarp at a moment's notice. After all, the last time I was a part of an unveiling like this, it was for old Jackie himself. Woo! Luffy whooped eagerly, all the implications of the moment lost as he jumped from foot to foot with ill-suppressed eagerness. New ship, new ship. Luffy wasn't alone in his eagerness, either big surprise. Everyone else on the crew was just as eager as him, though the degrees to which they were showing it varied. From Chopper's equally starry-eyed squealing to Zoro's stoic smile. Still, even in the midst of all the anxiety and fervor, Kana still had enough wits about herself to glance around with a thoughtful look. I'm sorry, but shouldn't we wait for Frankie? I mean, he did build this new ship, right? No way. If he's not here, that's his problem. I'm too eager for you all to see Big Bro large and in charge to wait. Mary squealed, bouncing for joy on Funk, Freed's newly plate mail armored head. Said armor having been acquired courtesy of his brand spanking new sheath. Easy there, the elephant sword chuckled, centering Mary on his head with a poke of his trunk.
What are you
I'll
doing
admit, I'm pretty
Go
eager myself, I breathed, already soaking in the covered form before me with awe. My memory's a little bit fuzzy, 6 months of wear and tear and all, but one thing I'm positive of. I shook my head slowly. The ship that I remember was not that big. Hey, yeah, Mary laughed into her hand. Frankie was going to make him smaller, but once he heard how many of us there are and once he got some say-so in matters. He told Frankie one thing and one thing only.
enough?
Her grin widened to the point that it was visible even with her hand in place. Big. I nodded numbly as I took it all in. Yeah.
I can make them, but I don't need them all that often.
This is going to be epic, Mickey whispered softly as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. His reaction mirrored between the rest of the crew's dugongs. Enough waiting, show us our ship already. Luffy roared, throwing up his fists in impatience. How well, if that's how you feel, Iceberg nodded in knowing agreement. With Frankie gone, I'll just have to unveil the ship to you in his place. And I have to say, it is quite a ship. My eyes lit up when I beheld the blueprints for the ship, and for good reason. This ship is truly incredible, capable of... Oh, will you shut your trap already? Wah. Whack. Gah. Iceberg yelped when a pair of small feet slammed into his face and knocked him aside. Dynamic entry. Mary proclaimed as she stuck her landing, none the worse for wear after Funk. Freed had flung her at the foreman, apparently at her prompting. She then flashed a pair of victory signs with a large grin. Mary addition. Nami promptly leveled a flat glare at me. I blame you. I donned a massive grin of my own as I flashed my own victory sign. I accept that blame with pride. What the hell was that for, you brat? Iceberg demanded as he shot up into a sitting position, pinching his bleeding nose shut. You were taking too long. Mary stuck her tongue out at the man before grinning at us. And Big Bro's getting impatient, so without further ado, she grabbed the hem of our new ship's cover. I give you none other than my brand spanking new Big Bro. And the amusement and bemusement amidst the crew faded into non-existence as we beheld the spectacle that Mary unveiled. Awesome! Hidi Trio and TWS exclaimed. Boss bowed and shook his head with a chuckle. Truly, he breathed out a proud cloud of smoke. A ship capable of fulfilling all manner of man's romances. Teach, Zoro smiled honestly. Now that's a big ship. Incredible, Robin breathed, lightly thumbing her Stetson's brim up. The kitchen. I need to see the kitchen right away. Sanji declared. It's magnificent. Kanas gasped, clasping her hands before her chest. I'll second that. Sue nodded her head emphatically in agreement. Even I'm impressed, this is amazing. Lasso panted eagerly. I've seen the battleships of Marineford, and this blows them clean out of the water. Funkfried trumpeted. Forget Marineford. Vivi squealed, stars shining in her eyes. Over half the ships that show up to the Reverie pale in comparison, and those carry kings. All second that. Karu squawked as he snapped his wing up in salute. The god of noise has been left speechless, Soundbite gaped in awe. and in all honesty I couldn't blame my partner, seeing as I was right there with him. Double the budget and add a ship whisperer into the development, and the result was well. It was definitely the Straw Hat Pirate's second ship. The design was unmistakable, but in form, it was an entirely new beast that stood before me. The first and most obvious distinction was the third mast sitting in the middle section of the ship sporting furled square sails, part of a distinctly longer middle deck that gave the ship a leaner, sleeker look than the cannon vessel. The mizzenmast on the rear deck had been adjusted too. The arms of the mast were now parallel with the length of the ship instead of perpendicular, and I think the sails were different too. Sue me, I'm not a maritime expert. They'd adjusted the bow too. The lion figurehead was now on the end of a longer extension sporting additional sail lines, and the entire bow was more sharply curved forward. And I squinted at the form of iceberg standing next to the ship. I think it might have been a bit higher above the water too. The overall effect was a ship that wasn't just 50% heavier, or so Iceberg informed us, but that also just plain looked faster than the admittedly kind of squat and tubby cannon ship. It wasn't as inviting, but it made it look a bit meaner, so overall I think it was a bit of a wash in that department. My inspection done, I leaned over to Nami, who was still doing her own examination. So what kind of ship is this exactly? I'm pretty sure it's a three-masted bark, she absolutely replied. There was a momentary pause, and then she grinned the sunniest grin I'd seen on her face in a long while. It is. Oh, this is perfect. I was a bit worried they'd give us a ship-rigged tub, but this'll turn circles around most marine ships. And we'll definitely have enough people to man the rigging. I was worried about that too. Oh, I can't wait to get at the helm and take her for a cruise. Yeah, I'll take your word for it, I chuckled, feeling a drop of sweat run down the back of my head. Anyway though, before we go on board, I think we should give our newest crewmate his name. What? Mary's attitude spun around immediately as she shot a stern glare at me. Cross, unveiling him without Frankie being here's one thing, but to not let the one who conceived him have any part. If my memory is accurate, the name he set his heart on his new battle, Frankie, Lion Gang champion, I said, most certainly not with a smirk. Right then. Let's give Big Bro his name before we go on board. Mary cheered, her attitude completing its revolution, albeit with a way more rigid smile. That should be easy. Usopp smiled eagerly as he turned towards me. Cross in the story, what? Usopp. Gah. Our sniper yelped when Luffy suddenly shouted. We can't just ask Cross for the ship's name, our captain informed him. He only knows the name that a crew just like ours asked. If we choose the same name, fine, but we have to choose it ourselves. We're not just gonna steal it from them. Well, Usopp bowed his head in admonishment before smiling confidently at Luffy. Well, in that case, what names do you have? Luffy crossed his arms and tilted his head to the side,
Tiles?
smoke all but visibly wafting up from his head as his mental gears ground against each other. And then his head popped up with a grin, a light bulb practically shining over his head. Black bear, polar bear, lion, tiger. There was a heavy silence as everyone stared at him before Usopp clapped his hands. Right, anyone else? Oh. Vivi waved her hand eagerly. How about the grace of Sekhmet? Denied. Mary sang, popping her hand up. Big Bro's a boy. Vivi's face flushed as she slowly lowered her head. Oh, yeah, right. Still way better than Luffy's suggestion, I muttered. Like that's hard, Karoo muttered under his breath. Super Wolf, Gorilla Bear. We all ignored the rubber man in favor of waiting for someone else to speak up. How about Kunis tapped her chin thoughtfully before pounding her fist in her palm with a satisfied smile. Fluffy McFluff, Meist. That sounds fierce, right? She waited for a moment before glancing around in confusion when nobody said anything. What? What's wrong? Sue slapped a paw to her face with a moan. Oh honey. Next. How about Big Boss Lionel? Zoro volunteered. I suggest Mr. Sunflower, Sunny contributed. Dandelion Lion Dandy Unbearable Bear was Luffy's contribution. What is wrong with you three? Usopp roared incredulously. Better question, what isn't? Lasso snorted. Alright, that's it, silence from the monster trio. Mary barked, exasperation battling with how she looked to be 3 seconds from busting a stitch. Honestly, I had to agree with Mary on this one. Those names were so bad that even our ship was sporting a sweat drop of its own. Or maybe that was just ocean spray, hard to tell. Then Robin opened her mouth. Do not say being of darkness, I warned her. She promptly tilted her hat down and glanced to the side with a whistle as many of the crew turned to stare at her. Nostromo then, she suggested. My head bounced as the sheer weight of that name struck me. I'd go for Ishimura myself, Boss proclaimed with a stab of his cigar. Agreed. His students barked eagerly. My head bounced even harder from that one. Tesk. Amateurs, the lot of you. Soundbite sniffed imperiously. Clearly our beloved vessel deserves one name and one name only. I shot a glare at Soundbite out of the corner of my eye. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking. All hail the Enterprise. Wham. And that one was heavy enough that I'd outright face faulted. Captain. I growled into the dirt. My patience is rapidly wearing thin as is the integrity of my skull. Okay, Luffy nodded. Mary. What does our ship want to be named? Doesn't work that way, Mary deadpan as she waved her hand before her face. We name him, he doesn't have any opinion either way except that it not be terrible. Luffy slowly nodded his head in understanding. Oh. Chopper snapped his head up as an idea came to him, eagerly grinning at me. Cross, you can't tell us what the other crew named their ship, but it's alright if we come to the same name on our own. Soak, and you tell me what led them to choose that name. Luffy perked up with a grin at that. Hey, that works. I'm with Chopper. Come on, Cross, what was it? I hesitated for a moment, glancing around at the crew and confirming that everyone was giving me their consent before looking at the ship before us and searching my thoughts for a good way to word this. And then I had it. I grinned as I jerked my chin dead ahead. If you want an answer, I drawled. Then just looked to his mane. All eyes turned toward the figurehead, staring at the orange spikes that composed its mane. For a few seconds, they just stared. Then I smiled as I saw understanding come into their eyes, lighting them all up one by one. The second everyone got it, I spread my arms wide. Ladies and gentlemen, I proclaimed proudly, allow me to introduce you all to the second and hopefully final ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. The ship that will carry us all to the shores of the Isle of Rathful. The ship that is destined to carry us across the sunny waters of 1,000 seas. Please welcome, I swung my arm at the ship's figurehead. The Thousand Sunny. The instant the words left my lips, a wave struck the ship and caused it to rear up in the water, a groan, no, a roar echoing out from every plank of wood that composed him. I am so in love with this crew, I breathed. And he really loves that name. Mary cried as she literally jumped for joy. She. Luffy laughed happily. Then the Thousand Sunny it is. C.H. Zoro grumbled. I still say the big boss Lionel would be better. Denied. Boss immediately interjected. There's only one boss on this crew and he likes his cigars thick and his enemies powerful. Well, I certainly like it, Nami said with a smile. Sunny. Full approval here. Usopp and Chopper cheered as they shot their hands up. Agreed. The teenage Dugong warrior squad leapt and shouted as one. Kanus nodded her head politely. Pleased to meet you, Sunny. Ditto. Sue cheered in agreement. Looks to me like everyone's as happy with the name as he is. Funkfried remarked. Well, if that's the case, then there's only one thing left to do. Mary proclaimed. The ship girl rapped her fist on the nearest part of Sunny's hull she could reach, and a rope dropped down from the rigging in response. She then wrapped the rope around her arm and gave it a firm tug. Now, the rope dropping could have been a coincidence, but the rope yanking Mary up and onto the deck's railing. Not a coincidence. Come on. Mary cried, waving her arms eagerly. I'll give you all the grand tour. I blinked stupidly as I tried to figure out what the hell I'd just seen. Well, shit. Nagagaga. Well, that's certainly not something you see every day. Kokoro laughed uproariously. What the? How? Iceberg demanded. I never saw anything like that, and Iceberg's eyes then widened in realization, his jaw dropping like a stone. All those times you snuck off during construction. That's right to legit. Mary sang, swaying side to side as she stuck her tongue out. Big bro Frankie was technically a part of the crew by the time everyone hit an ice, so I picked up some shipwriting from him. And while we were building Big Bro, I hid tons and tons of tricks and gimmicks all around his body, and only I know how to work them. Cool, huh? Considering how I actually got to know you while we were building Thousand Sunny. Iceberg swallowed heavily as he eyed the ship girl. Terrifying might be the more appropriate term. Just be glad she's on our side. Kokoro chuckled, knocking back her bottle. I took that as my cue to not pursue the subject. Right then, I said eagerly. Given most of my knowledge is now completely null and void, what say we go ahead and look at our new home? Luffy had rocketed himself to the deck long before I finished speaking, and the rest of the crew barely waited before we were all running towards the beautiful bark. A few ropes and rubber lines later, and we were standing on one of the Thousand Sunny's key features, Cannon and Now. There's a lawn. Luffy laughed eagerly, he and the rest of the kitty trio plus Lasso throwing themselves onto the grass and rolling around in bliss. You've just made yourself a friend of seafaring dogs the world over. McCannon panted ecstatically. Forget the dogs, I'm in heaven. Sue cheered as she shot to and fro about the lawn.
Oh, it's not available
so much
yet.
earth, so much green, and I'm going to be living on it. Woo! And trees too. Funkfried breathed in awe as he chowed down on a few leaves from one of said trees. This is wow. You can definitely say that again, I replied. And I meant it too, because wow was the only conceivable word for the Sunny's mid-deck. The cannon version had been impressive enough, but this,
Can I go with
a field of greenery that was twice as long and half
The
again the
wallpaper
width,
looks
and this was all on a
gross.
ship. And the size wasn't the only obvious difference in the deck either. Oh, what's this? Sanji whistled appreciatively as he looked around the structure he'd entered. It was a pavilion erected in the center of the deck between the main masts, though closer to the second. It was a simple thing, really, 10 feet tall, 8 wide, and about 16 long, and raised on a deck of wood. Overall, it looked like a wall-less if well-maintained shack. Currently, Sanji was occupied with the central feature of the pavilion, an empty rectangular bar erected in the center of the building. So, he mused as he ran his hand over the bar's countertop. I take it that this place is meant to be a picnic area or something like that. Even better, Mary proclaimed, stomping her foot in the grass. Said stomp caused a section of the floorboards in the center of the bar to part open, and allowed a table of metal to rise into sight. Its purpose was unclear only until the air above the metal started to shimmer, joined by a few trails of smoke. Sanji was practically drooling as he took it in. An outdoor hibat, he grill. More than just that. Mary sang. Hey Con-S. The Skypian said, looking over from where she'd been watching Sue clamber about one of the trees. What is it? Oh, nothing much, Mary giggled. I just wanted to show you. She stomped the grass again, causing the grill to retract and a number of metal walls with metal sheets over them to rise and fill the whole bar area. Yet another stomp, and the sheets sank to reveal all of the weapons she had brought with her hung up in a Raiden style. Your own personal armory, Mary proclaimed as she swung her arms out. Oh wow. Con-S breathed in awe before hesitating slightly. But Mary, even if those weapons are hidden below the deck, is it really such a good idea to have them all out in the open like this? Already thought of that, Tilda. Mary sang, and with yet another stomp, a quartet of walls shot up and properly sealed the armory, with a plain old hinged door in the side allowing for easy entrance and exit. Voila! Ready to weather the worst that the elements can throw at us. Sanji pushed the door open and poked his head out with an impressed whistle. This'll definitely be handy. For many reasons. Glad to hear it. Mary nodded before turning to Lasso and Funkfried. This place'll also be you guys' sleeping quarters, special cases for the both of you to snooze in. Sound good. The Zoan weapons exchanged glances before nodding contentedly. Does to me. Funkfried replied. Sure as heck beat sleeping on my stomach. Lasso chuffed. Great. Mary said, beaming. And don't worry, I'll teach you guys how to work the pavilion's controls so that you can operate it yourselves. Oh, and Canis. She jabbed her finger at the gunner. There are also a ton of controls all throughout Sunny that work the cannons, aiming them and firing them and all that. So I'll teach you how to work those too. Fair warning, it'll be a lot of work. You think you're up for it? Canis didn't even hesitate to pump both her fists in a clear show of readiness, steam all but shooting from her nostrils and her eyes shining. Of course. And don't worry, she won't be alone either. Sue cried, leaping onto her owner's shoulder. One is good, two is better. Mary grinned. All right, I'll start showing you the ropes once we're on our way. Oh, and speaking of which, she rapped her fist against the primary mainmast, the one with the weight room crow's nest, and another rope with a handle at the end dropped down. She looked at me and pointed to the rope, grinning. Just give that a yank and it'll take you straight to the radio room. Fair warning, you're gonna want to hang on tight. I exchanged eager grins with Soundbite before jogging over to the line, grabbing it firmly and giving it a hard yank. One arm straining, an utterly exhilarating ride later, I was perched on the roof of the crow's nest. I was a bit confused at first, but then Soundbite indicated a trapdoor in the roof that I was pretty damn certain hadn't been there in canon. So I popped it open, dropped through, and entered my personal radio room. Apparently, Frankie and Mary had installed a makeshift attic in the weight room, which they converted into where I was now. Admittedly, the room was kind of plain at first glance. A slot on the wall designed for my transceiver, a large swiveling chair beside a desk, a perch with a bowl nearby where Soundbite could sit and nom on whatever the heck he wanted, and a bed Frankie's definition of a cot. I'm sure at the other end of the room. That was about it though. It made sense. I suppose I'd have to decorate on my own time. Kind of a whoa what the... Soundbite cut himself off as he noticed his voice echoing. I looked more closely at the walls, and then I recognized that thanks to the angle and design, they bounce any sound that came from near the chair. I grinned with Soundbite's powers that had serious potential. This is so cool, I breathed. I know, right? Luffy agreed. I started in shock as Luffy's voice came from the desk. I approached the desk, slid the top back using a handle I'd located. Whoa, a Soundbite gaped. I felt my jaw drop almost to the desk as I took in the large collection of pipe-like tubes arranged like a piano, each one labeled for a different place on the ship. Then, looking up, I saw that I had missed what was behind the desk, a collection of pipes that made the desk look more like a freaking pipe organ. Acting on a hunch, I pressed one of the keys for the deck and spoke up. Hey, can anyone hear me? Cross. Zora's voice came out of the corresponding pipe. The heck, did you get Soundbite's powers or something? Nope. Mary piped up from another pipe. He just found the ship-wide comm system I put in his room. Lets him hear everything across the ship, and spread his voice everywhere too. Neat, huh? But ain't dat what Soundbite's foul? Hehehe. Karu snickered through the pipes. Oh, so you mean you want Soundbite to keep his monopoly on all things auditory? Hey, Squawk. Soundbite hummed thoughtfully before cocking his head to the side. Bah. I shall be gracious enough to grant you all this trespass into my domain. Glad to hear it, my liege. Now hurry up and zipline down the rope
I
I've
need
got
to
set
add
up over
the
the crow's
toilet
nest.
plumbing
I
system.
want to show you guys the helm. My partner blinked in confusion. Huh. The helm. Why? What could be so special about that? As it turns out, quite a bit. Pirates and piratises, allow me to present to you, Mary proclaimed in a grandiose manner as she swept her arms before her. The nerve center of Big Bro Sunny. And it certainly looked the part without a doubt. Rather than a pedestrian-wheeled helm with a lever next to it, Sunny's helm was affixed to what I can only define as a U-shaped dashboard that, despite the low-tech look of the dizzying array of levers, switches, winches, and buttons, would have been right at home in a mecha anime. Add in the number of handbrake-style levers lined up next to the wheel proper and the pedals below the wheel, and it was just... Wow, I repeated numbly. Mary grinned eagerly as a rumbling groan ran through Sunny. Big Bro really likes how much that's been said about him. Harem, Nami hummed as she leaned around the panel and thoroughly examined it, her cloud swaying around it but never actually touching it. This all looks impressive, sure, but what exactly does it all do? Wheel Mary began with a grin. And what followed was a complex series of gestures and jargon that I will spare you readers the difficulty of muddling through. When she stopped speaking, I looked at my crewmates. Soundbite's eyes were spinning, Robin was frowning in a clear attempt to keep up, and everyone else was either staring blankly or asleep on their feet. Nami, meanwhile, was practically vibrating. Really? Aha! Mary nodded with just as much eagerness. Ain't it cool? I think all of us normies agree that it would be cooler in English. Raffi deadpanned Mikey's subsequent snore served to underline her point. Mary shot a sidelong glare at the dugong before sweeping her arm over the dashboard. All of these controls here, she drawled, are capable of operating every line, every sail, every timber. She then donned a more bloodthirsty smile as she flipped a toggle. Tis thwack. Ugh. Ouch, damn it. At every pulley, Mary snickered as she watched the pair of dugongs nurse the brand new lumps they were sporting. On Big Bro Sunny. Sure, there are odds and ends everywhere in the woodworks, but this here is the master enchilada way more impressive. You like. Worth every last berry we paid, Nami breathed. Most everyone present developed sweat drops. The last time she had been this excited was when she saw the pillar back on Upper Yard, and Robin was already surreptitiously preparing a dope slap. However, the arm on Nami's hand evaporated when she suddenly blinked the breeze signs out her eyes. Hey. Wait a second, hey Mary, I just realized. None of these controls are actually labeled. Hearing that, the ship girl flinched and refused to meet anyone's gazes as she scratched her blushing cheeks. ARR really? Is that so? Well then, I suppose that it'd be best if the person operating it were. She glanced at Luffy sheepishly. Someone who knew Big Bro Sunny inside and out. Luffy's response, of course, was to smile. Only unlike usual. This was a smile not of amusement, but rather one that was wholly and undoubtedly kind. We wouldn't have anyone else at Sunny's helm, Mary. Mary instantly snapped out of her funk with a massive grin before snapping her attention upward, her expression changing yet again to show a more solemn smile. Thanks, Captain. But before that, there's one thing I need to take care of real quick. With that, she flicked one of the dashboard's toggles, grabbed the rope that swung into reach, and with a tug, was yanked up onto the top of the crew's nest. A glance at Soundbite was all that was needed for him to amp her. We've
Toilet.
got one last thing we need to do before Sunny can really be our ship, she proclaimed, digging her hand through her coat and withdrawing. Is that our spare flag? Yusuf asked, drawing down one of his lenses in order to better scrutinize the black cloth that Mary was holding. Nope. Mary shook her head with a sad smile, drawing her coat open and indicating the emblem on her chest. This is our spare flag. What I'm holding, she held the flag to her chest, tears shimmering in her eyes. It's the original. I can't bear it anymore, not with all my damage, and I'm gonna miss it. She was silent for a moment before smiling contentedly. But I'm alright with that. I'm alright because I know that the next person to bear it is going to do it and do it right. And so, with almost reverential slowness and care, Mary tied our flag to Sunny's flagpole, keeping it bunched up once it was secure. The second the deed was done, however, she redonned her usual grin and gazed back down at us. And now, she stamped on the crow's nest and let the flag loose at the same time, and both the flag and Sunny's mainsail snapped into full view as one. And with Mary's coat still open, it was a trinity of skulls that smiled down at us. I'm proud to announce, Mary cried, her fists planted on her hips, that as of this moment, the second ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Thousand Sunny, and the Helmsgirl, White Menace Going Mary, are officially reporting for duty. Luffy grinned, as did the rest of us. And after the moment passed, I spoke up again.
Playing white
Now we
toilet.
just need to get Frankie here so that the Thousand Sunny can have his maiden fly. Plonk. Oh. I winced, rubbing the spot Mary had handily landed on before chuckling sheepishly as I realized what she was glaring at us for. A maiden voyage, I mean. Much better. Mary chuckled before blinking and glancing around in confusion. But now that I think about it, big bro Frankie is pretty late. What the heck is keeping him? Oh, nothing much, I said with a smirk. He's just laboring under the delusion that he's not coming. Mary stared blankly at me before cocking her head to the side. I'm guessing you have something in your head to fix that particular bit of stupidity. The grin I donned was swiftly mirrored by her, by Luffy, and by pretty much everyone else on the crew. Oh. 9 minutes later, the streets of Water 7 were filled with civilians, their eyes and mouths open wide as they stared at the vulgar display going on. Some were simply averting their eyes. Some were trying and failing to look away. A few were even wiping nosebleeds. One notable old woman was yelling angrily at a small group of children, pointing towards the chase and telling the children not to follow her finger. Naturally, this led to them disobeying and laying eyes on the Frankie family as they fled, holding a blue Speedo like a flag, and their boss, naked from the waist down, charging furiously after them. You stupid sons of bitches! Frankie roared, swinging his fists like pistons as he ran. Give me back my Speedo right now. Keep running, Zambai shouted in contradiction, pushing himself to run as fast and as hard as he could to keep ahead of his big bro. I know this hurts. It is gonna hurt in a lot of ways if he catches US. We added. But this is for his sake. Zambai forged on. We gotta keep running even if he kills US. You damn. Wait a second, Frankie screeched to a halt and glanced around at the surrounding neighborhood, causing his family to stop dead as well. The way we're going, oh ho ho oh. The cyborg shook his head with a chuckle. Smart. You're all gonna catch hell for this later on, but still smart. And this whole thing would've worked, too, if not for one itty-bitty thing. The three brains of the Frankie family exchanged wary glances before looking back at their leader. Oh yeah? They asked uneasily. What's that? Frankie grinned malevolently as he dug through his vest. Well, after hanging around with the Straw Hats for a while, I've learned a thing or two about having backups in place. As such, while I was out getting the atom wood for the Straw Hats ship, I also got... He whipped something out and held it proudly in the air. This. All the Frankie family could do was gape in horror at what their boss was letting wave out. Oh, shits, Amba breathed numbly. He outsmarted us, Key, we moaned. How is that even possible? How did we not think that he could do this? Mazu cursed. Oh, come off of you already. Frankie bit out indignantly.
Sure.
Is it crazy to think that I could buy a backup pair of Speedos? Hell yes. The Frankie family shouted back. The rest of the onlooking public, meanwhile, had a slightly different opinion. Namely, just put the damn thing on already. Frankie winced as a tin can bounce off his temple. All right, each keep your shirts on. And with that, the cyborg lowered the swimwear, prepared to step into it. Yoink. Gah. And was nearly yanked off his feet when a blur shot past him and snatched the Speedos out of his hands. What the hell? Frankie sputtered incredulously as he caught sight of a certain tyke riding a certain reindeer holding his Speedos down the street. Reindeer bro. Mary. What the hell do you think you're doing? Teaching you that it ain't smart to be stupid. Mary shut back. Her smirk then widened as she held up the Speedos next to her mouth. Still though, good choice. Is this spandex I smell or? If you eat that, I'm pumping your stomach. Chopper snapped over his shoulder at her. Mary pouted as she stuffed the Speedos in her jacket. Spoil sport. Chopper shook his head in a long-suffering manner before looking back at Frankie. Anyway, if you want your Speedos back, come and get us. Frankie ground his teeth furiously, and seemed about 2 seconds away from doing just that. Up until his family finally got their act together and produced the fire anything cannon, rolling it towards the cyborg. Said cyborg tried to move away from it. Eyes in tempo. Gah. Only for a massive fist of clouds to snatch him up and hold him high in the air in spite of his frantic flailing. Frankie only had a second to catch sight of the serenely smiling second mate waving at him before the clouds, not so gently, decided to stuff him down the barrel of the cannon head first. I assume you can handle the rest, she asked, dusting her hands off as her clouds jabbed Frankie as far down the barrel as they could manage. You're damn right we can. Zambai swiftly responded before snapping out orders at the rest of the Frankie family. Come the hell on, everyone. Put your damn backs into it. Raise the barrel. Aim for Scrap Island. If you sons of bitches fire this thing, I'm gonna... Blam. You was the last thing that was heard as Frankie was suddenly sent flying. Nami whistled as she shadowed her eyes in order to better watch the cyborg soar. Nice shot. I'm no expert, but I'm very impressed by the top spin I'm seeing, Chopper mused. And know what really gets me? Mary added, tilting her head thoughtfully. For a guy who's visibly top-heavy and is mostly metal, Big Bro Frankie's surprisingly aerodynamic. Nami hummed in agreement before waving her hand. Well, come on, we'd better hurry and get back to the Sunny with his undies. Unless we have those hostage, he'll probably just run off again. Right, Chopper nodded, and no sooner had looked at the nearest canal than 3 Agara bulls swam up, offering their backs. So, you guys think you can get us there before Frankie pulls himself together? The grins splitting their faces were simultaneously reassuring and worrying. Oh, the rest of the crew, myself included, watched as the proof of our crewmate's success crashed into a mountain of wreckage. With all the experience I had with my captain's ham-handedness, I couldn't keep from wincing in sympathy. But I couldn't fight down a grin either. Admittedly, there was a bit of a scare when our friends didn't get back before Frankie arrived, but thankfully the cyborg must have happened to clock his head against a particularly thick piece of ship, because he was still stuck and twitching in the pile by the time the Union got them back. Unfortunately, however, that meant we had an extended period of time where Frankie was stuck, head first, showing off his bottom half to everyone watching, and going by the screaming and shouting coming from the city. That was a lot of everyone. Some moments of the journey are glorious, but others. Finally, Frankie shoved himself out of the junk pile, just as our away team got back on board. The cyborg spent a second blinking around in confusion before smirking as he caught sight of the Sunny. So, you bastards actually got me here, huh? Well, while I'm here, hey Straw Hat. What you think of the ship, huh? Have you checked out? Cram it, Frankie? Mary interrupted, leveling an acrid glare at him. You know that Big Bro Thousand Sunny is perfect. If you've got anything you want to show us, why don't you come up here and do it yourself? Frankie flinched uncomfortably, scratching his chin as he pointedly looked away. That's But hey, Mary shrugged innocently as she dug what I could only assume was Frankie's Speedo out of her coat. Don't take it from me. She grinned as she tossed the undies to our captain. Take it from him. Luffy accepted the undergarments with a wider grin than anyone in his position should have and waved them in the air as proudly as our flag. Frankie, he bellowed. If you want your Speedos back, oh hey, these are soft, do you have any? Luffy. Right. If you want them back, then you need to accept your place on my crew. What do you say? What do I say? Frankie slowly bowed his head with a chuckle. Well, in a situation like this, where my only options are my pride or my decency. Oh Lord, I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose because I could already tell where this was going. Then I shall let my pride stand proud. Frankie howled as he struck the most revealing pose he could. Even as I stand nude. I winced as a renewed round of screams started up from the city. Damn it all, Frankie. This is why I can't start up the Aspis yet. We need him on OSC. Way. Karu groaned as he peeked at the spectacle through his feathers. Oh. Luffy gasped in astonishment. I underestimated his determination. Indeed. Boss declared with a grim frown. Truly, I did him a disservice in our earlier duel. For never did I suspect for an instant that in truth, he snapped their heads up with tears of pride. Truly he is a man among men. Slam. What the apophis is wrong with you too? Vivi howled as she bounced the pair of skulls off the deck. I shook my head in despair at the display, and I prepared to address the commando cyborg. But then my attention was diverted by the very familiar sounds of brawling behind us. I cast a flat look at our second and third strongest. All right, I'll bite. What set those morons off this time? Sanji was disgusted by Frankie flashing the Women of Water 7 soundbite drawled, while Zoro was impressed by his sense of shame. Or more accurately, his lack thereof. I rolled my eyes before raising my voice. Frankie, you know my secret, so you know that I know what I'm talking about when I say this. You do not want to keep being stubborn. The nuclear option hurts like hell, for everyone involved. Frankie looked at me, and seeing my expression, he actually hesitated. And then, make it fast, Robin, I muttered, looking away from a full moon, no, the shaking full moon I got for my troubles, and slapped my hands over my ears. No, Robin said, grinning coldly as she crossed her arms over her chest. Das floor grab. What happened next? There are no appropriate onomatopoeia to describe it. No stock sounds for the action itself, nor any appropriate simile for the expression of noise Frankie belted out as a result. But still, I didn't need to describe the noises of the crime against man going on behind me to feel a throbbing pain in a place that should never hurt so bad. Okay, now I'm legitimately scared of her, Zoro muttered. You, us too. 4 of our 5 guards yelped fearfully. Someone snap a picture. Laugh the 5th. Hell, I don't even have the gear and I'm hurting. Soundbite groaned. I agreed to be a merc weapon to avoid this exact situation. Lasso yipped as he scrambled for cover. Robin, we still want him to be a man when he joins us. Luffy protested. Oh, don't worry about that, Robin reassured him with a far too pleasant smile. Even if they do happen to detach, I'm certain that Chopper could reattach them. Frankie. Chopper screamed as he snapped into his heavy point. Hurry the hell up and give it already. I haven't had to touch anyone's shame in my entire time as a doctor, and I don't want to start now if I can help it. I can't, Frankie gurgled around the mouthful of foam he was choking on. I have to stay here. I really wouldn't mind going with you. But, I can't be your shipwright. I gave that up a long time ago. This ship, the Thousand Sunny, was it? It's the last they'll ever make. The best ship the world over. That means my dream is fulfilled, so. So what, ye damn scrap lubber? Mary barked back, slipping into her buccaneer drawl in the process. Don't you realize you're only thinking of yourself, you darn fool? If you really care about Sonny so much, then you'd think about his feelings too. Cause where
Oh, a
shipwrights are concerned.
jacuzzi?
The only lubber he wants working on him be ye, addled buffoon. That's... Frankie shook his head frantically as he worked his way to his feet. Frankie. The cyborg snapped his head around at his fellow apprentice. Iceberg. I just have to ask you, Iceberg said, dry as the deserts of Alabasta. Do you think for even a second that Tom ever blamed you for what happened that day? Do you think that I ever blamed you? You blamed me for a lot of shit, Ice for brains. Frankie snapped. Don't change the subject, flunky, Iceberg snapped right back. My point is that after all this time, after all you've done for this city and these people, the only person who blames you, who would ever blame you for what happened, is you and you alone. That's why you're chaining yourself here, why you're refusing to go live your dream. When in fact, Iceberg choked off slightly before looking away with a sigh. You should have forgiven yourself a long time ago. That tog. Frankie hunched over with a sudden cry. It hurts, and it's gonna keep hurting until you get your shit together. Frankie popped his head up with a confused blink. Say wah. Thwump. Gah. Frankie yelped when he was suddenly bowled over by a duffel bag that was half his weight. The hell? My go bag. Where'd this come from? From US, big bro. He snapped his gaze up to the broken bridge to the city, where the Frankie family was out en masse and watching him tearfully. You bastards! Frankie raged as he shook his fists. Stealing my Speedo. Kicking me out of my own damn house. When I get my hands on you, you're all in for a world of hurt. We've all heard those words before, big bro. Zambi hollered back. We've all said them before, each of US, when you took US in. When you dragged US in out of the cold and forced US to change for the better. We all kicked and screamed and fought, but you did it anyway. And now's, Ambi hastily wiped away his tears so that he could roar in full. Now no matter how much it hurts, we're doing this for you, big bro. So that you can be happy too. Frankie trembled as he stared up at them, mouth agape. Then, without warning, he
Frankie.
keeled over again, squirming on the ground and howling like a wounded animal. Who it's? I spared a glance at Robin to confirm that she was leaning against the railing with a contented smile. So I deadpanned. How long did you hold him? Just one squeeze, she chuckled. And it wasn't even that hard. He's quite the actor. Although she tapped her chin as she glanced upward, I suppose he could be sensitive due to his size. Tell me, do they get more or less sensitive? Not hearing this. I cried, slapping my hands over my ears. It hurts. It hurts so much. That, however, I did hear, and I turned around to catch sight of Frankie pounding the ground in frustration. But if I'm gone, he wailed. What'll happen to you? We'll be fine, big bro. We cried tearfully. You helped us all get stronger, remember? We can take care of ourselves. Mazu sobbed. We'll miss you and it'll hurt, but we'll survive just like you taught us. And it wasn't just those two either. We'll miss you, big bro. Be safe. We'll always be your family. You'll always have a load of little bros cheering for you all the way. Stick it to those world government bastards right where it hurts. Put the damn Speedo on, you exhibitionist pervert. You bastards. Frankie shook his head in despair. It hurts. It hurts. I smiled endearingly as I leaned on the railing to get a better view. I could watch this forever. Mayday. The Union says that we've got Marines incoming. And they're packing back up. Or not, I sighed, hanging my head before flinching back when most of my crew shot glares at me. I'd hoped that we'd saved enough time to be out of here by now, sue me. And let me guess. I glanced at my snail. Okaji's on his ship too. Not even close. Soundbite choked on his own tongue. Wrong rank and number. My blood ran cold as I connected the dots. Vice Admirals. I whispered hoarsely. Soundbite slowly turned his shivering eyes on me. A half-dozen packing battleships to be specific. Frankie, get your naked ass on this tub right now before we all get an up-close and personal meeting with Davy freaking Jones. I howled frantically. Everyone hastily began moving to their own assigned positions. Luffy, of course, threw Frankie his Speedo, and after a moment of hesitation, the cyborg snatched it out of the air. What the hell? The iron perv laughed. If you're all kicking me in the ass so hard, I might as well go with it. Alright. Move the hell over, straw hats, cause you've just gotten yourselves a super shipwright. All of us spared enough time to briefly celebrate it, said Shipwright, finally managing to get over himself. But when he began a slow and very dramatic walk, I shot a glare and spun my finger at my captain. He pouted a bit, but nevertheless, 10 seconds later we had a very stunned and even more naked Frankie lying face down in the grass. Say you're long-winded and snot filled farewells on the SBS on your own damn time, numbnuts. I ordered. Because unless we get out of here yesterday, we're going to test Adam Wood against a certain hero's meteor fist. Am I betting on the wood? Siege heartless Enova. Bah, fine. Frankie promptly snapped up into one of his many poses. Let's blow this popsicle stand.
Let's go.
Agreed. He trio and he did a voice concurred as they
done.
mirrored his poses. I resent that.
Pretty fucking
Iceberg
basic,
called up casually.
but yeah.
Slam. And I resent that this pervert still hasn't covered up yet. Vivi raged as she stood above the suddenly down cyborg, both her fist and his newly acquired lump smoking profusely. Put him on before I weld them on. 2 seconds later found him hastily struggling to work his way into his Speedo. And she needs willpower cheating to make people do what she wants. Why? He grumbled. Because fate loves fucking with us, that's why. I answer. Anyway, you can complain and call it the bullshit that it is later, but right now we need to get the hell out of here. On it. Mary cried, hitching a rope ride to the helm, hopping onto a footstool that she got to rise in front of the wheel and grabbing hold of the spokes. Nummy. The log. Nummy didn't even hesitate to snap her wrist up to her eyeline. We've been set for the past 2 days. Turn the prow 68 degrees, starboard, north-northwest. Turning the prow 68 degrees, starboard, north-northwest. Mary parroted as she spun the helm appropriately. Then, without missing a beat, she pulled a pair of levers, spun a few winches, and brushed a couple of switches. The result was immediate and impressive. Sails dropped down, the twin anchors raised, the rigging adjusted itself. The ship itself turned to face the open sea in less than 10 seconds. Mary had single-handedly accomplished work that previously took 6 or more of the crew, and the ship was underway. I shot a heady grin at Soundbite as the sunny started to turn. "We have our heading," I whispered energetically, already starting to feel my blood buzz beneath my skin as we finally returned to the roaring high seas, better than ever. Oh ho ho yay irk. Soundbite suddenly choked and spun his eyes a full 180. On. Now we only have to survive long enough to actually follow it. Dreading what I was going to find, I jogged over to the railing, leaned over the edge, and caught sight of the better or worse. From our perspective, half of a buster call rounding the edge of water 7. Whoa, now that's not a sight I was looking forward to seeing again anytime soon, I breathed. 3, 4, 5, 6. Usopp shouted from where he clambered up into the rigging. "We've got 6 battleships incoming, and each of them has a vice admiral on the deck. And is that DRK? Usopp choked and flinched fearfully. "The guy leading you is your grandpa, Luffy." "What?" Luffy screamed in panic, instantly shooting over to my side and nearly bowling me over the edge in the process. "Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Luffy, please, oh screw it, Luffy, calm down," Vivi ordered. Her eye then twitched when she was summarily ignored. "For the love of..." "Shut up, Luffy." The princess sighed in relief as our captain's tongue was suddenly glued to the roof of his mouth. "Better. Now please calm down, Luffy. I realize that your grandfather is a very scary man, but he's still your family. How bad could it possibly be? Going by how the old bulldog looks like he's about to pop a vein or 10. Mikey called down from where he was hanging upside down in the rigging by his tail, staring through a pair of binoculars he'd snatched up. "I'd say pretty damn bad." Vivi's gaze fell flat as Luffy started running around like a headless chicken again. "Raffi." Mikey looked up down from his binoculars with a confused blink. "Wait, wah." Swish. Thump. Wah. Mikey yelped when the rope he was hanging from suddenly split and dropped him onto a wooden part of the deck. "Don't be an idiot, dipshit." Raffi snickered as she reaffixed her oversized shuriken on her back. Whack. Yo. The pink bandana dugong flinched as a pulley swung down and cracked her upside her skull. "Don't hurt big bro Sunny, dipshit." Mary roared from the helm. I turned my gaze away from the crew scrambling around and getting Sunny ready for his maiden voyage and turned back towards the blue curtain of justice that had taken up a portion of the horizon. After a moment's watching, I blinked as I realized that I could just barely make out a figure I'm 95% sure was Garp, judging by the white and the wild gesticulating. "Wait. Hey, how come the old coot isn't using his megaphone?" I asked no one in particular. Soundbite responded by somehow popping a vein on his shell. "He's assuming that I'll handle that myself. Which isn't fucking happening, by the by." The last phrase was bellowed for all to hear. I nodded and frowned at the snail. "And are all of them wearing ear protection?" Soundbite blinked in confusion. "The lesser ranks are, but the vice admirals aren't. And they're not reacting to my blasting their eardrums for some reason." I rolled my eyes with an exasperated tisk. Hacky, ever and always such bullshit. But hey, he wants to sling shit. I smirked as I dove my hand into my bag. Then I'll damn well sling. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to be so abrupt, but the fact of the matter is that I'm assuming that by now most everyone manages to pick up on the first ring. My grin wavered slightly. And our situation is just a tad desperate right now, so we're starting straight out the gate. And speaking of starting, my name is Jeremiah Cross and it's time. You think about starting the SBS, I'll twist your head clean off your scrawny neck. My eyes twitched. Repeatedly. So, it's not enough that people stop me from starting the SBS on purpose, but they have to do it by accident too. I don't care if that was an accident, that bastard cut me off. Soundbite snarled. "I'll sue you, old man. Just try, snail. I'll see you in court right before they put your slimy ass down. Say that to my face, you seen, I'll son of a bitch." I roared, balancing on the railing as a number of hands shot out of the woodwork and held me in order to keep me from overbalancing. "I'll punt the tapioca out of you and make sure you can't sit down for bingo for weeks." A tense silence fell for a few moments. Then, "Right, screw it. Luffy, you're all gonna die here at sea. I'd say sorry, but where your third mate is concerned, I'm pretty sure I'm doing the world a favor. Give me my dears." I returned everyone's blazing glares with a flat stare. "The hell are you all getting pissy for? He was gonna do this either way, I just cut through the senile jibber jabber. Sides, you all heard him," he threatened Soundbite. The glaring exchanged looks for a few seconds, and ultimately, they decided to let it drop. "So, now what?" Boss asked. "Now he's going to try sinking the ship using the Monkey Family special. Sheer brute force." "Meaning?" Sanji trailed off uncomfortably. "Meaning duck and freaking cover." Funkfried trumpeted, stabbing his trunk into the soil and snapping into his blade point. We all had a bare moment to brace for impact. Kablam! When a section of Scrap Island's coast suddenly detonated and sent us a-rocking. Kana slowly slat up with a dazed and terrified look in her eyes. "And he caused that by throwing the cannonball. But that's impossible." Which is something that adolescent Kanas can confirm. Sue chuckled. "Yeah, well, if you want my opinion." I groused before sticking my head over Sunny's railing. "Hey, Garp. You throw like Brett Favre, and trust me, that's not a ga. Shut the hell up and stop trying to get us all killed." Vivi raged as she wrung my neck and repeatedly bounced my head off the lawn. Good news though, the grass made the impact softer. Didn't stop the oxygen deficit, though. You seem to have officially exhausted your daily limit for provoking people who could kill you with one finger cross. Robin chuckled morbidly as she leaned over me. He choked out in response as I tried to pry the Snap Princess off of my neck. Ew, guys. Zoro spoke up with honest curiosity. Does anyone have an explanation as to how or why the old-timer gave his ship an afro? What? Boss exclaimed, he and the TWS snapping their attention towards the ship. He stared for a moment before sagging. Oh, that's a letdown. That's just a giant cannon. Holy Sebeth, that's a giant cannonball. Vivi. Off. A wordless snarl was my only response, and then Aizen Cloud wrapped around her waist and Nami herself went for her fingers. Down, girl, Nami said soothingly as she slowly pried the didge. It's out of my throat. Save it for when he gets really bad. It took one more shake, but the princess finally released her grip on me. This is not over, she swore testily. I shuddered at the promise before snapping my attention over towards the prow. Mary, Frankie, fire up the... Ah, wait a sec. I snapped my attention back to my mic. Sorry, viewers, I'm going to have to take a break here. The SDS will return in a few minutes. So saying, I placed the mic on the cradle, to much confusion and surprise, which I responded to with a simple smirk. What? This isn't the first time I've shown that I'm smart enough to not blow our secret weapons to everyone. Now I'd suggest that all of you hang on to your everything, because you're about to experience the first of many utterly amazing and unique talents that the Thousand Sunny has to offer. Ah yeah, speaking of which, Frankie paused mid-stride. Is that name set in stone? Because if not, I've got a... Move your bleeding arse, ye iron arse brain. Mary barked. Right. Frankie yelped, hastily ducking under the deck. Take this seriously, damn it. Garp shouted as he threw the law. Ow, Oda's art didn't really capture the scale, did it? Swear to God, in that moment it looked as big as the moon. And it was. Kidding. Anytime now, guys.
No, it's
Soundbite
too
hollow.
dark.
As Cross said, hang on to your everything. Frankie's voice yelled out from below decks. But most of all, hang on to your underwear. Kupta. Captain. Do the thing I had you do at Navarone, hurry. I said hastily. Eh. Luffy glanced at me before grinning massively. Oh right that. Soundbite. You're good. Hey Gramps. Other Marines. Luffy laughed back at the rest of the fleet pursuing us. You guys will always remember this as the day you almost caught Monkey D. Luffy. Burst. And the Straw Hat Pira. Boom. Ah da. Df. Ha da. Ah. I whooped eagerly as I hung onto the lawn for dear life. And honestly, that was all I could do. Because then and there, the wind whipping past us, the very clouds streaming around and over our ship, there was only one word for it all. We're flying again. Woohoo. This is awesome. Best ship ever. Luffy laughed. You know it, Captain. Mary cheered, hanging onto the helm like a small and overly eager flag. I definitely like it. Zoro said, cackling into the wind. He's got spirit, lots of it. Of course he does, that's how I built him. Frankie replied from his control ROM. To go this far, this fast, all at once. Boss puffed his chest with pride as he stood upon the railing. So many words, but at their core truly. He leapt up a man's robe gua. He winced as he was pancaked into a wall by the air pressure. Unwise, but still. A man's romance. Go boss, go. The TWS concurred. Everyone else, well, it was a mix of relief, awe, and excitement to varying levels. I looked around at the sea zipping past us before flinging my head back with a laugh. PF, ha. In case I haven't said it enough, I shouted into the wind. I seriously love this crew. Oh, most of the Marines assembled at Water 7 spent the moment gaping after the sight of the Straw Hat Pirates escaping them by flying. One or two of the Vice Admirals were grumbling about not seeing it coming after an eyes, and as for Garp himself, Tesk. Shiki did it better, he muttered, unable to stop a proud grin coming over his face. But I shouldn't have expected anything less from my grandson. Fleet Admiral Sangoku is not going to be happy about this, Garp, reported Vice Admiral Dalmatian from nearby. So unless you'd like to experience his recently shortened temper for yourself, I recommend that we take some initiative while we're here and handle the seceded nation of Water 7. Garp's grin faded, and he scoffed as he side-eyed the Vice Admiral across ships. Yeah, great idea, Kibble Breath. Only one nice big hulking problem with it, and that would be... Dalmatian snorted, wisely deciding to not argue with the hero of the Marines concerning his nicknaming practices. Said hero picked his nose with his pinky as he jabbed his thumb over his shoulder. The question of what army would use. You know, against theirs. Attention turned away from the speck that the Straw Hats' fleeing ship had become over towards the island of Water 7. More specifically, towards the hodgepodge armada that had boiled out from the island's many docks and piers. Nearly a dozen ships the size of their own battleships formed the center. From 3 gargantuan grain haulers with holes cut in their sides to the foredeck. Purpose-built Royal Charles originally intended as a vanity project by a South Blue kingdom. All bristled with enough cannons to make even the turret crews nervous. Flanking this force on all sides were smaller ships of all sizes ranging from race-built frigates to rowboats with a single gun sticking out over the bow. And at the front was the oddest collection of contraptions any of the officers save Garp had ever seen. A tin can on a smoking raft, gleaming in the sunlight and 2 wide muzzles poking out. Flat barges lugging squat, rounded mortars or organ-like rocket launchers. One small schooner carrying a gun longer than the ship itself. Another that appeared to be entirely inflatable. A third with 3 odd tubes sticking out of the foredeck. Hell, there was even an entirely circular ship wobbling to and fro on the water with a pair of cannons stuck on almost as an afterthought. And those were just the guns on the boats. Scrap Island, meanwhile, was suddenly bristling like an angry metal porcupine with stray cannon muzzles. Ahem, excuse me. All attention turned to the middle of Scrap Island, where Mayor Iceberg had a megaphone raised and the best shipwrights on the island beside him. While they were staring down the battleships with narrowed eyes, Iceberg was content with a relaxed smile. "Attention, Marines," he called over. "You are currently in restricted waters. Kindly vacate the premises at your earliest convenience. Should you fail to vacate, well, BB boom." The Marines jumped as a half-dozen explosions sounded out across the local waters, sending up plumes of water dangerously close to what the crews of each battleship knew to be the weakest parts of their hulls. "I cannot promise your safety." After all, Iceberg tilted his head just a tad to the side. "There could be any manner of accidents if you get too close to shipwrights' working areas." While the rest of the vice admirals blustered and stiffened, Garp regarded Iceberg for a minute or so before heaving a sigh when, just for a moment, he saw a flash of one of the largest and most yellow fishmen he'd ever met. Generation Xeroxing left and right. "When the hell am I going to get my clone in another body, eh?" "Ah, Vice Admiral, sir?" Garp glanced over his shoulder at Kobe, who was holding a salute with an ill-hidden grin. "Your orders, Vice Admiral?" he requested. Garp stared at him for a second longer before shooting a smirk dead ahead, rubbing a finger under his nose. Asked and answered, "Kobe." "Sir." "Spread the word to reverse course and make for the tub current. We came here for the Straw Hats and we failed. Someone else will handle Water 7. For now." Garp spun on his heel and marched towards the raised superstructure of his ship. "We're headed home." "Oh." After the rush of the Sunnies, first coup de burst wore off a coup de burst that apparently took 5 barrels of, well, due to the increased size of the ship, the entire crew stood on the deck as I restarted the SBS. "Hello everybody and welcome back to the SBS broadcast, episode 493. Soundbite cheered in a British accent. "I'm sorry, what?" I questioned, too puzzled by the oddity of the snail's statement to be upset about him stealing my line. "I don't think we've even had 100 broadcasts yet." 2 references in one. 493 is the END of Generation 4, since this is the end of the 4th leg. I thought about that and nodded. Alright, that makes sense. And the second. More obscure reference to a sponsor. Sponsor. I blinked in confusion. "We don't have sponsors." Soundbite blinked right back. "No, we don't have sponsors, the hell are you?" Moving on. I barked hastily as I pegged onto what had just happened. As you'll recall, we last left off while escaping from our marine pursuers, through means which we will not be disclosing. I grinned cheekily. Need to keep some surprises in reserve, don't you know? And now that we have a moment of peace, it's time for us to properly celebrate the result of our journey. As such, I gracefully cede the mic to our captain, who is about to propose a toast. "Right." Luffy grinned, raising his mug. "I remember how to do this from Shanks. Let's see, to the safe return of Robin." Robin smiled politely as she knocked her frothing mug with mine. "To the new life of Mary." The keel-faced. The ship girl roared as she raised her pair of extra-large mugs. Apparently, a benefit of being only partially human was an insanely high tolerance for alcohol. "And to our newest crewmates, Frankie." "The super shipwright of the Straw Hats," said Cyborg Bello, doing his usual pose. "And our new ship, the Thousand Sunny." Luffy finished. A gust of wind hit us at just the right angle to elicit a roar from Sunny. He just said, "Bring it on." Mary provided. All present with the necessary appendages raised their mugs alongside Luffy as he raised his own. "Everyone," Luffy cheered. "Here's to the next island, and to all our adventures to come." "Kanpei. Kanpei," we cheered in unison. "And here's to us actually getting to relax a little in the meantime," I whispered to Robin under my breath, getting a giggle in response. "Oh." As the SBS went on, the old man didn't bother hiding an ear-splitting grin, nor did he attempt to stop the tears of joy that streamed down his face. "You kids are something else," Meko whispered. "To see a Clabberman is rare in itself. To speak to one is even more mythical. But to have loved your ship that much, so much that your new one is part of your family from the day of its birth." Meko shook his head and turned back to his fellow shipwrights. 8 days ago, no matter how much he spoke about the right way to treat ships, they had always shrugged it off with amusement. Now there wasn't a single soldier among them who didn't hang on to Meko's every word. The grin on his face was starting to hurt as he raised his bottle. This is legitimate cause for celebration. To the crew who truly loves their ship, who truly loves them in return. To the crew who has reawakened the world's understanding of how to take care of their sea crafts. To the Straw Hat Pirates, may their impossible works never cease. Kanpei. The soldiers shouted in agreement before knocking their drinks back with him. 3 weeks later. Mayor Iceberg. The mayor looked up from the blueprints that he had been perfecting and poring over for almost a month now, staring up with a curious frown at the one who had called him. "What is it, Oimo?" "We just got word from our bosses. They'll be arriving here in an hour or two." An ear-to-ear grin stretched Iceberg's face. "Excellent. Gather everyone together. I'll want to make my proposal straight away. Oh, and can you handle the blueprints?" Oimo guffawed as he took the pages from Iceberg and left, planning to gather the few other giants who had arrived at the island before the ogres. Iceberg, at the same time, began gathering together every last member of the Galila company for what was easily the biggest, hardest, and most rewarding project that they would ever undertake. Oh, naturally, the 2 ogres had parked their palm log raft at the small plain where pirates had usually docked. After all, that was where the best ale could be had. Or, well, something similar to ale. "This beer is interesting," Dory rumbled, taking a sip from the barrel he was holding. "The hops give it a faint bitter tone that works surprisingly well." "Bah." Rogi scoffed, rolling his own barrel back over to Dory and grabbing a different one. "Give me regular ale, any day of the week, rather than that horse piss you're drinking." "Horse piss," Dory repeated, shooting a glare at his long-time rival and partner. "Care to say that again?" "Horse eye," Brogy began, only for a loud cough to catch their attention. Both of them glanced down to Iceberg, lower his fist from his mouth, and shoot a flat stare at the both of them. "I think I speak for a lot of people when I say we'd rather you don't get in another century-long honor duel," he blandly stated. Both giants had the good grace to look sheepish at that. Ah, Waymo told us you had a proposal for a ship for the new giant warrior pirates, Dory said, faintly flushed in embarrassment. I do, Iceberg stated. For your payment as well, seeing as you undoubtedly don't have any coffers left either. Damn looters raiding all our gold stashes, Dory spat to the side. Damn rats eating the rest, Broggy concurred before casting a grateful gaze at Iceberg. We'll take whatever charity you can offer us, Mayor Iceberg. Trust me, this isn't charity, Iceberg assured him. Though before we begin, I'd prefer to wait until Waymo returns with the blueprints. As if on cue, Waymo and Cashy picked that moment to land on the plane from where they jumped off the city walls, quickly jotting up to where their captains were. Mayor, I brought the blueprints, Waymo eagerly reported. And I convinced the rest of the giants not to go starry-eyed until after we complete our business. Cashy added, we knew this city many generations ago. You've managed to improve it over the years, but a lot of good bars and districts have sunken beneath the waves. Brody sighed remorsefully. It's really a sad thing. Waymo, the blueprints, please. The giant grinned, and produced the giant-sized pile of design papers that he and Cashy had helped draw for his two captains to look over. And despite them not having much expertise in the way of shipbuilding, they understood what they were looking at in an instant, and their jaws subsequently dropped. Converting an island into a ship, Dory breathed. Pretty ballsy, hot bosses. Cashy chuckled. Pretty nutty, I'll say. Brody shot back. And hell, even if it does work out, there's still the issue of time and resources. This is gonna cost 10 different kinds of bundles, and you'll be long dead before this is ever completed. And normally, I'd be alright with that, Iceberg nodded in concession. But in recent weeks, I've become aware of an alternative. An alternative that will save us, in your own words, 10 different kinds of bundles. Oh yeah. Dory cocked an eyebrow. What? Not what, boss, who? Waymo corrected. And by who, he means us. Cashy nodded. The giant warrior captains exchanged confused glances before looking back at their subordinates. Come again. Over the course of the past few weeks, your men have been helping us repair the devastation that CP9 left in their wake. Iceberg explained. The damage was extensive, and normally would have required months to repair in full, but thanks to the aid of but 2 giants, capable of doing the work of at least 100 men apiece on an incredible scale, Water 7 is already back on its feet in a fraction of the estimated time. However, Dory scratched his chin thoughtfully, and that was with the aid of only 2 giants, and seeing as we'll be gathering our crew both new and old here. So basically, Brody picked up. You're saying that you'll let us work off our debt by helping you renovate the city, is that it? That's part of it, but not all of it, Iceberg replied. You see, now that we've seceded from the world government, we're going to be in constant danger from pirates and the world government alike. Our civilians are used to leading interesting lives, comes from living in the Grand Line, but they still have their limits. Hence, protection will be an ever-present issue, even with all of the shipwrights on the island cooperating. And then there will be the issue of properly crewing a vessel the size of Water 7. As you can see, there are a host of issues. Issues that could be solved, once again, by the involvement of giants. Brody nodded slowly. So, we lend you our crew to crew this island, you build us our ship. Dory guessed. Something like that. Iceberg nodded slowly, before donning a confident grin. Only on a more permanent and, shall we say, mutually beneficial set of terms. It took a full minute after the mayor finished, but the realization struck like thunder when it hit. So, you're asking us not only have our crew help convert this entire island into a ship, Dory began, but then to use Water 7 as our pirate ship. Broggy finished. In broad strokes, with many finer details to be hammered out. Most important of all, the safety of our civilians over the course of your adventures, but in essence, yes, Iceberg responded. So, do we have a deal? The giants exchanged looks. There was silence. More silence. And then it broke. Dory. Broggy managed to get out as he clapped a hand on his friend's back
That
hard enough to cause
inhale,
tremors.
bro.
I'm currently of the opinion that in our absence, the world has gone completely insane. I agree completely, Broggy. Dory guffawed just as uproariously, clutching his gut as he shook. And I'm currently of the opinion that I love it. I'll take that as a resounding hell yes, Iceberg chuckled as he removed the flask from his back pocket and raised it in a toast. Very well then. Let us drink to our newly minted arrangement. To the giant warrior's future ship, the Water 7. Dory swiftly raised his own giga-sized bottle. And to the ones who even made this arrangement possible to begin with, the Straw Hat
Oh,
Pierre
that's
Rakes.
right. They're gonna
Broggy
make
finished
Water
with his own
7
bottle.
into.
May they enjoy equally good fortune in their adventures, wherever they might be. Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me, I growled acridly, balancing my chin on my fists.
Into a
The reason for my
ship.
foul mood was the sub-zero ice pit that not only I, but the majority of my crewmates, found ourselves in. Captured after how far we've come, I spat. By a bunch of 2-bit, half-rate, half-wit filler villains. This is bullshit. You seem unhappy, Connus deduced from where she was sitting across the cell. Of course I'm unhappy. I snapped, throwing my arms up in the air. I mean, at least this isn't rain dinners all over again. We beg to differ. Nami and Zoro bellowed from where they were hanging from their ankles by a pair of frosted-over chains, their arms secured behind their backs. But I'm still pissed that we got tricked in here. You mean you're upset at yourself for not seeing this coming? Usopp retorted, his chin on his own fist as well. I pursed my lips and lowered my hands. Well, you're not wrong. I snapped my head up with a growl as I slammed my fist into the frozen wall. But I'm not entirely at fault either. This bit was called the Ice Hunter arc for a reason. The Aquino family controls this entire iceberg field. I only ever saw a fraction of their playbook, and they were way more on the ball than I thought was possible. Plus, I shook my head darkly. They were, to reiterate, filler villains. By the time I remembered that they were going to be gunning for our Jolly Roger, or that the Phoenix Pirates were under their heel, it was too late. Sounds like a bunch of excuses to me, Sandy drawled as he took a drag from his cigarette. Oh, fuck off, lover boy. I snapped. I didn't see you double jamming that ice skating skank when you had the chance. Despite the cold, Sanji's last cigarette still ashed in an instant. Why you? He tried to leap at me, but he was yanked up short by the leg irons he was sporting. Well, at least there's a bright side, Frankie piped up as he idly shifted around in the massive chains he was all but mummified in. What possible bright side could there be in this case? Nami twisted her head around so that she could properly glare at the cyborg. Well, Luffy's still out there, so... A piece of meat. Oh, a piece of meat.
Oh, a piece of meat. Oh, a
Sound
piece
bite,
of
and I
meat.
slowly shared
Oh,
an
a
uneasy
piece of
glance
meat.
as we heard Luffy's voice approaching above us. Why do I feel like I've heard this bit before? I asked in great trepidation. Thwap. I stared at the newly cooked piece of meat that had just landed in the center of the pit before knocking the back of my head against the wall with a defeated sigh. Look out above. Oh, a piece of me, whoa. Thump. I regarded our captain with a dry stare. Hello, Luffy. What brings you here? Hey, Cross. Luffy responded as he munched down on the steak he'd dove down to get before glancing around at the rest of the crew in confusion. I found a trail of meat leading into here from a cold. What are you doing here? Eating many petties at the Ice Hole Holiday Inn, I snarked. What does it look like? Like you all got captured, Luffy nodded before jerking in realization. Ah, you're all captured. Quackharder drawled in tired resignation. Well, don't worry. Luffy nodded confidently as he started winding his arm up. I'll get out of here real quick, and then I'm gonna... Clank! Luffy collapsed to his knees with a groan. Yet another perfect slapshot, Hakura. Well done. A boisterous voice guffawed from on high. It's all in the wrist, Campesino, all in the wrist. I glared up at our captors for a second before eyeing the new collar my captain was sporting. Well, perfect, now we're 7 for 7 on incapacitated ability users. Marpy Soundbite mumbled murderously around the metal muzzle he was sporting. Trust us, Cross, Robin groaned from the corner of the cell she was sitting in, her hat angled over her eyes. This isn't pleasant for us either. They must have custom made these things to have higher seastone to steel ratios than normal, Chopper wheezed, splayed helplessly out on his stomach. It feels like we're all dunked in the ocean. Heck, he waved his hoof at the chained-up gun and sword in the pit. Lasso and Fong, Free can't even change back from their weapon forms. Gonna kill these bastards for touching Sunny's flag, Mary grit out as she clawed at the walls, trying and failing to climb up the slick surface. The willpower seems to make the effects vary, Chopper noted dryly. Maybe if I'm... Oh, but that's perhaps. What if... No. Sue cocked her eyebrow at the pacing princess. Ah, yes, Canis nodded swiftly. Vivi, you seem distracted. Vivi glanced up and shook her head. To make a long story short, according to Cross, Don Aquino's devil fruit is most likely. Is the rage of Alabasta the hot fruit? I deadpanned. Yes. Then its user is definitely a ways away that way, I nodded, jabbing my finger upward. Right. Vivi groaned, grinding her fingers into her temple. And if that's true, it's extremely important that I speak to this Don Aquino straight away, so that I can work something out. His powers are a national treasure back home. And if I could, I'd invite him to go to Alabasta to join the Royal Guard. She spread her arms in despair. But the problem is my position. If I make the request now, while me and my friends' lives are on the line, then it would look like all you're doing is speaking out of your ass in order to save your skin, I deduced, grimacing. Yeah, that's a problem. Worse than you'd think, Vivi muttered, going back to her agitated pacing. The desert is lost to us until Crocodile one day dies. I'd never forgive myself if I let the rage slip out of reach as well. And now... Well, maybe you can make the offer to him while we're on our way out after we kick the Aquino's collective asses.
That's peak. This
after all
is...
that happens, they're going to be up a creek without a base of
looks
operation.
like caca.
And how are we going to get out? Vivi shook her head miserably. After all, we're almost all locked up in here
I'm
with no way out.
kind
I
of
blinked
going
at
for
her
the
in
all
confusion
black
before slapping
aesthetic
her
with
hand to my head
touches
a
of
chuckle.
color.
Oh right, you got here after me and Nami, I forgot. Nami, you mind. You tilde who tilde, Nami sang, withdrawing her arms from behind her back and wiggling her fingers before hiding them again. The truth is that we can get out whenever we need to, I explained. We're just waiting for the best moment to do it is all. After all, things are weird. I mean, look around. I spread my arms at the cell. The Aquinos are cocky and bastards, but they're also damn skilled and professional. With this much bounty money on the line, we should have been in a marine brig from the word go. But instead, they're keeping us in here. Nah, something is up, though the question is what. So for now we wait. And besides, I jabbed my thumb upwards. We've still got one last ace in the hole, remember? TWS are still out there. Not sure what they're planning, but... Knock knock. A rapping sound drew my attention to Boss, who thus far been quiet as he sat in a Caesar position. Once he had my attention, he held up a trio of fingers on his flipper, then ticked one down, then a second, and then... A quartet of bound, gagged and struggling dugongs were unceremoniously dumped into the center of the pit. I blinked slowly at the groaning pile. I didn't see that coming. But, how? TWS might be students, but they're still pretty skilled. Who could have? Boss responded to that by jabbing his flipper upward without even turning his head. I followed his flipper and blinked as I caught sight of what was standing at the lip of the ice pit's entrance. Are those fierce penguins? But they're only fierce and strong in numbers, how could 4 of them? Slap! My words died in my throat as my brain seized up at what had just happened. Did that penguin just high-five another penguin? I asked weakly. Slap, 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 ap, slap. My question was promptly answered by the penguins exchanging yet more high-fives, a veritable flurry of them. Slap! That ended with one of them dope slapping a, well, dopey-looking one. A quartet of high-fiving penguins who'd just managed to kick the TWS ass. I slowly turned my gaze on Soundbite. Please say it ain't so, I whimpered. Teach him piece of the snail smirk even behind his muzzle. I silently stared at the snail before slowly standing up and turning to face the wall. Well, if that's the case, it would seem like we've managed to guarantee at least one thing. Smash! This I grit out through my rictus smile as I slammed my forehead against the ice over and over. Smash is going. Smash to be fun. Patient, and before anyone gets it in their heads to bite ours off for not telling you cross bounty, it's not out of trolling this time, or at least, not primarily. If I had my way, we would have just put it as infinity, but until we have the bounty of dragon or one of the 4 emperors as a measuring stick, we can't put forth an exact number. Hornet and yes, Jackson Cracker's bounties had a lot to do with that decision. Zamiak and maybe we'll spill the beans on what it is once we have the top bounty in the world, alongside the emperors. 3 then again, maybe not Tilda. Patient N. Updated note on September 26, 2019. We have now posted Cross's bounty. Up arrow top. Left arrow previous chapter. This bites. Zamiak. Chapter 49. The awe-inspiring Cankle Affair. Rule 1183. Under no circumstances are unknown shipcrawls flying the skull and crossbones to be brought to base. It is not worth it. Hornet and rated R for Mary's filthy mouth. And my god, you guys have no idea how long I've been waiting to release this. Admiral Goto sighed, rubbing his temples. It was far too early in the morning for this shit. Okay, Oyoto, run this one by me again. Yes, Admiral. Oyoto nodded as she adjusted her glasses. Earlier this morning, Nagato had another crossroads nightmare and decided to go out onto the water to clear her head. She found the brig sloop you see tied up at the pier just as it emerged from a fog bank. Indeed, a medium-sized sailing ship was tied up the pier, and oh, what a bizarre ship it was. The lion's head at the front wasn't too unusual for its size and coloration, but the 2 cabins protruding from the poop deck, what for all the world looked like the back end of a large jet engine sticking out of the upper stern. A large circular port with a large one painted on the side, and the tangerine trees dotting the deck were all quite different from what anyone familiar with the age of sail would expect. Most worrying, though, was the stylized skull and crossbones wearing a straw hat that was painted on the mainsail and the black flag flying from the mainmast. All in all, it was quite the intriguing ship, as ingenious as it was ludicrous. Indeed, kudos were to be given to whoever had figured out how to grow tangerines on board. No scurvy for them. Nagato boarded and found only a young girl frantically trying to run the ship, with a surprising degree of success. It would appear that the helm and rigging have been configured so that they can be operated by a single person, Uyoto continued. The girl tried to run her off at first, but after Nagato explained that they were near abyssal territory and, interestingly, she allowed her to tow the ship back here. I see Admiral Goto nodded in understanding before turning around and marching down from the balcony overlooking the base's waterfront. And what's become of the girl? Ah, that's complicated, sir. Goto tensed in dread. Anything capable of making Uyoto, who as a secretary's ship, dealt with almost as much shit as he did uneasy, was guaranteed to be bad news. What? Well, you see, sir. Uyoto uncomfortably fiddled with her glasses as they arrived at the Admiral's office. As you know, Kongo has been researching methods for you and her to have children once the war is over. And, Uyoto scratched the back of her head. You see, there are other ships in the fleet who share her desires, save that most of them are nowhere near as, shall we say, optimistic. What does any of this have to do with the situation at hand? Uyoto sighed wearily as she laid her hands on the door. It has everything to do with the situation. The light cruiser pushed the door open, revealing the scene inside. Because Nagato is one of those ships. Within Goto's office were a pair of individuals, one familiar and the other not. One was the battleship Nagato, who, for her part, looked simply ecstatic as she squeezed, nuzzled, and practically smothered the head of the child. She was lovingly, some might say desperately, clutching to her ample fuel tanks. Meanwhile, said child, a young girl, was a stranger to Goto, and an oddly dressed one at that. The hood of the orange raincoat she was wearing was pulled down to reveal a shock of white hair with swirls of brown above her ears, a metal choker wrapped around her neck that slightly matched the anklets affixed around her flailing heels, and gray leggings poked out from under the bottom of said coat. Her face was one that would likely have been absolutely adorable if not for the fact that it was twisted in rage. Then again, considering what some of the other girls on base wore, this was practically normal. Rat-infested come hauling termite-ridden low-grade copper-plated. Is she a ship girl? Goto asked, an eyebrow raised at the steady stream of profanity flowing from the mouth of a girl who looked no older than his destroyers. She only got the mouth for it. I've heard less imaginative swearing while I was serving my commission. We're not quite sure, Yoda replied, her lips pursed. We think so, mostly due to Nagato squeezing her hard enough to crack ribs on a normal person. But when she forced her to disembark from the ship, she was on not an easy feat. Mind you, she sank like a stone the moment she hit the water. But even then, well, she searched for the words for a moment before shrugging helplessly. I don't know what to say, Admiral, it's just a feeling. Kinship, however tangential. We can all tell she's a ship girl. Whether by instinct or something else. No, I know the feeling, Goto said. After all, with admirals across the world getting ship girl powers, this intuition would logically be one of them. Nevertheless, if she's a ship girl, a few questions arise. Who is she? Who summoned her? And more importantly, what will we do with her?
What's an
Admiral, Nagato suddenly piped up. Yes, I volunteer, I'll adopt her. You what? Goto choked incredulously, while Yodo slapped her hand to her face with a weary groan. The foreign ship girl, for her part, was much more vocal in her disagreement to the idea. Excuse me. She screeched, a slight accent seeming to slip into her voice. You heard me. I'll adopt you. Nagato squealed eagerly as she spun the girl around. Oh, it'll be perfect. I'll be a mommy and Happo-chan will be a big sister. Oh, and I can call Colorado and tell her the news. She'll be thrilled to be a daddy. Then we'll all be one big happy family. Won't that be nice? Faintly, Goto almost swore he could hear a shout of what? Coming from the general direction of Bremerton. Probably his imagination. Though with his luck, not something to count on. The girl stared at Nagato like she'd grown a second head, her eye twitching furiously for a moment before she bared her teeth and spat nay. How thou to reply? No, ye galleon humping sea king sucking leaky hold crack keel scurvy-ridden hag. The ship girl raged, sounding for all the world like a genuine Grodd and flintlock buccaneer. I don't want to be adopted. I've already got myself a family, and when they find me, they are going to send each and every one of ye marine rowboats straight to Davy Jones' locker faster than you can say batten down the hatches. Do I make
It's a
myself on the
kitchen
beach?
island.
The girl was cut off by Nagato shoving her head between her massive guns. Isn't she simply adorable? She crooned, rubbing the girl's hair lovingly if a bit obsessively. I'm going to love her and pet her and feed her. The ship girl's struggles all but quintupled in Nagato's grip, taking on a very vivid hint of desperation. Still, she was no match for the force of the battleship's motherly love. That and her 91,000 horsepower grip. Nagato Udo sighed as she observed the sadly familiar madness unfurling before her. Before this debacle devolves into a very twisted rendition of a mice and men, I have but one question for you. Do you even know this girl's name? Of course I do, Nagato indignantly replied. It's. She shifted her grip on the girl slightly as she tried to tap her lip in thought. Give me a second, Okiyarg. Goto raised an eyebrow as the girl took advantage of a slight slip in Nagato's grip to chomp down on her thumb with all the tenacity of a fighting pit bull. The sight of the battleship flailing around, trying to shake the girl off and failing miserably, was quite comical, and it served a dual purpose. First, it proved pretty conclusively that the girl was a ship girl, because only a ship girl would have the capacity to bite that hard and hang on for so long, and second, it irrefutably proved that Nagato was nowhere near ready to be anything resembling a parental figure. At least, not if the way she was repeatedly slamming the strange ship girl's head against the wall in an effort to dislodge her was anything to go by. Still, however fun this was to watch, they were in his office and he had a base to run. Nagato, you are not adopting this girl. Both Nagato and the unknown froze, the battleship's boot firmly on the smaller girl's torso. I'm not. Nagato whimpered, laying on a dose of puppy dog eyes. Suck it, Bayak. The young girl started to crow before she was dislodged due to opening her jaw too much, bouncing off the wall as a result. Oh, son of a, did they not shatter the bottle at your launching or something? No, Goto repeated firmly to Nagato, by now thoroughly immune to all forms of puppy dog eyes and distracting antics. And that's final. And now that that's settled, might I ask what your name is, young lady? The unknown girl eyed the Admiral and ship girls for a moment, before standing up straight and shooting a defiant glare at Goto. Going merry, helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, 25 million Baris, she announced proudly. Goto blinked in surprise at the all-too-familiar greeting, taking a moment to puzzle out what the rest of it meant. I'm assuming that was your version of name, rank, and serial number, but that last part berries. Wheel Mary tilted her head to the side as she trailed off. It's supposed to be name, rank, and bounty, seeing how we don't have numbers. Cross said to only say that if the Marines ever questioned us because it'd drive them nuts, but really, we tend to drive you bastards way crazier with what we say than anything else. Goto glanced at Uyoto, who had a look on her face that said she was reading as much context, missing or otherwise, for Mary's words as he was. Finally, Goto crouched down on his knee and looked the girl in the eye, ignoring the defiant way she glared at him. This Cross sounds like a very smart person. Is he one of the friends who would be coming to get you? Mary's facade cracked instantly as she lit up with pride and glee. Yup. Cross has to be smart, cause he's the third mate and captain's an idiot. He's also the tactician and the commie. All three fleet members stiffen in alarm. But he calls himself a communications officer, before relaxing in relief. And the public relations officer, and the guy who takes care of all the animals. Oh, and he's also on the world government's top 20 most wanted list because he starts wars around the world with his words. Goto's eye twitched furiously as he reconciled the words top 20 most wanted with the idea of proximity to and loyalty of ship girls before returning to the task at hand. That sounds very impressive. Although, seeing how you came here on what I assume was your cruise ship, that was an accident. That fog bank came out of nowhere. I was just taking Big Bro Sonny out for a run around the island we were docked at. Mary pouted furiously. We didn't leave the coastline, and the log pose in his home still hadn't synced up yet. But the next thing I knew, I was getting attacked by these monster ships, and then I was attacked by that marine lubber of a wench, and... Yes, well... Goto hastily cut her off before she could build herself into a lather. Point is, your crew doesn't have a ship, and the phenomenon that brought you here was unique, so how do you think they'll follow you here? Mary blinked as she considered what the Admiral said before smiling cheerfully. They'll probably steal themselves a ship the second they realize I'm gone and follow me here. They'll find a way no matter what, come hell, high water, or marine fleet. There, her expression took on a wistful overtone. They're kind of awesome like that. Uyoto was forced to hide a smile as she observed the genuine adoration only a shipbro could lavish on her crew, while Nagato shrunk in on herself as the display served to convince her that the precious child before her would never show her the same love in a million years. I'm glad to hear that, Goto nodded firmly. Well, in the meantime, why don't you stay here while you wait for them?
It's
That
fine.
served to
It's
snap Mary's
tiny
mood right
little
around,
kitchen right
prompting
here.
her to snarl
next
viciously
to
at the Admiral.
bathroom.
Me willingly stay on a marine base. You must have barnacles growing on your brain. If you think I'll ever willingly stay with you rudderless lapdogs, then you've got another thing. Well, that's too bad, Uyoto cut in hastily. Mummy, one of our better cooks, was just putting the finishing touches on a batch of cookies. Mary trailed off slowly as she narrowed her eyes at the light cruiser.
Sure.
What kind? Chocolate chip? Mary held the expression for a second before brightening up with a sunny grin. Well, lead the way. Sure thing, could you just wait outside for a moment? The Admiral and I need to. She glanced
I'm
at
fixing
Goto.
up the inner side of my
Discuss
house and
matters.
haven't done the missions.
Mary frowned for a moment before shrugging in agreement. Whatever. Cookies. The second the small shipgirl was outside, Admiral and light cruiser looked at each other in disbelief. I can confirm with certainty that there is no one with the name Cross on any top 10 most wanted list in any country I am aware of, much less that of a world government, Oyoto swiftly informed him. Is it possible that she could be from some form of alternate reality? One whose history is different from our own? Goto posited. Things are mad enough around here that I wouldn't discount it as a possibility, Oyoto sighed wearily. Your orders, Admiral? Goto was silent for a moment as he considered things before shaking his head. There's nothing we can do. I'll call Briggs and Cunningham to see if they're missing any of their sail girls, but I won't hold my breath. For now, we wait and accommodate her the best we can. With any luck, her crew is as resourceful as she makes them sound, so they'll be able to find their way here. From there, we hand her off and hopefully wipe our hands of this affair. We already have enough problems in our world. I don't want the Diet getting on my back for getting us embroiled with another. Uyoto nodded in understanding. Glad to hear it. She slowly glanced to the side. And what about? Goto followed her gaze and promptly stiffened in terror. Nagata was, well, not crying, not yet, but that was the issue. She was right on the borderline of breaking into tears. If she crossed that line, she'd set herself on a course for the galley and wouldn't stop until every carton of ice cream on base was thoroughly emptied. Goto was about to resign himself to dipping into what was known as the Yukikaze Trust Fund to keep the destroyers from revolting when someone knocked on the door. Come in, he called out, breathing an internal sigh of relief as the white form of the Northern Ocean princess better known as Hoppo-chan popped her head into the office. Almost instantly, the battleship was snapped out of her funk as she hoisted the Abyssal into the air and bounced her over her head. Oh, hello, Hoppo-chan. She cooed eagerly. What are you doing here? Are you hungry? Oh, what poor thing. Come on, let's go and get you something to eat. Who's a good girl? You are, yes you are. Hoppo shot a thumbs up over Nagato's shoulder at Goto as she was carried out of the office, a motion that the Admiral returned in relief. Mary came back into the office a moment later with a dark look on her face. I almost became mad. I swear, if I ever end up in that kind of a situation, you're all waking up with your heads twisted on the wrong way. Duly noted, Goto nodded with a weary sigh. Now, Yodo. He started to turn towards his secretary, only to freeze as he felt something start to tug at the back of his pants. Before he could react, there was the sound of shredding cloth, followed closely by the feel of a breeze around his legs. He whirled around to see Mary munching on his trousers, slurping up his pants leg with an innocent grin on her face. Nice, hard boxers, Admiral, Oyoto snickered, doing a bad job of hiding her grin behind her hand. Just get her to Mamiya's, and then to one of the destroyer divisions. Oh, come in, Goto announced a few hours later as he worked on some paperwork, waiting for a chance to call Briggs in Norfolk and Cunningham in Portsmouth. The door opened, admitting a rather frazzled Tenaru. Tenaru, Goto said, sighing. Let me guess, Mary. This isn't going to work, Admiral, Tenaru bit out. Goto frowned. Tenaru had a reputation for being able to handle any destroyer. She had wrangled the Taffies, and so far only Shimakaze on a sugar high had defeated her. That bad. She decided to share a few sea shanties with my destroyers, the light cruiser spat. I dread the answer, but shanties. Tenaru's eye twitched viciously as she recalled the scene she walked in on. Tilda, oh Tilda. Alright everyone, all together now. Ooh, there once was a marine from an ice whose head was shaped like a. Tilda, oh Tilda. Okay, I get it. Goto cried out, warding off the song with his hands and doing his best to keep the light cruiser from unconsciously pulping the edge of his desk with her hands. Don't worry, I'll move her. Is the corruption permanent? Tenaru took a moment to blow a common breath out her nose before slowly shaking her head. No, it isn't, thank God. Still, I sent him to Hosho just to be sure. All right, Goto said, quickly printing a sheet and filling it out. Get Mary in this descendee. I'm fairly certain that Div 11 can handle her. Thanks, Admiral, that's all I ask. With a lazy salute, Tenaru sauntered out the door, clearly in a much better mood. Smiling, Goto turned back to his work, but not before making a note. 1004, Sail girls are not allowed to teach destroyer sea shanties. With any luck, Div 11, or rather, Fubuki would be much better equipped to handle their visitor. Tilda, oh Tilda. Alright, ladies and rowboats, the name of the game is South Blue Hold'em. Mary grinned as she shuffled the deck eagerly. Aces are high, the jokers wild, and gold doubloons are the preferred currency. And the house gets half the pot when all said and done. Send, I piped up eagerly. I still say that this is a gross breach of protocol, Mirakumo grouched as she shifted her hand around.
Hopefully we can expand this
you sound like
place.
Fubuki. Ayuki chuckled softly as she slouched on a cushion. Yeah, dumb old Fubuki would hate us having this much fun. Send, I laughed in agreement. That's not very nice, Shirayuki softly admonished her ostensible superior. She is right though, Ayuki chuckled lazily. Slam! Aha! Fubuki roared as she kicked the closet door open, causing the ship girls to jump. It was all their idea, I had nothing to do with this, Hatsuyuki drawled as she let the cards fall from limp fingers. Privateer. Mary howled in betrayal. Now, Fubuki, let's not all go crazy here. Send, I said placatingly, motioning for the destroyer to calm down. I'm telling Admiral Goto about this. Get her. Send, I roared as she jabbed a finger at her nominal subordinate. Yeah, get her. Mary concurred as she swung her arm up to mirror the motion, and promptly froze in horror as a flurry of cards flew from her sleeve. Cold sweat pouring down her in torrents as she felt the whole of Div 11 glaring at her as one. Well, Mirakumo, Sendai and Fubuki glared. Hatsuyuki didn't give a shit, and Shirayuki was too nice to glare. Ah, damn it. And Nami makes the scene so natural, too. The Caravel muttered to herself before grinning sheepishly. How is it too late to mulligan or... Get her. Send. I howled as she leapt at the small girl, a motion the two motivated destroyers mirrored. Tilda, oh Tilda. Gotu cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the overturned cardboard box before him. Where did you get the idea for this exactly? Cross mentioned that it was a cliché from where he was from. It works surprisingly well. Mary's voice glibly informed him. And you thought starting a gambling ring was a good idea? Why? Always best to have some money on hand. Plus it's fun, of course. Of course. So, do I just go back to the moor? I'll call ahead to Jinsu and tell her you'll be staying with the Stiv 16. They're that way. The silence hung heavy in the air for a moment. To your left, sorry. Right. No, your other left. Right again. Gotu groaned as he slapped a hand to his face. The other admirals couldn't call soon enough. The second he returned to his desk, he swiftly made yet another note. 1004, 124. No organized gambling rings are to be organized without inviting the admiral. He paused as he felt Wyoto and Congo glare at the back of his head through the rest of the base before putting another line below. 1004, 124A. Correction. No gambling rings, period, organized or unorganized. Tilde, oh tilde. You need to do something about this devil child now. Victoria snarled as she slammed the chain wrapped Mary down on the admiral's desk. Hey, go, why? Mary snickered. Long time no see. How's tricks? Gotu stared at her for a moment before eyeing the British fleet assembled before him. What did you do this time? Absolutely nothing. I have been a picture of innocence. You've been a horrid influence on every destroyer you've come in contact with. King George V. Spat. Balderdash. Kokomami. Lies and slander. Now, girls, Gotu said, holding his hands up placatingly. I realize that there have been some issues with Mary, but surely. She convinced Slot 24 to set up a bootleg rum distillery in their room. Gotu froze at that before slowly staring flatly at Mary. Really? Mary pursed her lips for a moment before shrugging innocently. In my defense, it took a lot of convincing to get them to do it. They had it set up within an hour. Argonaut shrieked. As I said, a lot of convincing. I last saw you 2 hours ago, Gotu deadpanned. Mary froze as she considered that before shrugging. I have no excuse. Though I do wonder why they were so reluctant. That's because they're overcoming fucking alcoholism just like the rest of us. Victoria spat. And you just set them back by months. Well, I wouldn't have gone to them if Div 16 had agreed to help me. Mary raged. But Nuo, they insisted that the damn thing spit out sake. Do I look like a green-haired swordsman to you? Tisk, I bet they're still making a mint off of my blueprints. Gotu snapped his fingers, prompting Wyoto to dash out of the room, before focusing back on Mary. So far, you have managed to subvert, corrupt, and overall exploit well over a dozen of the ship girls under my command. Tell me right now why I shouldn't throw you in the brig and be done with you. Mary's eyes practically doubled in size as she stared tearfully at Gotu. Because I'm an adorable bundle of joy and innocence who can do no wrong. Div 6 has that trick down to an art form. Pull the other one, it's got whistles and bells on it, Gotu stated flatly. Mary's expression flipped into a sadistic grin. Because if my crew finds me behind bars, they will rip your base up by the fucking foundation and kick your rudders 6 ways from Sunday in the process, and trust me, that's not an exaggeration on my part. Gotu was silent for a moment before looking at Victorious. Take her to Bukuma and Canoe. I've already written Div 24 off as a lost cause anyways, one more won't hurt. Aye, sir, Victoria saluted tiredly before picking up Mary. Come on, you menace. That's white menace to you. And do you think we can swing by this Flot 24 room on the way? I stashed a bottle beneath my bed before you raided us in Peach. Thank you, Gotu sighed in relief as the troublemaker was finally gagged. He then wearily jotted down yet another note, before remembering that they'd already written this one down. 6,
I want to mow this
191.
lawn so
The still new
bad.
repair
It
ship
looks
Sparrows
so...
has to go. He still didn't know what he had been thinking, sending Jenny to dispose of it. Gotu allowed himself a weary grin as he leaned back in his seat. Mary was living up to her apparent nom de guerre, but he had an appointment with Cunningham and Briggs
You
soon,
can use
so
some
things would hopefully
type of
turn out for the best soon enough.
scalpel
Tilda, oh Tilda. He wasn't smiling a half hour later as he talked to the other admirals. So none of your sail girls are missing, he repeated flatly. Nope, sorry, Admiral Cunningham said over the conference video call. Are you sure none of you want a ship girl? Nice try, Gotu, but Victorious already called us. Count yourself lucky I managed to stop Indefatigable and Implacable from leaving Portsmouth, Admiral Cunningham stated neutrally. Damn it, Gotu spat to himself before blinking. Wait, which? Both of them. Either way, Briggs cut in. I do not envy you if you have to handle a sail girl, especially one who claims to be a pirate. Gotu frowned. Why? What does that have to do with anything? Simple, most sail girls are crazy. Well, crazier than their steel counterparts at any rate. We think it has something to do with age. Turns out that World War II wasn't the high point of insanity in the history of humanity, Briggs answered. Anyways, the frigates are the craziest of them all, and all of them are warships, not pirates. If she is a pirate ship girl as she claims, the American admiral shuddered dramatically. Pray that her crew actually does manage to take her off your hands, and soon. Oh, one more thing, Cunningham added. Fair warning, we've been doing exercises with Trincomalee, and she maneuvers very differently from steam-powered girls. Southampton was having serious trouble targeting her. Chances are, due to how different their thought processes are, your more modern ship girls will have a hard time getting a beat on her. Gotu sighed. Well, that wasn't as bad as he'd feared. It was worse. Well, thank you for your time, gentlemen, he replied. Now, we're all busy men, so I won't hold you here any longer. Goodbye. As the teleconference ended, Gotu leaned back in his chair, and resolved not to think about the small sail girl until he had to. Tilda, oh Tilda. Mary carefully modulated her breathing as she stared up into the ceiling of the room she'd been moved to, wide awake. The Caravel felt a slight twinge of regret at what she was about to do. The girls of the Div 6 had been so fun to try and corrupt, especially Inazuma, who was very clearly slamming face first into puberty. Div 11 members were alright when they weren't narking on her, and Div 24 were really fun drunks. As for Distiv 24, they were just crazy, but in a fun way. Hell, even her minders had been nice. Tenaru reminded her of Nami-sen. I was hilarious, and Abukuma was just so adorable, trying to be authoritative. Still, this wasn't her world, and she needed to get back to the Sunny, back out to sea, back to her crew. And she had a plan for that too, sneak out, get to the Sunny, and take down everyone in her way. Okay, not a great plan, but it was more than what her captain had done on many occasions. Heck, it was better than half of Cross's plans too. Sitting up, she listened for any change. Nothing. She slid out of bed, still clad in her clothes, and froze as she heard a rustle of cloth. Pink elephants, on parade, Kijiro mumbled as she rolled over in bed. Mary heaved a silent sigh of relief and slipped her coat's hood up. Standing in front of the door, she schooled her expression, opened the door, and nearly blurted out a blue streak when she saw Kinu, Abukuma's sister, standing in front of her. Oh, hey Mary, the light cruiser said, mildly surprised and slightly groggy from waking up. You need to go to the bathroom. Why, yeah. Mary hastily slid into character, putting as much youthful wobble into her voice and eyes as she danced from foot to foot. And I don't know where it is. Can you help me? I don't want to go wee-wee in my panties. Oh, there, Kinu said sweetly as she tousled the car rebel's hair. All right. Follow me then. Kinu turned around, and thus did not notice a bloodthirsty grin spread across Mary's face. Come on, it's just this.
Nice. I wish I could add more to it, but I can't right now.
Wheeling around and clutching the back of her skull in pain. What was that for? Mary blinked in confusion as she hefted the frying pan she was holding. But Cross said that always, oh no wait, I see what I did wrong. Hold still a second. What are you? Mary interrupted Kinu by jumping up and slamming the frying pan into her face, putting her out like a light. Mary nodded satisfaction as she spun the frying pan in her grip. Right. Front of the head for Kaio, back for trauma. Alright, now what's next? Oh right. Stash the body. Mary grabbed Kinu under her armpits, eased the door to the Distiv 24 room open, and left her slumped on the floor. Hopefully no one would notice her for a while. She'd barely gone 2 steps when she heard Kasumi shriek in terror from the room. Okay, on to Cross's plan B, she muttered as she broke into a sprint. Run like hell. Tilda, oh Tilda. Alright, Admiral, we've got her now. Just give me a few minutes alone with her and Warg. Mirakumo! Goto shouted into the radio as an explosion rocked the base. What happened? She's throwing torpedoes at us. She doesn't have rigging. How? No, I mean she found the armory, and is literally picking up torpedoes and throwing them at us. And they keep freaking exploding. Goto winced and once again cursed the bright spark who had come up with oxygen propulsion for the long lance. Are you okay? You would yet, but she blasted the corridor to hell and back. We're gonna need to go the long way around, and she's gonna get away. Again. Fall back, Mirakumo Shigure, Goto ordered. Nagato and Kongo are guarding her ship. She's not going anywhere. Tilda, oh Tilda. Mary grit her teeth as she looked out on the ship girls crowding the pier in front of her. A half-dozen destroyers, a heavy cruiser with her seaplanes out, and battleships Nagato and Kongo. Not that Mary knew that. All she knew was that there were 6 little ones, 2 big ones, a new medium type, and that all of them could reduce her to splinters in short order.
A bit more
Worse,
arty.
she couldn't think of a way to get past them. A finger tapped on her shoulder, and Mary whirled around, rearing her fist back to try and punch out whoever had snuck up on her. It worked on the little ones at least. As it turned out, though, it was just Hoppo-chan. What are you doing here? She whispered furiously before stiffening in terror. Don't tell me that Jill Galleon is here, because I swear I love my crew, but I will scuttle myself before I surrender to her.
Okay, so
Hoppo answered by frantically shaking her head before pointing upwards. Mary followed the finger to see a metal grating, leading into some kind of vent or duct. Oh, I see, Mary said, grinning. A Cross classic. Don't know why I didn't think of it in the first place. Thanks, I owe you one. The white girl gave a thumbs up and began walking in the opposite direction, leaving Mary to jump up, rip open the grate, and crawl into the vent. Tilda, oh Tilda. No sign of her. Mirakumo and Shige reported as they ran up to the pier. My seaplanes aren't finding anything either, Chikuma reported, before wincing miserably. Correction, they just found another Molotov cocktail trap. Damn it, how many of those bottles did she stash? Well, if she's trying to wear us down, she won't succeed, Nagato announced. I want constant vigilance. And my cuddles. You have issues, Nagato. You have very bad issues, Kongo muttered absent-mindedly. Nagato blinked, noticing that Kongo was staring at a section of the wall instead of her. Kongo, what are you? Shigure Mirakumo! The fast battleship suddenly barked. Go check the vents. Nagato paled as she realized that one of the vents opened up behind their task force, barely a few feet from the ship. She paled further when she noticed that said vent had been kicked open. Then that means... Emma, The ship girls on the pier spun towards the Thousand Sunny, seeing Mary poke her head out from behind the lion's head. Sucks to be you lot. She laughed. I'm on my big brother now, and there's not a fucking thing you salt huffers can do about it. Mary, please. Nagato pleaded. We have. She glanced around the task force. Enough firepower to level a small city. Don't make us use it. Mary grinned viciously as she reached for a very comforting lever. Oh, that's really impressive. I'm so scared. Here's my response. She ducked back behind Sunny's head as she yanked the lever. An ominous clunk echoed out, followed by the lion's head opening and revealing a metallic barrel. Nagato blinked in confusion. What the heck? Everybody move! Kongo barked, diving downward. Gaon cannon bitches. Mary cackled. There was an almighty roar as a veritable hurricane of compressed air blasted out from the lion's head. The ship trolls on the pier were simply not heavy enough, regardless of how strong they were, to withstand the blast, and were sent flying. And the buildings fared even worse. As the Gaon cannon finished roaring, Yokosuka's waterfront was in ruins. Later, suckers! Mary cackled, throwing the rudder hard right and flipping a myriad of levers and toggles as she activated Chicken Voyage. wheeling Sunny around and dropping his sails. Soon she was out of the harbor and heading out into Tokyo Bay. Of course, as this was Tokyo Bay, waiting for her at the mouth was a very unwelcome sight. Please turn back, Miss Mary. Yamato called, her rigging fully deployed. We don't want to hurt you. Speak for yourself, came a voice from the starboard side of the ship. Mary's head whirled to that side to see a swimsuit-clad girl poking her head out of the water and aiming a rather large gun at the Sunny. That's me, Namuya. Goya spoke up from the other side. Mary looked between the two submarines flanking her and the battleship before her, then put on a brave face and looked back at Yamato, her hand inching towards the coop to burst lever all the while. Oh yeah. I faced down a fleet of warships 10 times your size to save my crew, and I came out of that without a scratch. Give me one reason why this should be any different. Yamato sighed, and then there was an almighty bang. Mary's eyes widened as a massive cloud of smoke and fire enveloped the battleship, and she just barely saw the massive shell fly just past the bow before hitting the sea and throwing up a column of water taller than the Sunny's masts. The Caravel trembled furiously for a second as she thought very carefully before ultimately sighing in defeat and letting go of Sunny's controls, wincing as the ship groaned miserably. That's a good reason, she whimpered. Tilda, oh Tilda. I gotta say, Tenru drawled as she steamed alongside the Thousand Sunny, which was being towed by Yamato. I honestly don't know whether to cheer you on for being a complete badass, or give you spanking for being a bad girl. A muffled mumble about Tenru blowing something out of her magazine was Mary's only response, and Tenru sighed and pulled a little closer. Look, kid, she began. You've just pulled off a massive accomplishment. How many shipgirls can say they fought their way single-handedly out of an entire naval base? Be proud of that, at least. She tapped her chin in thought. Come to think of it, why didn't you just sail out yourself? I heard that you sank after Nagato dropped you in the water, so why is that? Why do you have to ride you? She glanced at Sunny's figurehead. Big bro. Silence. Well, either way, we're here. Tenru sighed as the Thousand Sunny nosed back up to the pier. A scorched and battered Congo, and Nagato waiting and looking quite peeved. As the pier workers began wrestling with the ropes, Mary hopped down from the deck and stomped past Tenru, snarling and growling viciously under her breath. All right then, the light cruiser said, slapping the other girl's back. I can see you don't want to talk about this. Frowning, Tenru suddenly knelt down and pulled up Mary's coat and the shirt underneath. Hey, watch it. I thought that Nagato bitch was the pedophile, not you. Help, bad touch. Bad touch. The ship girl snapped in the first real display of emotion since Tenru had arrived, drawing Nagato and Congo's attention in the process. What in the name of Davy Jones do you think you're? What happened here? Tenru hissed, her voice dripping with barely restrained fury. Behind her, she could hear Yamato gasp, and Congo suck in a breath. Mary instantly froze as she felt the cruiser's fingers run across her back, tracing over the livid scar that ran just below her shoulder blades. The expanse of mutilated flesh was jagged, deep, and stretched clear across her entire back. Scars were not common for shipgirls. Arizona and Warspite were the only ones Tenru could recall off the top of her head that had any, and the wounds that left them had not only been fatal and crippling, respectively, but beyond traumatic to boot. This was nearly on par. Oh, that. Mary hedged nervously. I thought just an old wound, nothing to worry about. Bullshit, Tenru spat, her vision flashing red as she scanned the bands of metal around the girl's neck and ankles. What would happen to you? An accident, enemy action. Or, she narrowed her eyes viciously as the thought struck her. You're CR. How fucking dare you? The warships leapt in shock when Mary spun around and roared at them, exhibiting more raw fury than most of them had seen in their whole existences. By which we mean, since the last time someone had interrupted Congo's tiara. Where the hell do you get off saying anything about my crew? About my family? Mary demanded, glaring viciously at Tenru. You know absolutely jack shit about them. You want someone to blame for that scar. Then you can fucking blame me. W what? Nagato sputtered in shock. No, Mary. That's not. Yes, it is. Mary shrieked. I knew it was coming. I could feel it coming in my planks, and I lied to my crew when they asked if I was okay. Congo blinked in confusion. Huh. Wait, lied. What are you? I used a clabberman to try and fix myself. The Caravel hissed. The warships gasped in shock. A clabberman. Tenru choked. Mary, that's an incredibly risky. My keel fucking cracked that day. I was so far beyond risk. Mary plowed onwards. It cracked, and Cross tried to help me, and I lied to his face when he asked me if I was all right. I lied to him after he helped me. I was ready to give up and sink for their sakes, but he convinced me to keep fighting, to live. If it weren't for him, I would have let myself sink then and there. Tenru swallowed heavily as she tried to steady her nerve. Mary, I had no right to live. Mary shouted, advancing on Tenru in a haze of fury. I had every reason to sink myself. I should have sunk for their sakes, but he told me otherwise. He told me it wasn't wrong to dream of staying with them. He told me it was all right for me to live. Thanks to him, thanks to all of their support, I carried them for 2 months. And even after they found out I wasn't fixable, after it was apparent that I was little more than a floating pile of kindling, they still fought to keep me with them. Tenru hastily backpedaled as a blazing red aura grew up behind Mary, the Caravel still advancing. So don't you fucking dare imply that me crew did this, Tommy. Those brave bastards, those godsends, they fought tooth and nail to keep me. They broke reality itself to make me who I am. So when you speak ill of that scar, you speak ill of me, because it's a mark of me own stubborn pride. And it is a badge of my fucking honor as not only a pirate, but a straw hat pirate to boot. Do I make myself? A damn it, attention, Marine base! All 5 shipgirls jumped as they were suddenly interrupted. Whirling around, 4 of the 5 blinked in confusion as they were confronted with the bizarre sight of what appeared to be a 3-masted broadside sloop of war. The hull was painted a deep blue-gray, and what looked like a seagull was painted on the sails alongside the word Marine. And more importantly, the ship looked like it was in incredibly rough condition, barely qualifying as seaworthy. Ahem, the voice from before boomed through the air. I repeat, attention Marine Base. This is, Commodore Gendarme of the Marines. We have received reports that White Menace Going Mary and the Straw Hats ship were in port, so thanks for holding them for us. But we'll take them from here. Faster than Shimakaze on a sugar high, Mary's expression shifted from pissed off to confused to jubilant and then back to angry. If a slightly over-exaggerated version of the emotion. You'll never take me alive, you kelp-slurping turtle-fucking sons of sea wenches. What in the hell? Nagato breathed. Who are? They're never gonna buy this, a female voice grumbled. Shut up. I'm still transmitting. Oops. Ha ha ha. Mary's eye twitched as she tried to maintain a neutral expression, snapping a glare at Kongo as the latter stepped forward. I don't know who you are, she called up, but you shouldn't have picked the U.S. Marines of all people to impersonate. She smirked. Cause really, I don't know what that thing is, but it doesn't look like an amphibious assault ship to me. Ah, WWLUC. A panicked nasally voice hastily piped up. That's because this is a super secret model of ship known as the... Give it up, Usopp, our cover's already blown. Hell if I know how, but these aren't our Marines we're dealing with. There's only one thing for it now. Alright everyone, Plan B. Woo, I love Plan B. Kongo frowned in confusion as a trio of lures shot off the ship.
Yeah, so good.
What the? Gum rifle.
Wait.
Strong right. Cherry blossom blast. Kongo stood tall for a second before slowly tilting backward, impact and blast marks decorating her front. Her assailants lowered themselves down from their attack stances, and were then joined by several
Anything
more
else I
hopping down
need
from
to
the
do?
ship. There was a large man in a Hawaiian shirt, speedo, and sunglasses, looking like nothing more than an unholy fusion of Pope and Ace Ventura. There was a dark-haired woman in designer clothes, utterly
Popeye.
normal and yet quietly
Said Popeye,
terrifying.
but they
There was a
forgot.
man deer with a blue nose, red hat, and bulked-up arms. There was a teenager in a button-down shirt and shorts with blue hair and a tight ponytail riding on a large saddle duck. One hand spun a chain with a crescent-shaped blade on the end of it, while the other held an identical blade and chain. There was an older woman, her hair done up in a bun with small wings sticking out of her back. A large bazooka was held in her right hand, and another slung across her back. A white fox was perched on her shoulder as well. There was a curly-haired young man, wearing overalls, a bandana, and goggles, and he had the most ridiculously long nose. He also held a massive slingshot staff combo in his hands. There was an orange-haired young woman in a tank top and miniskirt, brandishing a staff with spherical attachments along its length. She was surrounded by what appeared to be a white cloud streaming from the butt of her staff that was waving and twisting around her as though it had a mind of its own. There was what appeared to be a relatively normal young man in a hooded jacket and jeans. The hood drawn up over a ball cap and headphones around his neck, except in his right hand was a large sword, in his left an equally large bazooka. And perched on his shoulder was a snail with a freaking phone built into its shell. There was a blond man in a black suit, a cigarette dangling carelessly from his mouth. There was a green-haired man in t-shirt, pants, and a kama, two katanas hanging from his side. Surrounding them was a quintet of what for all the world looked like small shell dugongs, one with a pair of nunchucks, one with a pair of katana, one with a pair of sai, one with a bow staff, and one with a rope dart. And at the lead of them all was a black-haired young man in a straw hat, red vest, and jean shorts who practically
Alright, I
radiated
think I
power
got
and
all of
charisma.
them.
Of course this was
Yeah,
Tenru,
task
Nagato, and
complete.
Yamato. They weren't going to just back down. Nagato pointed her 16 guns at the interlopers. Vengeance. Only for Mary to leap at her and latch onto her face like a facehugger, tearing at her face with all the viciousness of a rabid wolverine. Which left Tenru and Yamato to face the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Sound the alarm, intruders in the base. Get them. Charge. Well them and the combined forces of Distivs 29 and 30, for what they were worth. The Straw Hats observed the approaching mob for a moment before the one with the snail looked at the orange-haired one. You want to, or should I? The orange-haired woman
Oh,
tilted her
wrong
head
with
to
my
the side and
bathroom?
thought, the cloud following the motion before she shrugged and started twirling her staff, apparently causing the cloud to darken and crackle menacingly. Just keep them in place for a second, all right. The snail carrier nodded in understanding before hauling back the arm holding his sword. You heard her, Funk Freed. Go. He then snapped his arm forwards and flung the sword at the oncoming mob of destroyers. Get them. To the shock of all observing, the sword morphed in midair, shifting into an elephant of all things that stampeded towards the destroyers, breaking their loose formation with a swing of its tusks and trunk. Before the destroyers could successfully rally, the orange-haired woman swung her staff out, snapping the dark cloud out into a scorpion tail-esque form that was crackling with lightning. Sorry about this, but we're not leaving without Mary. Now lightning strike tempo. And with that, the cloud snapped forwards, lashing out a vicious chain of lightning that washed over the mob of destroyers, just as the elephant snapped back into its sword form. The orange-haired woman sniffed confidently. And that's that. Boss, Usopp, you keep an eye out for any others. Aye, ma'am. I still say we grab Mary and run like heck. Then again, who am I to argue with someone who periodically fries people with lightning? What was that? And nothing, Nami. Move your ass, Lawnos, move! Oh no, you don't. Yamato snarled as she swung a 6.1 turret around at the sniper and dugong. She mentally pulled the trigger. Bob Lamb. And jerked in shock as half her rigging practically imploded on account of a plugged barrel. Call me an old softy. The large blue-haired gorilla man grinned as he held her turret barrel in place with his massive hand. But I'd really rather you didn't blow my friends to pieces. It's super rude, don't you know? Which is why I'm really sorry about this. Yamato swung her head around at the voice, and promptly paled in horror at the sight of the massive cannon barrel being stuck in her face by the angel-winged woman. Again, really sorry, she sighed apologetically, a sentiment opposed by her pulling the trigger and unleashing a wave of pain straight in her face. The battleship staggered back, but to the surprise of both quickly righted herself with only some minor burns and unleashed a tide of 25mm shells at them. Yo! The large man yelped as he shielded the cannon wielder with his body. What the hell is this chick made of? Hopefully this.
There we go.
Excuse me. Yamato swung her turrets around as a large figure tapped her on the shoulder. Crunch! And stiffened in shock as another gorilla man, this one actually covered in fur and sporting a blue nose of all things, shoved the liquid-filled vial down her throat. The battleship stood still for a moment
Better.
as the liquid unwillingly trickled down her throat, slowly integrating itself with her body's chemistry. Finally, however, Herc! Yamato doubled over miserably as a wave of nausea coursed through her. Acting fast, the ship girl dashed to the side of the pier and unloaded her stomach's contents into the harbor, heaving as heavily as she could until there was nothing left. "Oh, you sons of bitches," she groaned, equal parts rage and sickness coloring her voice. "I swear to God, I am going to." She cut herself off as she felt something heavy and slightly slimy plop down on top of her head. Turning her eyes upwards, she blinked in confusion as she took in the grinning something perched on her skull. The hell? Soundbite. Gastroblast. Rah shish boom bah. Yamato had a second to wonder how the hell the snail was talking before her world became pure agony. Everything rang and shook for the battleship, her eyes crossing and her body shaking before she gave up the fight and fell unconscious. The snail wielder smirked confidently as he plopped the aforenamed soundbite down on his shoulder. Well, that was it, see? He trailed off as he noted
Recently,
Amuya and Goya
large
staring
drones
at
have
him in
become
horror from the
popular,
water.
which is proven
The
by
pirate
the
was
fact
silent
that
for a
my
moment before he and
neighbor
the snail
and the
slowly donned
neighbor
vicious
of my
grins.
neighbor knocked down
Hey, the
several
two
walls
chorused
in their
menacingly.
homes.
The submarines instantly dove
I was
under the
like,
water with dual shrieks of terror.
Okay.
They remembered what had happened to Kitakami and Ikyu after all. "Oh ho, you can run, but you sure as hell can't hide," the pirate crowed as he swung up the cannon he was bearing. "Okay, lasso Kenny Cannon." The second the pirate spoke, the cannon started blasting out a barrage of baseballs, littering the water with them. 10 seconds later, Yakasuga Harbor erupted into a pillar of liquid.
Some
Amidst the
houses
resultant
hold a
rain, the
secret.
two submarines slammed into the pier, flopping and flailing around in a blind panic for a second before finally falling still, foam bubbling out of their mouths. Now that was easy. Soundbite cackled. Finally, all that were left were Tenryu and the swordsmen squaring off against one another. The light cruiser and the pirates stared at each other, probing each other's defenses as they gripped their sheathed swords. Finally, Oni. The swordsman started, dashing forwards and curving his arms back as he unsheathed his blades, signaling Tenryu what was coming. She dashed forward, her sword held out in a thrust straight for the swordsman's forehead, which halted the attack as he hit the brakes to avoid getting skewered. Few broke off into ready stances, reading each other with professional ease. "Hey," the swordsman grunted. "What's your name?" Tenryu the light cruiser bit out. "I'll remember it," the swordsman replied. "My name is Roronoa Zoro." And with that, he sheathed his swords and leaned forward. Two-sword style. Tenryu tensed, preparing to meet the attack. "Castle Gate!" Zoro cried out, dashing forward. Tenryu's eyes widened and she brought up her sword to block. To her dismay, the attack cut through her sword like it was made of butter instead of armor-grade steel in two places at once at that. Naturally, the swords continued and carved into her chest, carving two gaping wounds into her body. She fell forward onto her knees, blood or perhaps oil streaming from the massive gashes. She felt, rather than saw Zoro step up behind her, and she hauled herself to her feet, gritting her teeth and presenting her front. Zoro blinked, then grinned. A worthy opponent indeed. And with that, he drove his sword into her gut. That was the final straw, and Tenryu collapsed, catching sight of Nagato keeling over under Mary's facehugger impression before dogpiled by the rest of the crew. "Ha," she thought. "At least I'm not the only one. And at least she's in good hands." Tilda oh Tilda. "Guys, you came. I've never been so happy to see you." Mary sobbed comically, throwing herself into Cross's open arms. "Good to see you again, Mary," he replied as he caught her and threw her up into the air. "We're so glad you're safe, we were so worried. Did you behave while we were gone?" "Aha, aha." Mary nodded eagerly. "I raised hell, tried to escape at every opportunity, and when I was given the chance, I went straight for the eyes." Cross gasped in awe as he caught her and held her above his head. "That's very good, Mary. I am so proud." "Yes, yes, so am I." Vivi wheezed as she fought against Nagato's inhuman strength, yanking her lion cutter taut against the battleship's throat to no effect. "Now, will one of you guys help me already? She won't give up." "Mirar," Nagato wheezed out as she reached towards the caravel. "What the hell is this woman's malfunction?" Karu squawked as he tried and failed to use his mask to pin the ship girl down. Mary rolled her eyes with an exasperated huff before twisting her way out of Cross's grip. All right, I can handle her. Give her a clear view of me." Once Mary was certain the battleship was looking straight at her, she widened her eyes to their fullest extent and made them as watery as possible before sticking out her lip and quivering it, hence placing her expression at maximum cuteness. "I love you, Mama Nagato." Nagato stared at Mary in awe for 1 second, 2, 3. Splurt! Gah! Oh, holy shit! Before keeling over on account of massive jets of blood spurting out of her nose, a euphoric grin painted on her face. "I have no words," Cross stated succinctly. "Should we still let her live?" Nami asked uncomfortably. "Nah, she's harmless," Mary said dismissively, waving her off without care. "I think that was more the cuteness factor than anything nefarious. Think of her like a female Sanji." Uo, the Straw Hats chorused in understanding before Sanji did a double take. "Hey, I'm not that bad," the cook protested. "Not yet you aren't," Cross shot back with a grin chuckle. Grinning, Mary turned around and looked over Kongo with her cratered front, Yamato scorched and bleeding from her ears, Nagato twitching in a pool of her own blood, an expression of bliss on her face, and Tenryu bleeding out on the ground. Not to mention the pile of fried destroyer and the insensate forms of Goya and Amuya. "Geez, you guys could have gone a little easier on them," she grumbled. "They were nice to me, for the most part, as much as Marines can be nice. Except for Nagato, she was cray-cray and not in a fun way either." Sorry about that, Mary, Cross said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. We didn't know the situation, so we decided not to hold back. And you're working OUT frustrations too, Soundbite added with a snicker. We were chased down by a killer pigeon. My bounty is well and good, but I still want some pride, damn it. Cross raged furiously. It's fine, they're tough. And they've got all sorts of cool healing techniques for people like me, Mary said as she clambered onto Frankie's shoulders. Did you know they heal by sitting in hot baths? No offense, Frankie, but a lot of old aches left me after one go. That's super, sis. Frankie whooped as he shot her a thumbs up. Oh, really? Chopper asked, eyeing her curiously. You'll have to tell me all about it. Medical texts don't exactly cover cases like yours, but with this knowledge I could create an entire new branch of medicine. Think of the possibilities. The thrill of the search. Let us begin the... Glonk. Thank you, Conness. Also, oh. Sorry, Chopper. Mary giggled as her crew fell back into old habits. However, an oppressive, droning buzz caught her attention, and she glanced around, looking for the source. Soundbite. She began, injecting a note of authority into her voice. Did you leave the gastrophone again? This isn't me. The snail protested. Ah, guys. Usopp cut in, shaking and staring towards the distant western horizon. What the hell is that? The crew turned their gazes to where Usopp was pointing. A massive, amorphous black cloud was advancing towards them at alarming speed. Okay, got me, I never saw anything like this while I was here, Mary said, a hint of worry in her voice. Cross held his hand out to Nami, who handed him her spyglass. He snapped it open, and took one look at the horizon before slowly lowering the device with a pained grimace. Hey, guys. I think I know where we are. Oh yeah? Where? Luffy asked eagerly. Cross allowed a horrified shudder to course through him. Home. My home. Now, unless I'm misreading those roundels and those aren't Japanese fighter planes soaring towards us, I'd suggest we get the hell out of Dodge before we recreate a little historical event known as Pearl freaking Harbor. Kamikaze at 12 o'clock. Soundbite shrieked as he snapped back into his shell. Nami and Zoro glanced at each other before the second mate came to a decision. Right, I don't know what the significance of Pearl Harbor is, but I'm gonna take your panicked reaction at face value and say that it's bad. She glanced around at the stunned forms of the crew. That means get on the ship and get ready to leave, you morons. Yes, ma'am. Most of the crew barked, except for Luffy and Sanji. Aw, come on, Nami, Cross. Luffy whined. I want to fight them. I've never fought flying enemies before, and those CP bastards don't count, so don't even say it. And I can't leave before I found out if there are any more ladies here. Sanji added. If they're half as pretty as the ones you guys mauled beyond recognition, then. Right, screw this, Cross spat as he snapped his headphones on and jabbed a finger at Luffy. Soundbite, gastrophony. Lightning strike tempo. Nami snarled as she lashed out with her climb attacked. Both Sanji and Luffy promptly collapsed. Luffy green from trying to hold in his half-digested third lunch and Sanji twitching and spasming as smoke curled off him. With Zoro carrying them, the Straw Hats got the Thousand Sunny underway in record time. As they made their way out of Tokyo Bay and past the insensate forms of the picket submarines, stealing fearful glances back at the swarm of Vowels, Kates and Zeros all the while, Mary couldn't help herself. She started giggling again, bursting into full-on laughter as they got to open ocean. She was still laughing an hour later when an Abyssal reclassed battleship popped out of the water in front of the Sunny. Ah. Monster. Usopp screeched. A pretty monster. Sanji swooned. So, Mary, is this a hostile monster or... Cross trailed off as the battleship pointed her tail and the guns mounted within at the Sunny. Well, that answers that. The reclassed battleship was afforded only a moment of confusion as the humans didn't try to run before the crew, sent Sanji. Hauled themselves up onto the Sunny's railing, weapons and fists at ready and predatory gleams in their eyes. The Abyssal on her tail had just enough time to shoot terrified glances at each other before a rubber fist grabbed the ship girl's throat and yanked them aboard. Oh. Alright, what's the damage?
Bedroom 15.
We have 3 battleships,
This
1 heavy
is
cruiser,
10.
2 light cruisers, 7 submarines, and 16 destroyers out of commission for at least a week. Ooh, Yodo reported. We have another 17 ship pearls with lesser damage who should be good to go tomorrow. As for the base, the secretary's ship flipped to another sheet of paper. The portside warehouse district has been leveled, the cafeteria is out of commission, and will be for at least 3 days. And the destroyer dorms will need to be rebuilt. She sighed. Again. Okay, go to side. I assume everyone's been told not to bring in strange ship girls flying Jolly Rogers. Yes. And the Abyssal at my window. Wyoto glanced at the disheveled reclassed battleship clinging to the glass like a lamprey. Tears streaming down from the puppy dog eyes shining into the office and her tail holding up a sign that read will fight for food and a good home. I took the liberty of contacting Richan down in the Marquis as Wyoto replied. She'll take her in. Goku smirked viciously as he turned around to face his desk. Good. The Americans will be happy about needing one less battleship on the Australian route. Thump. Wyoto took a look behind him before grimacing miserably. Ah, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, sir. Goku ground out a weary sigh before slowly wheeling back around. Plastered on the glass next to the reclass was Hoppo-chan, who also had tears streaming down her cheeks and was holding up a sign of her own, which read will do anything for big sister. Thump. And just like that, Nagato was there as well, joining the two in their tear-filled pleading. Though the bandages wrapped around her body kinda ruined the image a bit. Goku's eye twitched furiously for a moment before he slowly turned back to his desk. Is there anything else? Flash. It was a testament to the base's state of affairs that Goku barely even reacted to a piece of paper suddenly appearing on his desk from out of nowhere. Wait until she comes back for a playdate when she's all grown up. B-R-O-B. Goku's eye twitched insanely for a moment as he slowly turned to look at Wyoto with a crazed look before falling down on one knee before her and proffering a golden ring. Will you marry me? The cruiser gave the Admiral a flat stare. Sir, if you're going to commit suicide, I kindly request you not make it a double. Goto opened his mouth to speak, but never got the words out as he was suddenly yanked upwards. Uyoto traced his trajectory up to the vent in the ceiling, just in time to see Kongo poke her head out. Take the rest of the day off, Uyoto, she ordered, grinning. I'll take care of Admiral Goto, don't worry. And with that, she ducked back into the vent and swung the grating back into place. For a solid 5 minutes, the secretary's ship just stood there in open-mouthed amazement. The vent's vertical, how did she began before shaking her head. Ah, fuck it, it's Kongo. I'm gonna go see if Genio's up to hitting the nearest bar. You all want in? Nagaito and her family nodded in agreement. Alright, come on, let's go. And so the light cruiser, the battleship, and the abyssals all wandered off to find a carrier and get hammered. Just another average day in Yokosuka. Patient N. The note at the top, specifying that Super Ego had been waiting a while to release this. Let me make it clear just how true that is. Zomiak and Hornet had this omake completed. Every word written at the time that they invited me backstage. January loyal fans. They have been sitting on this since January. And in the same breath, they have had everything up to this point in the story portrayed in this chapter planned for that long. That is the might of the cross brain. And I am honored and humbled to be associated on an equal level with these two genie. Up arrow top. Left arrow previous chapter. Next chapter right arrow. Edit bookmark. Comments 14. Fanquin off the north, Genleo, Wonders Corner, Weon user 1, 137, Cat Cuddler 1, 120, Lols, Mile 16, Juvel, Eventuoi 90, Verspuka Cactus, Esteriferous. Time Solfi, Ovis, Bangton Karats and Clemo 12 Estro, Aline, Soli, Enicum, Kira XXX, as Sexual Blue J 3 Ons, Ruby Dragon Heart Nightingale.
Sorry, that was the credits.
This bites. Zomiak. Chapter 50, Chapter 45, A Sight Unforeseen. An unexpected adventure heats up. Cross bring in. Before we begin, a brief announcement. This chapter and the next one, possibly two, are noticeably shorter than our standard length. They are filler, based off of an anime filler, but with an original plot conceived by Zomiak back at the start of the story. The characters in this may or may not be returning later down the line, depending on what Oda does. We will resume our typical monstrous chapters when we reach Thriller Bark, and we sincerely hope you enjoy the filler in the meantime.
Yo,
Zomiak,
Thriller
look at it
Bark
this way, over
has
9,000
me
hit.
crying, bro.
It's still over twice as much as most
I
speed
love
of the
that
authors
art.
post in a single chapter, so we're still the cream of the crop. 3. Patient and pride in your work is good. But do take care that you don't get an overly inflated ego. Zoniak and har har. Hornet and it saves time on editing. Woot. Suo, Nami drawled with a flatly cocked eyebrow as she watched me ram my head into the wall. I take it that we don't want to know what that's all about. You have to ask.
Yeah,
Zoro
right, I'm
scoffed,
gonna go
glancing
pee.
over his shoulder at his fellow strung-up crewmate. Nami glanced back at him with a calm and serene smile. Allow me to respond to that in a completely rational manner. Whack. Gah. Zoro yelped. How the hell is stabbing your elbow into my side a rational response? Well, it was rational to me, and in the end, isn't it all just a matter of perspective? For whatever reason, Soundbite decided to cackle uproariously at that. Before I could properly rip into the snail, though. Heads up. Clunk. Gah. I snapped my hands to my pounding skull as something hard and heavy landed on it. The hell? I looked up to see a pair of hooks at the ends of ropes swinging in the air. And a glance upward revealed that they were being held by a pair of Akinomooks, who themselves were flanked by the Akino's twin elder sons. Nefertari Vivi. The red one, Brindo, I'm pretty sure, called down. As your crew's diplomat, our father Don Aquino has requested an audience with you. And considering Jeremiah Cross's savviness, he has deemed it acceptable that he attend the meeting as well. If you need any further incentive, then your partners may accompany you, the blue one Campesino offered as he dangled a key in our vision. But just remember that any resistance will be met with immediate force. I exchanged glances with Vivi and the rest of the crew, and then I looked back up at them. Before we agree either way, what's this about? You already have our flag and our bounties, isn't that enough of a birthday gift for your damn patriarch? The twins exchanged surprised looks, before causing my heart to sink as they burst into twin bellows of laughter. Hua-ha-ha. Apparently Mr. Cross is not quite as informed as he makes himself out to be, dear brother. Campesino guffawed. Oh, indeed, brother beloved, indeed. Brindo laughed right back. For if he were, then he would know that our dear papa's birthday was a good month ago, and that we gifted him a full fleet's worth of flags for it. I choked in horror as I processed that little tidbit. Ah, well, that's my playbook out the window. So, Cross doesn't know what's coming. Luffy slowly tilted his head up with a grin. Great, now this is going to be a real adventure. Jashichi. Can we get another caller on him? Sanji called up. Certainly. Hakura. On it. Shishie. Clunk. Herc. Luffy gagged as he got a double helping of sea prism stone. Gug. Now I really think I'm gonna hurl. Thank you. The cook shouted up. Ha-ki-ki-ki-ki. No problem, pirate scum.
Sorry,
I forced my
spraying
composure
some
back together as I looked up at them,
Windex on
ignoring the
my
way Vivi's hands were twitching up towards her
towel
collar,
to
or more
clean my
specifically,
glasses.
her necklace. Yeah, yuck it up, you bifurcated bastards. Either way, my question still stands. What does he? I glanced at Vivi again. What does the hot air bastard want with us? Vivi visibly tense, the bounty hunters doing the same. While they were quick to school their expressions, Vivi's expression grew even tenser with thought. First of all, a bit of friendly advice. If you value your life, don't insult Papa, Brindo bit out. If you already know his devil fruit, you know it doesn't do anything to help his temperament. And second, if you must know, you're being summoned for an unprecedented reason, which Papa has never allowed before, Campesino sniffed. To negotiate for your freedom. The collateral. Your crew's reputation for defying all odds, which Papa desires to employ. Vivi and I exchanged uncertain looks, but after looking at Luffy and getting a nod of approval that or his head was just lolling from nausea. Either or I shrugged helplessly and walked over to grab one of the lines. Might as well, I guess. Better to possibly fry up there than freeze down here. Agreed. Vivi concurred as she joined me, with Karu clambering on himself. Hey, what about the rest of us who are still freezing down here? Frankie demanded, straining against his bonds. Soundbite and I exchanged glances before grinning at the mostly metal man. My advice. I offered. Next time, consider investing in some thermal underwear. Cross you son of a. Frankie roared as leaped at me to bite, chains and all. 1.25 going up. I shouted, tugging at the rope and getting yanked up and out of the cyborg's reach. Vivi regarded me dryly as we were hauled up alongside one another. You have such a way with words, Cross. I know, right? I thumbed my jacket out with pride. It's my pride in DRK. I was cut off by Vivi grabbing my collar and yanking me right up to her snarling face. You listen to me, and you listen good, you adrenaline-huffing loudmouth moron, the suddenly ticked-off princess bit out. Once we meet with this Don Aquino, I am going to be doing all of the talking. You, on the other hand, will not open your mouth without my explicit say-so, which I will be delivering ever so subtly in the form of my elbow in your side. If you fail to follow these orders explicitly until I tell you otherwise, I will rip your tongue out and feed it to you. Am I clear? I cowered for a second, but I then managed to level a glare at her. I readily admit that I am an adrenaline junkie, but you should know that the only time I remotely risk anyone but myself is when I know about a way out. I'm not going to willingly provoke the man, unless he asks for it. Vivi's expression, which had previously softened with a bit of shame, snapped back into rage mode. Before she could go about ripping my head off, however. Ahem. Oh. Yikes. Vivi and I yelped and flailed as we were suddenly yanked up off of the ropes by the somewhat impatient Ice Hunter twins. If you're quite done, Rindo drawled. Vivi squirmed out of her captor's grip and brushed her park off, sniffing indignantly. You clearly know nothing about my crew if you're actually asking that. Seconded, I nodded in agreement before plucking Soundbite from my shoulder and holding him out to Campesino. Now, I believe there was some mention of unmuzzling. All yours, the blue twin said as he tossed the key to me. I'm not putting my fingers anywhere near that death trap that thing calls a jaw, and before it gets any bright ideas. He tapped a finger to his ear. We're all wearing C-Prism stone earplugs. Geez, seriously. I groused as I started searching for the keel on Soundbite's newly installed mute button. C-Prism costs C-Prism earplugs, and Soundbite said something about C-Prism walls below that ice before you cram this thing on his face. What, did the Marines have a clearance sale or something? Wah! Soundbite gasped gratefully as I finally managed to wrench the restraints from his jaws. Sweet, sweet freedom. Hickam didn't have someone's fingers for that. And actually, that wouldn't surprise me. You know, considering how the Navy's budget is getting the axe left and right. Oh yeah, between budget and the loss of trust, Kuru mused thoughtfully. That part we brought in countless docile bounties for the Marines, thus ingratiating us to them. Hawker snickered as he posed with his hockey stick. They give us just about anything we ask for. Neat, huh? Lovely, Vivi drawled in an utterly unimpressed manner. Now, unless you all would like to see whether or not my influence extends to lip reading when I tell you all to literally jump off a cliff. I believe we were going to see your father. The siblings and their underlings swiftly shared a distressed look before the twins swept their arms to the side and fell into uniform bows. Right this way, milady, they chorused. Once the procession started to, well proceed, I subtly inclined my head toward Soundbite. Do those earplugs really stop you? Soundbite swayed his eyes from side to side. They're annoying, sure, but not airtight. Ironically, wax would actually have been better. I straightened my head with a satisfied hum. Good to know. Soundbite and I fell silent from there on as we walked. Our escorts thoroughly on guard as they walked us through an oasis that could only be the result of devil fruit intervention when located in a glacial desert of the scale. And the evidence of devil fruit involvement became more and more evident the further we went, on account of the steadily mounting temperature and the wisps of steam that were starting to waft through the air. Normally I would have been more awed by my surroundings, but, well, my sense of wonder was mitigated by the fact that I hadn't seen Vivi anywhere near this anxious since her near-miss breakdown back on the Rocketman.
In the
You
general
only imagine what was going
game
through her head,
change
about
cockroaches
to meet
to
the user of
pieces
another of the
glass.
country's long-lost treasures while once again
No,
being
I'm
so
not
utterly at
scared
his
of
mercy
cockroaches.
that she couldn't even inform him of the significance of his powers. Unfortunately, before I could do anything to alleviate her tension, we arrived at a pair of doors that, while not the largest I'd ever seen in my life, were simultaneously the tackiest and the most threatening. Are you ready? Rindo asked,
so
glancing
nasty,
back.
though.
Actually, if we could have a, if not too bad. Campesino forged on, ignoring Cora's raised wing. The twins then swept their arms and sink out at the doors, prompting them to open with a blast of steam. Presenting to you the patriarch of the Aquino bounty hunting family, Don Aquino. Vivi and I flinched back from a sudden blast of hot air, and we didn't get a chance to adjust
Pick up
either on
the
account of Hawker
trash
ramming his hockey stick into our
first.
backs and forcing us into the broom. We flinched and coughed from the sudden swap in temperature ranges, and it took us a second to get our visibility back. But once we did, well, on the surface, Don Aquino didn't look all that impressive. Obese, shirtless, laying on a couch made of ice, holding a goblet full of wine, flanked by his lovesick skater daughter and son-in-law. But the fact that he was radiating just as much casual menace as he was pure thermal energy. Considering how it felt like we were in a freaking sauna, you can imagine that we were all more than a little intimidated. The fact that he outweighed us all by a little less than a metric ton didn't hurt either. All of that served to make the literal dozens of pirate flags hum about the room little more than the cherry on top. The terrifyingly morbid cherry. Still, while I had the chance, looking for this, I snapped my eyes down from the countless green skulls hanging above so that I could focus on the one that Aquino was holding pinched between his fingers, flapping in front of his smugly grinning mug. Hey, hey, nice try, but not happening, he chuckled as he waved our flag, our pride and joy, our emblem, like a common matador's cape. I'm not so stupid as to let my prize bargaining chip leave my grasp so long as any of you are free. Still, Don raised our flag above our heads so that he could gaze upon it. It is quite the pretty flag, is it not? His sunglasses glinted as he glanced at me. Jeremiah Cross. My lips split in a snarl, but before I could even start to conceive of a response, I found myself abruptly trying to keep my balance in response to the pair of fingers crushing down on the sweet spot on my neck. We are honored that you would allow us pirates to speak with you, great Don Aquino. Vivi simpered with the utmost politeness as she maintained an equally deep bow next to me. I subtly rolled my fingers in an attempt to ask her to haul it in a little and got a nice bit of extra pressure on my neck for my troubles. Well, if that's how she wanted to play. Such manners, the Aquino patriarch, his tone warm but tinged with sadistic pleasure. I was honestly bracing myself for Cross's biting rhetoric. My, his children winced fearfully as he snorted out a cloud of steam. Temper, you see. My eye twitched at that particular comment, and I opened my mouth, only to gag when my tongue glued itself to the roof of my mouth. Son of a Sirius Eligi, my ear damn eyes. Oh, believe me, good Don. My dear friend here would almost certainly be offering the most scratching he could conjure right at this very moment were he so able. Vivi smiled endearingly even as she endeavored to yank my ear off. But foreseeing that eventuality, I elected it best to rescind my crewmate's speaking privileges for the foreseeable future. Unless I offer him my permission. I hope you don't mind. I was both amused and annoyed to see the Aquino children heaving subtle sighs of relief even as their father scratched at his second or third hairy chin. Ultimately, Don shifted his mass in what I could only assume was a shrug. So be it, so be it. I suppose that I only need you all to listen for the moment anyways. Now then to business, mem. Vivi nodded, her expression and tone carefully neutral. We would like to know what you have to ask of us. Especially considering that, given your reputation, we should by all accounts be well. I started to raise my fist above my head so that I could mime a news, but apparently Vivi took offense to that. If the way she snagged my elbow and twisted my arm behind my back was anything to go by. Quit screwing around with a man whose temper is as volatile as Eneru's while I'm in the room, Vivi snarled beneath her breath. Or I swear to Isis I will snap your arm off and shove it somewhere thoroughly uncomfortable. Do you understand me? Try it and I'll give you the biscuit treatment. Fair warning, ever find my gastrophony soundbite threatened with a smug smirk, causing Vivi, Karu, and me to pale. Before anything further could be said, however, a sharp clap snapped our attention back to a thoroughly peeved-looking Don Aquino. If you're quite done with your childish spat, he growled. We didn't so much answer as our flinches from the sudden spike of temperature and steam in the room answered for us. Good, Don snorted firmly. Thankfully for us, he took what I presumed was meant to be a calming sip from his chalice of wine before continuing. Allow me to be brief. I have been keeping up with your SBS from the first day it aired, and it soon became one of my goals to add the flag of your most notorious crew to my collection. As you have experienced for yourselves, he smirked as he waved his hand over his now preening children. My family has long prepared for dealing with the entirety of your crew. As it stands, we currently have you all at our tender mercies. I was sorely tempted to pin the fat bastard with a glare and roll my fingers to tell him to get on with it, but the holes I could feel being bored into my head stilled my hand and expression, as did said fat bastard righting himself into a proper sitting position and adopting a more serious expression. However, he stated, his voice devoid of the earlier cheer. In light of the events that took place upon Anai's lobby, it has been cemented as fact that your crew is truly capable of making what most would deem an impossibility a reality. And he took a deep drag from his cigar before wearily huffing out a cloud. I find myself in a position where I am more in need of this ability of yours than I do the money from all of your heads combined. Or even, he visibly struggled with himself for a moment before taking a deep gulp of wine in order to still his nerves and holding up our flag. My rightful trophy. Vivi and I exchanged shocked looks, and then she schooled her expression and stepped forwards, her arms spread placatingly. But Honorable Don Aquino, as we have already witnessed, your lovely land is an impenetrable fortress. And you are, she glanced upward with a shudder, clearly thoroughly experienced in your field. What possible issues could affect someone of your standing to such an extent? Aquino's face split in a scowl, and we all tensed as the general heat in the room kicked up a few notches, but thankfully, his ire seemed to be directed elsewhere, as evidenced by his another sigh. The worst issues of all, Princess Nefertari. He slung our flag over his shoulder and plucked his cigar from his lips before grinding it down against his seat of ice. Politics. Yikes, not even I could restrain my wince at that little tidbit. Poor bastard, Soundbite muttered. Damn straight, Aquino bit out. He then slid his sunglasses off and kept his eyes squinted shut as he withdrew a rag and started polishing his eyepiece. Now, let there be no mistake here. Bounty hunting is more than a simple business for my family. He waved his hand at the flags above us. It is our way of life. We do it because we enjoy the challenge of it. With the money we are rewarded both a side benefit and a means of sustaining our lifestyle. Unfortunately, however, he snorted out a hefty cloud of steam. In recent days, this lifestyle has become increasingly complex. I took a moment to roll that over in my mind, and then snapped my head up as a thought occurred to me. I hastily slapped my fingers against Vivi's arm, grabbing her attention and gesturing at my throat. She hesitated for a second before setting her jaw tersely. Watch what you say, she warned me, jabbing me with her elbow. Sanova. I gasped, grasping my side. If I had to guess, I'd say that you're having troubles because the pirate crews are getting stronger, right? More and more 9-digit bounties passing through lovely land instead of 7 or 8. In so many words. Don Aquino shoved his glasses back on his face. Precisely. We can draw many other crews into our hunting hell of ice with these via our superior tactics. The male skater, Salchow, as I recall, boasted. But the fact remains that few crews are quite as lacking in sheer numbers as yours is, his feet on say, I think. Arbo continued with a weary sigh. We managed to defeat you because we could reliably split you up and take you down bit by bit, but with other crews, that's just not an option.
Get
We've
a
had to
girl
let some
out
pretty
the
damn hefty
place,
catches
bro.
slip
It's
away from us, Hawker
stinky.
groused as he picked at the taping on his hockey stick. And all because for all that we have numbers in our mercs, we lack the quality
thought
needed
it
to
was
establish
something
a
else
reliable
on the
net with which to
floor.
hold them. I frowned uncertainly. And where do the politics come into play in all of this? Vivi snapped a glare at me, most likely for my impertinence, but then she tapped her finger to her chin with a thoughtful look. I admit that my colleague has a point. How does this all relate? It relates, Aquino picked up with a growl, in that my family and I are not the only ones to partake in this lifestyle. There are countless other bounty hunting groups and families upon the seas, some lesser than we Aquinos, some greater. Our immediate concern, however, lies with a rival clan that I am loath to admit is equal to us in strength, known as the Haruno Familia. They number less than us by a wide margin, but the soldiers they command are fearsome indeed, each easily worth 10 of our own. The Harunos are small, strong, swift. Campesino ticked off on his fingers. And above all else, ruthless, Brindo finished as he slammed his fist into his palm. They've poached countless quarries from us over the years. So what, you want us to whim of da competition or something? Karu scratched his head in confusion. Aquino dismissed the notion with a wry chuckle as he took a deep draught of his wine. Ho ho ho, I only wish, but no. You see, the resources, limited as they are, can be something of a nuisance for us to fight against, but if they were to be, say, incorporated into our own, deployed with our tactics, our methods, our skill. An alliance, I deduced. Don Aquino nodded, a grimace on his face. Basically, yes, we've decided to arrange a mutually beneficial alliance, sort of. For you see, there is one thing that concerns me more than the acquisition of my beloved trophies, and that is the continued well-being of my family. As such, a simple everyday agreement will not be sufficient. We need a more. He took a deep drag from his cigar before biting out the next words. Permanent solution. Vivi only had to think about those words for a second before setting her jaw tightly and stealing a momentary glance at Salchow and Arbel. You're talking about an arranged marriage. Faye. Aquino spat to the side bitterly. Believe me, I find the idea as distasteful as you, especially when taking the other party into account. But it was the only thing I could think of that would keep that old hag and the mongrels she calls her children in line.
Windows,
Still,
bro.
what's done is done. The contract has been drawn up and the date set, but the proceedings
doing?
themselves, Aquino ground his teeth as his icy seat started to sizzle beneath him. Those are in question. Not only will dissent be rife amongst the Harunos, Campesino announced, but there is not a doubt that many other bounty hunters will also attempt to interfere in the proceedings, Brindo concluded. After all, if this merger goes through, we'll be topping the absolute top dogs in these waters. Hakura grinned confidently. All those other losers will be looking at a total game over, no questions asked. Sue, they'll be trying to sabotage the living hell out of everything while we're trying to hitch our families up. His smirk quirked slightly as he gestured his hockey stick at us. And that's where you guys come in. Hehe, indeed, Aquino laid down again, scratching the vast expanse of his gut. Ewig. With interference both within and without, it would appear that it would be impossible for the ceremony to be anything but an unmitigated disaster. Good thing we have a crew here whose very dogma is the achievement of the impossible, no? Our proposition is thus. Arbel sniffed haughtily. Help us in assuring that this wedding and the alliance that comes with it are both achieved without so much as the slightest hiccup. Fail, and you'll be impelled down before even your captain can say meet. Salchow proclaimed. Succeed, however, and you'll be allowed to slip away scot-free. We've even managed to convince Papa to return your flag to you on your way out. Though I'm gonna have to be hammered at that point if you want it without a fight. The 10,000-degree human literally fumed, the air shimmering around his luminescent body. Vivi hummed thoughtfully as she mulled over the proposal, soon grabbing me by the shoulder even as she adopted a beatific smile. Mr. Aquino, if you don't terribly mind, might my colleague and I have a moment to discuss matters. Hey, go ahead, Aquino said, waving his hand indifferently. Just make it quick. My time is money. Of course, will only be a moment, Vivi assured him with a smile. With that, she yanked me around, drew a deep breath, and started to whisper conspiratorially. I'm going to be honest here, Cross. I hate arranged weddings. I was heir apparent, so I was never at risk of suffering one, but far too many of my friends had to suffer them in the past. But even then, she spared a glance over her shoulder at Salchow and Arbel. Honestly, these two actually seem happy with one another, which is always a big help, and what they're asking can't be too difficult. Simply put, I think that this sounds like a surprisingly good deal. Your thoughts. My thoughts. I repeated dryly. First, that I'm starting to wish I didn't respect your authorities so much. And second, yes, it seems like a good idea. Yes, it seems like something we can do. Yes, it seems like our luck has come through for us yet again. But I still can't get one thing out of my mind. And that would be... Soundbite asked, clearly dreading the answer. Simple, I glanced at him with a flat look. When is it ever that easy? And so, before Vivi could stop me, I turned back around and pointed at the Aquino Patriarch. So let me see if I've got this all straight. We help you get these two. I pointed my fingers at the skate-wearing couple in the room. Hitched properly, in spite of members of Mascara Boy's family and every other Tom Dick. And Harry in the Waters, who calls themselves bounty hunters trying to throw the whole thing, and you'll let us go, flag and all. Do I have that right? Don Aquino snarled at me testily, but then breathed out a huff of steam and smoke, waving his hand back and forth. He grunted dismissively. For the most part. You flubbed one detail, though. Vivi and I promptly exchanged terse glances. And that one detail would be... The princess asked. The identity of the bride, of course, Arbel spoke up with a what-can-you-do shrug. Indeed. Salchow nodded, sweeping the other skater in the room into what under any other circumstances would have been a very romantic dip. My beloved Arbelina and I have been happily married for 3 years now, and my family positively loves her. Though only half as much as I do Tilda. Oh, Sally Wally Tilda. Lek. Soundbite spat in disgust. I'll second that, Campesino huffed with a roll of his eyes. And I make 3. Brindo concurred. Going 4. Hakura gagged. 5. Vivi muttered before shaking her head and looking back at Don in confusion. But, if she's not the bride then who is? Hey, yeah, she's right. I agreed. Because unless you have any other children I don't know about, and the only other daughter you have is me. Vivi soundbite, and I all stiffened at the new voice that had spoken up. And we all slowly turned to watch as the owner of said voice walked past us and stood before the Ice Hunter Patriarch, confirming our worst fears. Wait, you mean? Soundbite started to squawk incredulously. That's right, Don Aquino smirked languidly as he dropped his hand on the head of the stoic child standing before him and ruffled her hair. You'll be helping coordinate the marriage of my youngest daughter, Lil Aquino. Lil's face barely even shifted as she raised the hem of her skirt in a curtsy. My future is in your hands. Vivi's eye twitched furiously as she pointed a shaky finger at the child. Oh, but that... I, for my part, merely slapped a hand to my face with an exasperated groan. I rest my case. Thankfully, that managed to snap our crew's resident princess out of her shock. I was freaked out for a moment when her face flushed and her expression morphed into a mask of fury, but then I noticed that none of said fury was actually directed at me. You, she bit out at Aquino, trembling murderously. Deplorable. Vile. Thankfully, the human didn't seem to take offense, if the way he snorted and started to dig his pinky in his nose was anything to go by. The hell are you getting pissed at me for, eh? He grunted. The Harunos only have male heirs and Arbel is already married. Besides, it's not like I'm actually asking her to consummate the marriage, not immediately or ever hopefully. That statement lowered Vivi's blood pressure from apoplectic to merely simmering, but she was definitely still mad. Even so, Don Aquino interrupted her by slapping his hand to his forehead. Right, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? The groom is the same age as Lil, give or take a year. Does that settle any protests? Vivi ground her teeth for a second longer, but eventually she dropped her face into her hand with a sigh. Apart from my sense of basic human decency. Yes, apart from that. I mean, come on, I'm sure you've seen this before. Vivi's brow twitched furiously at the sheer bluntness of the statement, but she allowed herself to nod. It's not an unacceptable offer, I will admit. But now that we have all the details in order, she gestured apologetically at me. I am sorry for any impertinence on my part, but might I have some more time to discuss matters with my crewmate? This is not a decision we can make lightly. Don Aquino grunted mulishly as he righted himself and started to stretch his neck side to side. Personally, I don't remember giving your crew much of a choice in the first place, but hey, what the hell? He grinned as he shook his chalice. I need to go refill my drink anyway, and my legs are starting to fall asleep. You have until I get back. Children. Yes, Papa. The younger generation of Aquinos barked, straightening their postures. Keep an eye on them. And if they do anything untoward, the dark chuckle he let waft after him as he walked out said more than any words could have. I warily eyed the thermocentric giant as he left the room, tracking his rather thunderous footsteps. Once I judged his distance to be great enough, reinforced by sound by giving me his nod of approval. I snapped my attention over to the Aquino children and, whatever the hell you're thinking of, I don't want to hear it. GRK! And promptly choked on my own tongue when Vivi piped up behind me. With the immediate threat out of the way, however, I wasn't nearly as inclined to listen to her this time. Thinking about what I'd come up with based on what Garp had said about the power she held, I began focusing, and almost immediately, I felt the results. The voices of anarchy will not be silenced, I snarled out, causing Vivi to jump before reapplying herself. Not a word, she growled with as much authority as she could muster, dropping her hand on my shoulder and giving it a firm squeeze. I turned my head so that I could smile at her, pitching my voice low so that the others in the room couldn't hear. Do you remember what Garp said? That your power relies on people respecting you and your authority. Have you ever thought that it was strange that it worked on someone who has talked down to the likes of Enru Aokiji Sengoku, and dragged him without any hesitation? I worked out a while back that the only reason it works on me is that I still respect you as a princess, and my friend besides. Vivi blinked, clearly stunned by the admission, and then I allowed myself to grow more annoyed. On the other hand, focusing on the things about you that I don't respect seems to have the desired effect of nullifying your abilities. And really, it's so easy to do it when I keep thinking about your many flaws. Namely, your complete and utter inability to remember relevant details prior to the exact moment that they become relevant. That hasn't happened in... Vivi started to hiss. Days. Hours. Minutes. Soundbite leered tauntingly. The way Vivi blushed and started to stammer did not help her case. Now, if you'll excuse me, while I contemplate your natural human errors and override your override, I love the way the Aquinos collectively flinched when I directed a predatory smile at them. I'm going to go right on ahead and do what I do best. And that would be... Karu swallowed hesitantly. I chuckled as I stepped forward, cracking my knuckles in anticipation. Flip the fucking script. Alright kiddies, listen up. The Aquinos jumped in shock when I suddenly let out an authoritative bark. We've all stood around listening to your demands, we've heard them, and now you're all going to shut the hell up and listen to ours. The Aquino heirs all exchanged hesitant glances, save for the little Tyke Lil, of all people, who casually strolled up to us and regarded me with a lazy grin. And why should we listen to anything a powerless little pirate like you has to say in our home? She asked, not smugly, actually, just matter-of-factly. Well, why wouldn't I grin at the thought of breaking her pride like an egg? Why, I'm so glad you asked. Oh, soundbite. I purred as I snapped my fingers, drawing my snail to attention. Kindly cut the ground out from under her. Gladly, soundbite hissed venomously. His grin then morphed into a far more catty iteration. Hey, Cross. How are discussions going? At the moment. I asked as I made a show of examining my fingertips. Tense. But I think we can tip the balance back in our favor. How's everyone on the crew? Out of their shackles if they had any and all ready to rumble at the drop of a hat. I began to nod and then paused. Quick question, was any of that lockpicking Mary's doing? There was a pregnant pause, and then a very audible slap of flesh on wood. I blame Vivi's influence, Mary groaned. I resent that. The princess in question barked. We all know you do, honey, Nami sighed wearily. Anyways, we're ready to start dropping walls and knocking heads. Should we start? No, hold off on that, I replied. Matters are both complicated and interesting right now, and I want to see just how much I can work this angle before we default to plan B. Don't you mean plan A? Zoro questioned with a smirk. Normally, yeah, I said dismissively. Anyway, just hang tight. We won't be long. And with that, I chopped my hand across my neck and dropped the connection. I then crossed my arms and smirked down at my fellow beast tamer. So, how's our negotiating position looking now, Runt? That could have been a trick. You and your snail, why you've been sneaky like that before. She blustered, though the look on her face made it obvious how much she believed that. I conceded, my grin never leaving my
Let's
face.
go.
But you still have to consider
Clean
in this instance, I
bathroom.
might not.
Well,
But even
room.
if you aren't, even if your comrades are all free to fight,
Ugh,
Arbo cut in
bathroom's
swiftly,
nasty
most likely in an effort to
too.
draw attention from Lil. You'll know all of your moves from this BS. We know your crew. We captured your crew. What makes you think we can't do that again? Let me answer that with a question of my own. I stretched my grin from ear to ear as I strode over to her and stuck my grin in her face. Are you really willing to risk the full force of the Straw Hat Pirates, all united and all ready to rumble, running rampant inside your own home? I slowly tilted my head to the side. And more importantly, do you really think Daddy Dearest can handle a TD off Luffy firing on full cylinders? As I recall, that didn't work out well for the last guy. Or 10. How that came over all of their faces answered that. Oh, you poor bastard, Soundbite chuckled sadistically. If you thought your nuts were in a vice before. As my little buddy said, I nodded in agreement, backing off a bit and giving Akino some breathing room. The situation has become thus. You all desperately need our help, while we ourselves only want a few things from you. Concede to our demands, and maybe we'll make this a mutually beneficial arrangement, rather than merely bouncing your heads off the cobblestones and being on our merry way. So, I clapped my hands together with an eager grin. You all game? Won't you mean being on your sunny way? Everyone in the room slowly turned to stare at Sopcho. For a minute, that was all we could bring ourselves to do. Thwack. Oh, I'm sorry, Sally Wally, but even I thought that was dreadful, Arbel said, shaking her head in disappointment. Before the mess guard man could respond to her words, however, Brindo grabbed his shoulder and started to drag him aside. It would appear that we are the ones in need of a moment of discussion now, he bit out. If you'll pardon us, Campesino trailed off as he gnawed on his thumb. I nodded my consent, and as they huddled together, I looked back at Vivi, whose expression was sitting on the borderline between uncertainty and indignance. Cross, while I appreciate the opportunity, I don't want to reclaim the rage like this, she protested. And you won't, I swear, I reassured her. Honestly, this is working out better than I thought. Now we have an excuse to stick around. Look, just don't worry about it, alright? All I'm doing right now is turning the situation in our favor so that we can milk it for all it's worth. When there's money on the table, you don't just leave it lying around, right? Vivi nodded noncommittally as she glanced away. I hesitated slightly at her reaction before coughing into my fist. Vivi, I don't know whether or not this makes things any better, but the whole vendetta thing I've got against people being in a higher position of authority than me. I only really got it after Alabasta. Vivi pondered that for a moment, looking down at her necklace, before clenching it in her fist. After, a higher authority ruined my life. They crush you, I growled out. And after that, well, let's just say that when anyone tries to crush me, I damn well try and make them pay for it. Vivi took that in, and finally she nodded. I apologize, Cross. It seems we were both at fault here. I nodded back before donning a light smirk. Well, hey, look at it this way. I have learned some restraint. After all, I jabbed my thumb at the Akinos. I was smart enough to not pull this in front of the chief hothead, right? I was gratified by Vivi hiding a chuckle at that, but I couldn't enjoy it due to the Aquino family breaking their huddle and drawing our attention. What do you want? Arbo groused. Ah, there, see? I grinned in an admittedly condescending manner. Isn't it so much better when we all get along? But anyway, getting down to business, our first demand is thus. I popped up a finger, my levity gone. The liberation of the Phoenix Pirates, captain, flag, and all before we so much as lift a finger to help you. The only reason they turned against us was that you had your boots on their necks. And I'm not going to let you keep our fellow pirates oppressed even 1 second longer. You want our help, you let them go. The elder Aquino twins exchanged glances before heaving simultaneous eyes. They were useful while we had them, Campesino grumbled before waving his hand dismissively. Agreed. What else? Brindo demanded. Our second demand. I raised a second finger as I scanned the flags hung above us. Considering how extensive your father's collection is, I'm assuming you have a ledger of all the flags here. The Aquinos glanced at one another in confusion before Hakura nodded. Yeah, we do. What about it? Simple. I jabbed my thumb over my shoulder. You'll be handing it over to our archaeologists, who will be choosing which flags we'll be taking with us and which your father gets to keep. A jolt of shock ran through the room, with Karu hastily raising his wing as he voiced everyone's confusion. Wah! Choose which flags we take with us. Shouldn't we take them all? I waved my hand dismissively. They're free to keep the flags of pirates who raided civilians and whatnot. Flags baptized in blood. Those aren't marks of pride, they're symbols of fear and terror.
Oh, I know this is gonna happen. My word limit is done, I think. Yeah, it's an overuse. Critical today, bro. I'm a little annoyed that this one is like this. I'll have to. I have to go back to the dumb voice one. Besides, this chapter's almost done.
I waved my hand dismissively. They're free to keep the flags of pirates who raided civilians and whatnot. Flags baptized in blood. Those aren't marks of pride, they're symbols of fear and terror. If the Xenos want to keep them as trophies, they're welcome to them. I then directed a glare at the resident bounty hunters. But the flags of pirates like us? Pirates who only ever went out on the seas for adventure? For freedom? Those we take with us. Those we'll give a burial at sea so that the souls of their crews may finally rest in peace. I took a menacing step towards the Xenos. Will there be a problem with that? There was a moment of silence as the Xenos all looked at one another and then. Let me think, Lil drawled, tilting her head to the side.
Hold on.
A text-to-speech tool with natural-sounding voices.
I can't speed it up. Natural sounding voices, your ass cheeks, bruh. Let's see. Hold on. Read, write, and search with it. No. DTS for live streaming, 1,000 streamers is trying to get to create value. Guess I'll use. Okay, I'll just use this one again. I like the voice of the other one, but it has a word limit. What is going on? It's a little annoying, not gonna lie.
I waved my hand dismissively.
Reread.
They're free to keep the flags of pirates who raided
I wanted to
civilians
go a
and
little bit
whatnot.
faster, but it doesn't have it.
Flags baptized in blood. Those aren't marks of pride, they're symbols of fear and terror. If the Xenos want to keep them as trophies, they're welcome to them. I then directed a glare at the resident bounty hunters. But the flags of pirates like us? Pirates who only ever went out on the seas for adventure? For freedom? Those we take with us. Those we'll give a burial at sea so that the souls of their crews may finally rest in peace. I took a menacing step towards the Xenos. Will there be a problem with that? There was a moment of silence as the Xenos all looked at one another and then. Let me think, Lil drawled, tilting her head to the side exaggeratedly. Will there be a problem? Hell no. I blinked in confusion at the response. Come again. You heard her. Take as many as you want. Hell, take 'em all. Hakura answered. Agreed. We hate those damn things, the twins asserted with mirrored nods. I will freely admit, I was taken aback enough that I was actually gaping at them. Salkov responded with a roll of his eyes. You saw how often he steams this place,
That's
Who do you think is in charge of cleaning those
nasty.
damn
It
things
looks
and
like
watching for mold?
piss
Your
and
soldiers.
doo-doo mixed together and
Vivi guessed.
slathered on the wall,
Ah,
on the window.
as if Papa
Ugh.
would trust them with his precious trophies.
Ah, that's fucking
Arbel scoffed.
gross, dude.
No.
What the fuck is
While we
wrong
love
with
our
those
Papa dearly,
ex-tenants?
and while it's going to be hell to live with him once he finds out you've stolen from him,
Sue them.
she scowled murderously.
Sue
I'd rather
them.
eat my skirt than spend one more second scrubbing those old rags. Agreed,
Ugh,
her siblings and husband chorused.
that's fucking
Vivi's
gross.
eye twitched furtively as she regarded the Exino heirs. How heartwarming, she muttered. Ahem. Hakura coughed into his fist as he regained his composure. So, anyway, was that everything you wanted? Yeah, no. I hastily swapped my answers as a thought occurred to me. Now, this might sound petty, but I know that our second mate would kill me if we didn't lay down this final stipulation: when we leave here, we act like actual pirates in the process, taking everything in you bastards'
Feel like I'm
coffers.
missing just a
Those are our
tiny little
demands. Take
sliver
M or
of
leave M.
Something.
The Axinos visibly hesitated at the ultimatum, but Lil simply smirked and started to sway back and forth on her feet. Go right on ahead, help yourselves. She raised her hand to hide a smirk. You know, so long as you can find where they are? And get them open. Glad to hear you already approve. Wah, was the general cry of shock as everyone snapped their attention to the door of the flag room, where Nami was standing with a bulging bag slung over her shoulders. How the hell even? Soundbite demanded incredulously. When, exactly, did her talent for thievery reach the same level of impossible as Zoro's nonsense of direction? Vivi managed through a floor-cracking jaw. When I got rid of the emotional weight that was holding me down. I might even owe Khalifa a thank you next time we meet if this is anything to go by. After I give her a black eye, of course. Nami sighed happily. Anyway, sorry for moving early, but I got kinda bored. We'll just go ahead and store this back on the sunny before going back to wait in the pit. Have fun, you guys. And with that, she strode off down the hall humming a jaunty tune, followed by all 5 of our dugongs, who were all carrying equally loaded sacks. Et2, boss. I sighed wearily. Lemme guess, man's woman's. Karuk quacked. Nope, boss huffed dismissively as he waddled off. It's just a living. Wah 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 ah. Why did I have to open my mouth?
Ugh, I fixed my
Lil
room. Why
groaned,
is it so nasty
sinking to her knees
still?
as streams of tears fountained down her cheeks. I shook my head, adjusting my collar as I shoved the shock into a corner of my mind. Ahem, anyway, your father doesn't need to know about all this,
Why?
seeing as he'd sooner melt me with his bare hands than listen to even a word I have to say. You all meet our demands on the sly, we make sure things go as hunky-dory as possible. With that settled, all we have to do is wait for Daddy Dearest and wait. I blinked in confusion when Arbel of all people suddenly blurted out a protest, desperation clear on her face. Sister. Campechino demanded. What do you think you're? Brindo started, only to be silenced by Arbel sticking her hand in his face. Cram it, all of you, she growled before returning her attention to me. While we're going behind our father's back, we might as well go all the way. You've shared your demands, now please, I beg of you, listen to our request. This wedding, the wedding that my father is forcing you to safeguard. She glanced to the side, gnawing her lip before nodding firmly, her gaze full of determination.
Jesus.
We,
Nasty
the
garage.
children of the Axino family, we want you to sabotage it. Dead. Stunned. Silence. Vivi slowly raised a shaking finger. Run that by us again, she squeaked. You heard me. Arbel hissed. Make things look like they're working out well for as long as you can, but when it comes down to the clutch, make sure that this wedding fails. I can understand that Papa is merely concerned with our well-being, I really do, but... She ground her teeth as she landed her hand on Lil's shoulder, prompting the nearly pubescent girl to glance up at her with a surprisingly apathetic look. If he thinks that I'm going to let myself be related to those snakes of the Hirano Famiglia, that I'll let my little sister marry one of them. Enough, sister. Arbel flinched as the twins dropped their hands on her shoulders, giving them both a despairing look. The twins hesitated at said look, exchanging a glance before sighing in sync and stepping forward. We realized that, as it stands, we are in no position to ask anything further of you. Campechino reluctantly admitted. But left with no other options, even at your mercy. Brindo continued. They fell to their knees as one, heads bowed. Please, they pleaded in sync. Take pity on us and grant us this request, so that we might safeguard our family from our father's desperation. Ah. I blinked slowly before leaning back towards Vivi. I honestly did not see this coming. Suggestions? Vivi gnawed her thumb for a moment before shrugging. Either we manage to pull off the wedding and there'll be nothing they can do, or, in usual Straw Hat fashion, it blows up entirely in a way Axino can't claim we did it on purpose. And I know what option I'd put my money on. I'm used before returning my option to the Axinos. We'll think about it. But for now, Papa Pyromania's on his way back. Soundbite barked hastily. Game faces, everyone. Thankfully, the Axinos all managed to scramble back into position just as their father re-entered the room, the heat steadily rising as he strode around us to regain his seat. My apologies for my extended absence, he grunted. But I had to make a slight detour to my room to retrieve a new cigar. Still, it gave you more than enough time to think. We flinched as a blast of steam rose up as a result of the patriarch sitting down. Meaning that I will have my answer now. Vivi adjusted her collar with a slight wince before resuming her princessly posture. We have to admit, Mr. Axino, your proposition does sound
clean the windows when I
most agreeable
first
to
started
us.
playing this.
But the fact remains. I picked up. Vivi and I are merely high-ranked members of our crew. Much like with your family and you, the final decision lies with our captain.
Hi, Wolf. What's up?
Surely you can
How you
appreciate
doing?
that, sir.
Mm.
I suppose you have a point. It would be the height of bad form to not gain the consent of whom it affects most, the hot man said at last. We started to heave a sigh of relief until the temperature spiked and the sheer humidity started to crush us as he glared at us. You have 10 minutes.
I'm doing pretty good.
We
Just
couldn't
here,
get the hell out of that
chilling.
steaming Dodge fast enough, and once we were all out, Campechino took a moment to get his breath back before gesturing with no small amount
Cleaning
of
up
haste.
some houses.
Come on, this way. I swiftly grabbed his shoulder.
Being
We'll go to the
nosy,
cells
going
all
into
right,
their home.
I assured him. But only after a little detour to release your pet pirates, was it? Campechino flinched slightly before smirking confidently. Very well, if you insist, but let me remind you, those poor souls' spirits have been
It's a
utterly
nice
crushed by the
bathroom.
new world,
Probably changed
so
the
unless you
tiles,
think you
so.
can restore their hopes and dreams in less than 10 minutes. Unless I miss my mark, you have Captain Puzzle in a cell somewhere. I interrupted. Ah, yes, why? Get Luffy out of the pit, shove him in the same cell, get the Phoenix's ship and flag ready, and above all else. I strode past the twin
Bro.
with confidence. Stop doubting the Straw Hat Pirates. Campechino was silent for a moment before
Super
snorting
strong.
and
I
walking
can move
after
a
me.
car like it's nothing.
Personally, I think you would be best served hauling your raging ego back into check.
It's a
Dash 5 minutes
TTS.
later.
The one I was
Seriously,
using before
I
with the
can't even
nice
begin to thank
voice.
you guys enough.
Words limit. It
Captain
caught
Puzzle
up on its
praised
word
Luffy
limit.
as he
I went
shook
over
his
the
hand
word
vigorously,
limit by a lot.
his crew making the final
I didn't even know I
arrangements
could
to
do
set
that.
sail on their flag-adorned ship behind him. If it weren't for you,
It's reading
hell,
a fanfic I
don't
really
even
like for
want to
me.
consider what could
It's
have
a One
happened
Piece
to
like
us.
insert
Shish ishi.
fanfic that's over
No
like
problem.
a million words. It's
Luffy
almost 2
chuckled
million.
good-naturedly.
It's like
You
one
guys
half
are
of
all
it.
pretty cool once you stop being idiots. I can't wait to see you
It's
guys
I
in the
don't
new
really
world.
talk when I play with
Same
these
here,
kinds of games. I
but only
concentrate
after we've
on
had a
trying
lot of
to do
time
my
to
best
train,
in them.
I
So
assure
just
you.
to have something in the background, and
Shishishi, yeah,
I don't want to
you
be
guys
listening
are
to
pretty
music on
weak.
my wireless
Hey,
earbuds because they
no
start
need to
hurting
be
my
that
ear
blunt.
a lot.
While this little
So I'm just
exchange
listening to
was
the
ongoing,
fanfic.
Campechino and I were standing a little ways away, him gaping, me smirking. I believe that you were saying something, Mr. Axino. I chuckled tauntingly. But, how? Campechino choked out. His hopes were dashed. His flame snuffed into little more than cinders. And your captain barely had any time to
I
speak with him.
fixed the sink so
How
many
is this
times, but
possible?
it keeps popping up red.
Roro, fight the power. Soundbite cheered. Possible? Who cares? Viva show. Ahem. I coughed. Ahem, sorry. Brindo, meanwhile, was busy comforting his brother, who was now gnawing on his collar and crying in exasperation. Still. Puzzle looked past
Yeah.
Luffy, looking worried.
The TTS with the pretty
Are you
voice,
sure you're
you have
going
to
to be
like
alright? I mean, these
buy
people.
it a lot.
Mama, it's fine. Luffy said, waving his hand in a dismissive manner. I don't really get what's going on, but Cross and Vivi said they've got things handled. I trust in my crew, and that's
Well, I
more
don't
than
have the
enough.
money for the pretty TTS.
The other pirate contemplated that for a second before shrugging. So be it. I wish you all the best of luck. And trust me, if anybody on my crew wasn't listening to the SBS before, but for now. Phoenix Pirates. Weigh anchor. Let's get as far away from this
Whoa.
icy hell as we can get.
What's this?
Aye, Captain.
Oh, it's the demo luxury
God.
DLC.
Do you see a talking starfish
Fresh off the
anywhere?
house, servicing by,
I demanded.
You may find the style
Spoil
I
sport.
want odd for a rock
My
man like
partner
me.
pouted in response. And so we watched as the Phoenix Pirates ship sailed off, grateful that our friends were freed, their spirits reanimated, and personally, that the half-remembered X Factor was out of the way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I picked that time to remember
I
exactly
don't play
how
it all that
double-sided our
often, but
luck
I
could
do.
be. So, with a mounting sense of dread that I hoped was merely well-justified paranoia, I turned to look at the other Axinos, who were pulling themselves together from their bemusement. Incidentally, feel free to tell me that I'm worrying about nothing, but all we have to do for the dawn is make sure the
Lol.
wedding goes right, right? Even with all of the sabotages attempts that will go on, there aren't any other catches that we should be aware of, right? The way that Campechino and Brindo slowly shared an uncertain look did not give me confidence. Will. 4 minutes later. Vivi, Karug, Soundbite, and I stared at the dawn with identical masks of exasperation and sheer, undiluted venom. So, let's see if we have this right, Vivi began, with a tone about as calm as a grenade whose pin had been pulled. You have no staff for the wedding aside from your family and mercenaries. No planners, no caterers, no decorators, no musicians, and no priest, because 1,000,001 random saboteurs, both within and without the proceedings, have managed to either scare them off or deal with them. Mipe, Don Axino hummed, not a care in the world. And you expect us to fill dos wolas? Karu asked. The priest comes with the church, but besides that, yes, Axino replied. I see. Normally, that wouldn't be unreasonable, we have a wide variety of talents amongst our crew that we could use, I said, very slowly and clearly. But you also told us that the setting for the wedding is a seafaring chapel, which is set between your turf and theirs. And said chapel is only in these waters for today and will be departing before nightfall. Precisely. In short, you want us to plan, prepare, and safeguard this wedding. Axino apparently saw where we were going, as he and his family promptly raised their hands to cover their ears.
Oh,
Wise choice.
The inspiration.
In the space of 3 hours, I dropped my hand into my face with a sigh even as my ears rang from Vivi's irate scream. Now that's what I call another shoe. Horneton, now taking bets on how bad the Fuster Cluck is going to be. Kumniakin, if you think you might be lowballing, then you clearly are. Patienton, what fun this is.
to the next chapter. It's like so fucking annoying.
This bites. Komniak.
Komniak.
Chapter 51, Chapter 46, Highs and Lows. A triumphant wedding disaster.
Oh.
Chapter text. You know, in hindsight. I mused as I stared over the edge of one of the many pews lying on their sides scattered across the room. I don't know why I expected, even for a second, any outcome other than this. This, by the by, was the absolutely massive free-for-all brawl that was raging before me in the center of the once grand and noble seafaring parish of St. Jude Thaddeus, the patron saint of hope of all things, with said brawl being composed of a great many individuals, who themselves were all wielding a variety of weapons, if they chose to wield weapons at all. Soundbite poked his eyes over the edge of the pew so that he could give the fight aboard once over. You know the most ironic thing, he dully noted. Our crewmates aren't even causing the worst of the damage. Most of them got the hell out of Dodge when the shit started flying, they're waiting outside. That little tidbit prompted me to slap my hand to my forehead, and I knocked the back of my head against my cover even as I watched an Axino grunt fly above me and slam into the wall. 3 hours. I groaned.
Okay.
How did we manage to screw shit up so badly in 3 hours? Oh. Thinking back,
This is
I
the
have to admit that for once,
entrance,
not
right?
all the fault was on our shoulders. Allow me to be perfectly clear, the fiasco that my crew went through in an attempt to organize this event.
I kind of want to
It
go
was
a
enough
nice
to guarantee that if I ever got married, it
gray.
was either going to be with no less than a full year of preparation or in a small, quiet, soundbite howled with laughter when I told him that later, and I didn't really have it in myself to protest, ceremony that would be tossed together in 3 hours, maybe less. Where to even start, but the beginning's as good as anywhere, I suppose. Our first order of business while we waited for the church to arrive was to deal with Don Axino's flag collection. Not too bad. While half of the Axinos kept the Don busy with preparing their own ship and hitching it to the Sunny, Robin, Luffy, Chopper, Mary, and I went through the ERG trophies. To elaborate, aside from Robin, who was handling the Don's sizable ledger with her nearly bottomless well of knowledge on the subject matter, Luffy had apparently decided to dredge up another lesson from Shanks and was present as a sign of respect, and I was there so that Soundbite and Mary could assist with any identification that lay outside Robin's purview. After all, most of the flags had had the ship's souls imprinted within them, and those that didn't still had voices of their own. As sadly expected, while the vast majority of the emblems hailed from ruthless and bloodthirsty crews that left Mary and Soundbite reeling, we still had to bury over a quarter of the collection away from the Don's prying eyes. As for the rest, well, let's just say that if Hakura noticed Chopper passing by and cracking open a vial or 2 or 10 containing spores from a cloth-devouring mold he'd altered to be hyper-aggressive when given plenty of heat and moisture, he didn't mention it. Took us just over 10 minutes to finish up. From there, we traveled to the chapel. Also not too bad. With Sunny's paddle system, Nami bending the wind to our favor, and Koni's, Lasso, and Usopp providing some extra thrust, we made it to the church, and if St.
Keep the entrance.
Jude Thaddeus wasn't proof that the world government knew what it was doing where floating buildings were concerned, I'll eat my gauntlets, in the space of half an hour. All told, actually reaching the church took about, 40 minutes or so. Leaving us with -2 hours, 20 minutes remaining. From there, we actually started working on setting up the wedding. Our first order of business was the division of labor, and big surprise, that was when our troubles chose to rear their heads. Oh. Alright, everybody, listen up. I announced, sweeping my eyes over our assembled crew. The building we were in, I'll admit, was a nice place.
Let's
Massive double doors
see.
opening from the antechamber into a large room with a domed ceiling,
The
windows at the top allowing light to come
inspiration.
in. A few dozen pews lined up in 4 rows provided space for a few hundred people, maybe even 1,000. One corner had a large organ and a couple of dozen
I'll go with
chairs,
the gray
clearly intended for
chairs.
the choir, while statues, carvings, and mosaic murals decorated the walls and pillars. A cross-shaped pool easily big enough for half a dozen people to fit in, filled to the brim with water, was at the front, and a slightly elevated dais with a large altar and 2 throne-like chairs was at the front and center of the room. Yet the only Bible I could see was sitting on a small table between the 2 chairs. You'd think they'd have more than one. I drew my thoughts away from that as I looked at the crew, Luffy hanging from the rafters but everyone else in states of relative calm. Relative being the key word there, given that Axino was looming behind me and cooking my backside, with his kids standing at his sides. Now, I started hesitantly, glancing over my shoulder at the heat human standing behind me. I realize that this is all kind of nutty, and rather touch and go, and I know that we don't really have a plan of action. Actually, Cross. Vivi interrupted. A glance at her revealed that she was holding a small packet of notes about an inch thick. I slowly raised a finger questioningly. I drew these up on the way here, she smiled tentatively. You outlined an entire wedding plan in under an hour, Nami deadpanned, clearly not believing a word our crew's princess said. Experience as a royal. I took a moment to weigh the pros and cons of calling Vivi on the blatant bull honky she was peddling before coming to and voicing my conclusion of I could care less if you got them from the devil himself. Alright, Vivi, you've apparently got the plans, that means you've also got point. I'll help you supervise, try, and keep things from going pear-shaped. Oh okay, then. Vivi shuffled through her notes before taking a calming breath and regarding our friends with relative amounts of confidence, but still confidence. Okay. First, the obvious delegation, Sanji, you'll be handling the catering. But of course, dear Vivi, Sanji bowed to the princess before addressing the Don. 2 hours is more than enough time to prepare a banquet fit for a wedding. So, does the father of the bride? Underage soundbite sang softly. Still need hors d'oeuvres, Sanji smoothly added, his menacing grin prompting soundbite to snap back into his shell. As I was saying, does the father of the bride have any preferences for the menu? The Don made a careless gesture, upon which Arbel, with a wrinkled expression, handed our cook a list. Sanji started scanning it, and it took all of 5 seconds for the blood to evacuate his face. Vivi. Do you already have something planned for Chopper? He croaked. Vivi cocked her eyebrow uncertainly. Unless any medical emergencies come up, no. Why? Yeah, Sanji, why would you need my help? Chopper questioned with a tilt of his head. Because this is the menu the good Mr. Axino wants me to cook, Sanji answered, gulping audibly as he stuck the paper before the reindeer's face. When Chopper started to frown in confusion, Sanji tapped a section of the page. These numbers here? These are Scoville counts. Chopper's pupils snapped into pinpricks, and he slowly looked up with a haunted gaze. I'm gonna need a lot of liquid nitrogen and milk, and some heat-resistant suits couldn't hurt either. On our ship, in the back, Arbel deadpanned, jabbing her thumb over her shoulder. Thank you kindly. Chopper tipped his hat at the Axino air before ambling off, a fervently muttering Sanji right on his heels. Vivi hummed uncomfortably before glancing up at the Don. Sir, I realize that your abilities will serve to protect you, but what about? Oh, don't worry, Princess, Axino smirked around his cigar. I'm entirely aware that my proposed menu will almost definitely melt the mouth of anyone who has some, and not just from how delicious it is. After all. He crossed his arms proudly and straightened to his maximum height and girth. Just because I need the Hiranos here and for this wedding to proceed properly does not mean I either need or want those bastards to be comfortable. And if they starve, so be it. I felt a sweat drop hanging from my head, and saw one hanging from everyone else on the crew. Vivi's, it should be noted, was particularly large. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Great.
She groaned
Should have
acridly
been
before turning her gaze
white.
upward. Anyway, moving on, Luffy, for the love of Kek. Oh, this is going to be really fun, I deadpanned as I stared up at the blatantly empty rafters, then at Soundbite. Hey, Sanji, just a heads up, Luffy's missing in action. Of course he is, the cook sighed wearily. But, if he wants a taste, then he can have it. With any luck, it'll be enough to lay him out flat. And since when have we ever been that lucky? Vivi mused as she shuffled through her notes. Anyway. Frankie, Usopp, it sounds like you'll have to handle building the decorations and painting this place by yourselves. Is that all right with you? Our mechanically and artistically inclined crewmates nodded in acceptance. Oh. Only
Like
for
this
Mary
one.
to interrupt by jumping in her seat and waving her arms eagerly. They won't be alone, she promised. I can help them both out. After all, I have their skill sets in my skull, so anything they can do, I can do just as well. I'll just pull double duty to help them out. Much to our surprise, it was actually Arbel who chose that moment to speak up, her voice, almost gentle. Are you really sure that you can keep up with your crewmates? After all, your body is pretty young. That's actually a fair point. Mary mused, making a show of tapping her chin thoughtfully. Allow me to offer you my calm and measured rebut. Frankie and Zoro were forced to move swiftly to grab the Caravel's arms and hoist her flailing form into the air before she could leap at Arbel, her teeth gnashing violently. Yo, Mary, calm your tits. Rayfei called out. Save it for. The dugong froze as the ship girl pinned her with a glare that could peel paint. Bitch, my tits are calm, Mary said in a deceptively even voice. The left one is named Siddhartha Buddha and the right one is Vardhamana Mahavira, and together they are lactating a veritable font of peace and understanding. It is the rest of me that's pissed. And as for you. Her blistering glare and tone regained their heat as she snapped her attention back to Arbel, who to her credit didn't even flinch. I'll rip your bloomers off and stuff 'em down your bloody gullet. Yers and all your ice lubbin' flag stealin'. Mute, I deadpanned, snapping my fingers. Mary stopped trying to speak as she realized that she had been muted. Then, glowering, she reached into her coat, and pulled out I face-palmed. You planned for this. I groaned. Mary was, well, silent as she peered out from beneath the red and white cap she had donned. Right, moving the damned hell along before I can really get freaked out by this. I shook my head vigorously as I snapped my attention back to Arbel. So, just in case you happen to miss it, yes, she's definitely up for this. Glad to hear it. Axino growled out as he ashed a cigar from both ends. Now get her out of my sight before I lay a lesson about respecting her superiors on her backside she won't soon forget. Or ever. A flash of fear came over Mary's expression, and she, Usopp, and Frankie promptly skedaddled out of the room. I need to get a hat like that, Lil muttered to herself. Right. Vivi clapped her hands together imperiously. Moving on. Who here has experience with the piano or organ? Robin smiled as she splayed the fingers on the extra hands she'd suddenly acquired. I like to think that I'm quite proficient. After all. A slightly wistful look came over her. Nobody ever pays attention to the lonely piano man. Ah. Vivi blinked in surprise. Wait, that phrase, where do I? Ah. Robin's arms disintegrated into petals as her face suddenly flushed. I'll, just be getting to that. Oh, Yeah, now I remember. Karoo slapped his wing to his forehead. That's a wine from de Wove and de Wove Wes. You know, dat Twashi Westpool woman's novel you whack. I will pluck you nude and cook you into a turducken, Robin calmly stated, her usual serene smile in place but her arms twitching murderously as they held Karoo in place. After a moment of silence, the arms evaporated. So, I assume the
Let's
sheet
go.
music is on the instrument in question. Hakura nodded frantically, and Robin walked off, leaving us watching her with no small amount of fear. Right, Vivi piped up, snapping my attention back to her. Now, Mr. Axino, so long as your family is handling the wardrobe. She heaved a sigh of relief when the hot human nodded. All right, then that's everything for the wedding proper,
Oh,
meaning all that's left is our main priority,
Costello.
security. Karoo, if you wouldn't mind organizing things properly. Of course, Vivi. Karoo saluted proudly. HRMPH, Axino snorted doubtfully, taking a drag from his cigar. You're leaving security up to the
dinky
duck.
ass lights, bro.
No, she isn't. Thwop.
Snowman
In that instant, I mirrored the Axino airs perfectly in that I nearly pissed my pants when Karoo jumped up and smacked the freaking cigar from Don Axino's mouth. She's entrusting the SECUYD to the individual who's been her puso na body gewat her entire wife, Karoo stated. And Faudo we cod, I'm wiving to take a what of fwak, but my pride as a captain in da Awabastan Militari and Vivi's squad is not something I will ever let anyone mock. Got it? I gained an entirely new respect for Karoo in that moment as he maintained his firm expression, but said respect was vastly overshadowed by the existential dread I felt as the ambient temperature slowly cranked up to levels where I felt like I was right back in the middle of Alabasta. Neither Vivi nor Karoo, however, even flinched. Unfortunately for all of us observing, the standoff dragged on for a minute, but then, out of the blue, the temperature snapped right back to normal, and a smirk grew on Don Axino's face as he fished out another cigar and placed it in his mouth. Continue, he invited. Most of us shared dumbstruck looks, while Karoo settled for snorting gratefully. Quad to have you up wovel. Now. He clapped his wings together. Wiston up. Every eon we have left will be split into 3 teams to cover every angle. Fist, Don. He looked back at our clients. I'm guessing Dad you've got a bunch of gifts for this mess. Condolence gifts from our friends, Campachino explained. But we got twice as many as we expected, so. Brendo waved his hands side to side uncomfortably. Karoo slapped a wing to his face with a groan. Of course. 12th birthday over again, Stomp style has a stain in his feet has, su, wasu, funkweed, you we all with me. We be keeping watch over da puissance and da ones with good noses why be weeding out the subwise. Zawo, Nami, Conies, youth we'll head outside and handle any threats coming by CO and I can't believe this is actually a possibility by I. And Fanawi, boss, you and your students head undawada. If you see anything even vaguely threatening, punch it until it's not. Every eyed with that.
Oh, it's not here.
There was a chorus of vague agreements. Actually. And a single protest from the worst person it could come from. Karoo twitched uncomfortably before glancing up at Don Axino. Yes, Mr. Axino, he asked uneasily. Oh, don't get your feathers in a snag, duck, the Don said dismissively. Most of your plan is fine and good, but I do have one proviso. For the underwater guard force. Come again. Boss almost demanded. Yeah. Mikey nodded in agreement. In case you haven't noticed, we're amphibious. Where do you want us, guarding the sky? Nami's already got that GRK. Mikey was interrupted and left gasping by a blast of hot air. Axino snorted at him. Would you rather wind up on my dinner plate, lightly steamed with butter, he bit out. The dugong shook his head with a pained wheeze, Rafe and Leo glaring at the heat human in his place.
Shit.
Don Axino took a calming drag from his cigar before continuing. Anyways. Knowing this crew, and more specifically you 5, I require some extra security to ensure that you don't try anything clever or more likely, shell-headed in an effort to slip out of this. As such, I've decided to assign the best of our fierce penguins to shadowing you. Boss and I both stiffened fiercely at that,
Shit.
me from horror and him from. I actually don't know. Wait, you don't mean. I started to get out. I knew this day would come. Boss ground out. Before either of us could say anything further, however, Lil brought her fingers to her lips, blew a sharp whistle. Slam. Aloha, convicts. And the doors were promptly kicked open by the absolute last quartet of fuzz and feathers that I ever wanted to see, and with the leader speaking in the last voice I ever wanted to hear, if only for the sake of preserving the last tattered shreds of my sanity. I slowly turned a murderous glare on Soundbite. I don't even know what the hell to say to you about this. Well, you know what they say. Soundbite leered right back. If you don't have anything nice to say, then shut the hell. Rico. Hork. Tang. Ga. Silence, convict, the lead penguin barked as he jabbed his flipper at my partner. You all are under my command now. I don't care if you're really some big shot Coolio pirate. Thanks to your namby-pamby talk show, you will only speak when I say you can end. Not under your jurisdiction, Skipper, Lil deadpanned. The unsurprisingly named, Skipper, choked. Sorry, Miss Lil, the dopey-looking one piped up in a childish British accent. Skipper just gets excited from time to time. He always says how he doesn't want to let you. Slap. Ga. No one likes a suck-up, Private, Skipper deadpanned, his flipper still in post-dope slap position. Lil shook her head with a glance upwards that was equal parts fond and long-suffering before turning back to us. These 4 are by far the strongest I've ever trained. Rico, demolitions and special weapons expert. You. Ha 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 ha, the wild-looking penguin cackled, vomiting up a lit stick of dynamite and starting to juggle it around. Private, a rookie but still surprisingly capable. Without warning, Rico lobbed the TNT to Private, who started juggling it between his flippers as he waddled for the door. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Kowalski, the... Lemme guess, I cut in with a groan, dragging a hand down my face. Scientist and tactician. According to my calculations. The tallest of the penguins announced, whipping out an abacus and slapping around the beads for a second before looking up flatly. Private will get the dynamite out of the building. Kaboom. Yaa. Slam. OOF. Kowalski barely even flinched as a smoking Private slammed into and stuck to the wall above us. Private, however, will not get out of the radius of the blast. Called it, I deadpanned, before flinching under the rest of the Axino's glares. I'll shut up now. And finally, Lin concluded. The leader of the squad, the most competent, the most professional, the strongest soldier we have besides Papa. The Mad Penguin. We all paused in confusion as someone spoke up, but that question was promptly answered when Boss waddled to the front, his teeth tightly clenched around his cigar, and his eyes unerringly locked on Skipper. Of Gascar, he finished, his tone positively glacial. Skipper, for his part, just blinked at Boss in confusion for a moment before smirking and waddling up to him, staring up at the dugong's mug in spite of the fact that he was twice his height. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Haven't seen you in a while either, Dissy. The captain of our ship's guard narrowed his eyes menacingly. It's Boss now, Penguin. He took a hard drag of his cigar and blew the smoke right in Skipper's face. Boss. Dugong. Skipper didn't even flinch at the smoke, instead letting his smirk widen. Is that so? Well, it's nice to see you again after all these years. Bessie. I darted my weary gaze between the two amphibious fighters before asking what everyone was thinking and what I was dreading. I take it you two know each other. You could say that, Skipper said, tilting his head at me without ever breaking eye contact with boss. Before I came to be under the Axino's employ, I worked odd jobs here and there around the line. And every time a job brought me to Alabasta, it always seemed like old Bessie was there to greet me. Heck. Skipper spun on his talons as he casually snapped a flipper up. I can't even remember all the times we've clashed. What was it, Bessie, 100? 200? Too many to count, Penguin, boss intoned darkly. But I only ever endeavor to remember the one, Arimalu. In an instant, Skipper had his snarling beak in boss's impassive mug. Don't you dare bring up Arimalu around me, you crossbred son of a barnacle, he spat. Boss took a deliberately slow drag from his cigar before blowing another cloud of smoke at the Penguin, this time sending an unfortunately nearby private into a coughing fit. Make me, lead wing. As we watched the sparks crackle and fly between the two, Soundbite leaned his head towards me. I would laugh at the appropriateness of the bird's moniker, he hissed. But this is way too cool. Ditto. Mikey chuckled eagerly as he gleefully watched the exchange. You say cool, I say annoying as all hell. Rayfay bit out as she warily eyed the 3, 2.5, really, Private was still wheezing, penguins that were eyeing them in turn. These feather fluff combos nabbed us all through cheating. Rico's response to that was to stick his tongue out at her and drag his eyelid down with a flipper, cackling all the while. This, of course, necessitated Mikey hastily grabbing Rayfay before she could tackle the mad penguin. She has a point, you know, ignoring the physical assault. Leo groused, a quick exchange of glares with his team's brawler stopping her attempt at attacking, though not her growling. Why do we have to have them as our guards? Heck, why do we need guards, period? You've studied the SBS, have we ever given the impression that we wouldn't keep our end of a bargain? Besides Nami, I mean, Donnie said, conveniently positioned so that Zoro and Konis were between him and the aforementioned navigator. No offense, of course. None taken, Nami smiled beatifically. Zap. Youch. The stench of ozone and cooked dugong that suddenly permeated the air said different. We're aware. This is simply a matter of insurance, for both of us, the Don said. After all, you wouldn't expect us to add nothing to the security ourselves, would you? He then turned his gaze down to the two leering animals, who promptly dropped their glaring contest in favor of dropping to their knees when the temperature suddenly spiked. And I expect you to put whatever past you have together behind you until the wedding is complete. Am I clear? Why yes Don boss, sir, Skipper coughed out. My word. Boss groaned. As a man. Good, Axino snorted as he thankfully killed the heat. Now, if you need me, I'll be on my ship getting hammered enough that when the Hirano witch and her brood arrive, I won't instinctively flashboil everything in a quarter-mile radius on instinct. So, unless there's anything else. His tone clearly said that there'd better damn well not be, and thankfully there wasn't. Good. Now hurry the hell up and get to it. And with that he headed straight out of the double doors, and soon after everyone who remained slowly trickled off to their assigned posts, though the way boss and Skipper kept eyeing one another in the process did not fill me with confidence. Once everyone was gone, Vivi, Soundbite and I briefly stood in silence before Vivi shot me a far too confident smile. You know. I think we actually just might pull this off. Oh. Might pull this off, my ass, I grumbled under my breath as I watched a particularly large bounty hunter use a pew as an impromptu club to mow down his competition with. When we get out of this, I'm gonna host a damn seminar titled Lines We Do Not Freaking Taunt Murphy With. Amen, brudda. Soundbite nodded in agreement. But for now, I think we should probably move, for wood is weak. Smash. Gah! I flinched as an insensate bounty hunter's head crashed through my cover way too close to my own head for comfort. And their skulls are thick, right? Any ideas? Oh. The food table, it's Frankie brand reinforced.
Oh,
Yeah no, cause Luffy. Perfect, I nodded. I promptly set about skimming along the ground hidden by whatever mostly intact pews remained,
holy
dodging any
shit.
bullets, bodies, or otherwise improvised projectiles that shot my way as I headed for my aforementioned destination.
What the fuck
And
is
there I
that?
found someone else taking cover, prompting me to don a
Large?
flat look. You do realize that a good portion of the blame for the situation goes to you, right? I testily pointed out. Excuse me? If you'll forgive my language, how the hell do you reason that, Mr. Jeremiah? Vivi snapped back with just as much heat. Everything I did trying to make sure that this was the perfect wedding. We were supposed to sabotage the wedding. I snapped, flinging my hands up, or, at least, I tried, but still, it was the gesture that counted. And you were a freaking nightmare to work with the entire time. Oh, please. Vivi snapped her head away with a sniff. I was nowhere near that bad. Oh. -1 hour, 30 minutes remaining. No, this table needs to be 2.68 inches to the north and 0.54 inches to the east, or the feng shui of the room will be off. Vivi snapped at the hapless staff, Reed, mercs she'd browbeaten into wearing suits. And the chairs have to be in an exact hexagonal configuration at the specified coordinates. For all the tables. BBBB said Merc whimpered under Vivi's rage, yelping as she grabbed his collar. Did I stutter? Why yes, ma'am, I mean no ma'am, I mean hurry the hell up already before she castrates me, the poor man barked to his colleagues, who swiftly scrambled to fulfill the request. Taking a deep sigh, Vivi took a step back and began inspecting the decorations Mary, Frankie, and Usopp were still putting up, frowning. I had gotten very good at deciphering her frowns over the last 15 minutes, and thankfully this one was the "I'm still deciding if you screwed up, don't disappoint me" frown. While she was doing this, another one of the suited mercs walked up to her, his knees visibly shaking. Miss Vivi. Not right now, she said, still eyeing the decorations. Miss Vivi, this is very important. Yes, I'm sure, Vivi absent-mindedly waved, eyes zeroing in on Frankie who had just arranged some of the lace streamers to vaguely resemble a cannon firing. Frankie. Rearrange those, we can't be having any violent motifs at a wedding. Man. Frankie snapped. It barely looks like a cannon. And besides, this is a bunch of bounty hunters. They'd love it. Just change it. All right, keep your shirt on. Hey, Mary, mind lending me a hand? Bit busy up here. Mary called down from the rafters,
Oh damn,
where
I
she and
was
Usopp were
off.
hanging via an admittedly impressive set of ropes. Vivi shot a momentary glance up at the pair before snapping her full attention to them. Less white, more blue. Indeed. Brindo, the twin wearing red, of all people, yelled up in agreement as he rolled a table into place. After all, the blue of the sea and the ice is our noble family's color. What? Campechino, the other, blue-wearing twin, shouted from across the hall, where he had been helping carry a stack of chairs before dropping them off in the arms of the nearest, and going by the way he staggered under the weight, woefully under-muscled, merc to him. Dear brother, surely you are joking. Clearly, what with the blood of our enemies and the radiance of our father's abilities, red is the color of our family most noble. The pair of them exchanged looks of irritation, and then, with the
That is
nonsense
throwing
that
me
Oda himself
off.
had come up with, they glowed red and blue, flew towards each other from opposite sides of the room by twin magnetism. And guard you. Slam. Arg. And opened their brawl with a mirrored pair of hooks to one another's jaws. If you two make a mess, I'll make sure no one can tell where one of you starts and the other one ends, Vivi promised, before glaring up at our paint adept again. And why the hell aren't you two working? We don't know which one to listen to. Usopp answered uneasily. Just pick a name out of a hat.
I thought it was
Usopp
centered.
started
It is
to
hard
nod
to
before
center
shooting
in
a
this
bemused
game.
look at Mary. I can't remember which had which name, or which supported which color scheme either. You. Mary responded by giving him a flat look before slapping her hands together. I'm out. Hey, Frankie, look out above. And before our sniper could react, she slipped out of her harness and dropped onto our shipwright's shoulders. Thankfully, Vivi chose to nod at that, somehow satisfied, and I flinched as she turned her gaze on me, her eyes all but quite literally blazing behind her. Where the hell did she get that monocle? I hissed out of the corner of my mouth. Didn't see, too scared. Soundbite whimpered from within his shivering shell. Ahem. Yes'm. I yelped, snapping to attention under Vivi's piercing gaze. She sniffed haughtily at my reaction before directing her attention at my snail. Connect me to Sanji, she ordered in a tone that brooked no argument. For a moment, my mind was at war, self-preservation clashing with thrill-seeking, disrespect for authority, and pride. And then common sense whacked pride upside the head and knocked it out, leveling the playing field and allowing me to make the smart decision. Well, you heard the woman, I told Soundbite. God knows I wish I hadn't. He moaned back, but nevertheless there was a moment of static, and then. Little busy at the moment, cross, Sanji replied, sounding decidedly strained. Not cross, me, Vivi stated. Status report, Sanji. Got. Sanji yelped frantically. Oh, of course, princess. Sweet, sweet, beautiful princess who I serve hand and foot, and I definitely do not want to tell to go away at this moment, just give me a second to. Hey, you. Get over here and hold this. Alright, there we go. Anyway, let's see, alright, the main dishes will be ready on time, despite the eccentric menu. Soundbite's shell shivered again. I swear, where the hell did he get a recipe for liquid smoke? On an unrelated note, I really hope you don't need Chopper anytime soon, because my help is rotating through him like clockwork, and if I lose him, I'm screwed. Duly noted, Vivi nodded. And the cake? In the oven, and the frosting and decorations are being made as we speak. There was a pregnant pause over the line before Sanji continued. The, specifications, though. I'd never question you, my dear princess, but these are very exacting and I don't trust any of these yahoos to do it right. But I also don't want to be away from the main prep for so long. That's by design, Vivi interrupted. The banquet's a lost cause, what with the Don's specifications? Tell me about it, Sanji groaned despondently. I'm brewing and serving the punch in a cast iron pot. It's melted everything else. Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. At least Chopper's having fun keeping it stable, though now I'm going to have someone keep an eye on this thing to make sure it isn't breathing. Anyway, Vivi picked up, shaking off the bemusement of what she heard and getting back into her professional form. The banquet is a lost cause, but the cake has to be perfect. There was a brief pause before Sanji spoke up again. Even the runes on the gazebo. They're hieroglyphs, not runes, but yes, even the hieroglyphs on the gazebo. As my princess wishes, Sanji sighed, the line going dead. PST, Sanji. Until I reopened it? Cross, what? Look, just tell me real quick, I hissed as I spared a glance at Vivi, who was thankfully not looking my way. Does this place have any salt in its storerooms? What are you ugh? Yes, there are a ton of salt bags back here, what about it? I heaved a sigh of relief. Glad to hear it. Now, make sure to smuggle what bags you can onto the Sunny when you get the opening, as much as you can manage. What? Cross, I swear, if this is some kind of a stupid joke or something.
Oh, no.
I'm deadly serious. I interrupted him with as much emphasis as I could manage and still keep quiet. The next fight we go into is going to be a nightmare already, and it'll only be bigger unless we stockpile as much salt as you can grab. Got it? There was a tense silence for a moment before Sanji heaved a sigh. Yeah, alright, you make it sound pretty serious. I'll wave in some of the dugongs to get it done. Just try and rein in Vivi while you're out there, alright? You're kidding, right? I scoffed even as I cut my hand across my throat and returned my attention to her. Thankfully, the princess had lapsed into blessed, thoughtful silence. But sadly, it didn't last long before she turned to a large table shoved into the back of the chapel. It was groaning under the weight of the gaudily wrapped wedding presents which Lassu and Funkfried were warily sniffing and prodding at. Seriously, I think some of the wrapping was actual gold. Also, for some reason or other, there seemed to be something struggling under the tablecloth, but I very firmly decided to ignore that. How are things going with the presents, Karoo? The princess asked. The duck looked up at her with a tortured squawk. So far, we've defused a dozen bombs, got rid of at least 10 packages of poisoned food, got rid of half a dozen packages that voanti deadwasi but really shouldn't go to someone wemotely quos ta huage, and 3 alpha packages dad had wive contents. A hownet's nest, a sedated wild boa, a sookwising weagwies of swath. Gah! Su gasped as she stuck her head out from under the table and panted in exhaustion, her usually pristine fur frazzled and wet. And one, very determined, pygmy sperm whale, that I think has some squid or octopus blood in it. Soundbite poked an eyes talk out of his shell so that he could, well, eye her. You holding up all right? Su panted a second longer before grinning confidently and sticking up her paw in what I assumed was an approximation of a thumbless thumbs up. I'm wearing him down. Her grin then died when a tentacle stuck out from under the table. Oh, no, not a guy wagh. Aeoned with that she was yanked back under the table and the struggle picked up anew. Karoo stared at the struggle for a moment before looking up sheepishly. It's a wowk in Puagwes. So I see, Vivi muttered, and I braced for another outburst. Well, just keep the duds out of sight and it should be fine. Now, what else? The former princess trailed off in thought, not noticing another besooted merc walking up to her. Miss Vivi, he said. She gave no sign that she'd heard, and the merc shot us a pleading look. Soundbite and I glanced at each other, and shrugged in a what can you do sort way. Sighing, the merc shook his head and spoke up again. Miss Vivi. Silence. The merc's face hardened, and he completely ignored my frantic head shaking in favor of loudly clearing his throat. Oi! Miss Vivi. I think the glare Vivi shot over her shoulder at the poor bastard managed to stop my heart just as long as his. What? Never mind, Miss Vivi, he simpered. I'm sure it's not that important in the long run. Good, she nodded firmly before turning her attention away and wandering off. Now, who would have an idea of the proper seating arrangements? Once she was a ways away, Soundbite slowly poked his head out of his shell with a grimace. God save us from the princess. At this point, I sighed. I'd take the devil if he offered. I then proceeded to freeze as a tinkling giggle echoed through the rafters. On the other hand, I yelped, making a bolt for it. Wait the hell up, princess. Oh. Vivi maintained her glare for a moment longer before glancing away and poking her fingers together. All right, I admit to having maybe gone a bit overboard, but... She snapped her finger up as she defiantly met my gaze. In my defense, I was just trying to make this wedding the best it could be. We were supposed to tank the wedding, you blue-haired bimbo. I grabbed her shoulders with a roar. The Axino kids wanted to make sure that their sister didn't get married. A blue hue slowly fell over Vivi's face. Riot. Seriously. Soundbite barked. You've been eccentric and ditzy in the past, but this? What the hell, bitch? Vivi hedged uncertainly as she looked anywhere but at me. In my defense, it's failing spectacularly anyway. A spectacular smash rang out at just that instant, but utterly failed to sway my partner or I. Try again, we snarled in sync. Vivi's mouth flapped uselessly for a second before she hung her head with a defeated sigh. So. I might not have been entirely honest with you all. I slapped a hand to my face with a groan. Of fucking course. About what, exactly? About these. Vivi felt around in her pockets for a moment before withdrawing and holding out a familiar pack of notes. Wait, the wedding plan? I questioned incredulously. I didn't really come up with it on the spot, she admitted shamefacedly. It was something I'd been working on for years, ever since I was a little girl. Ever since I realized that I had feelings for. Vivi trailed off into silence as a blush crawled up her cheeks. Still, it wasn't like she had to say anything further, seeing as I managed to make the necessary connection. Hieroglyphs, why didn't I realize sooner? I winced sympathetically. All this, you were stressing out and micromanaging because you were essentially setting up your own wedding, weren't you? Vivi nodded with a weary sigh of her own. I just, with how things are, with the world government and my bounty and everything. I love the crew, I really do. Never doubted it for a second. But. Vivi rubbed her arm, not looking me in the eye. I just, after everything that's happened. I wanted one thing, my childhood dream. She smiled tearfully. To go right, you know. I was silent for a second before slowly smiling and reaching my hand out to grasp Vivi's shoulder. Vivi, no matter what, you'll always be one of my best friends in the world. You know that, right? Vivi's smile remained in place as she nodded. Then as your friend, I just want you to know I bear you no malice when I say this. I grimaced uncomfortably. Your real wedding is probably not gonna be much different from this. Vivi's expression froze so hard I could hear the sound of shattering glass. No, wait, that was one of the light fixtures being yanked down from the ceiling. Excuse me, she croaked uncertainly. Well. I mean, isn't it kind of obvious? I asked as though it were, well, the most obvious thing in the world. Think about it, as I just said, we're your friends. That means that come hell, high water, or lack of invitation, we will all be attending your wedding. And considering what happened this time the Straw Hat Pirates were involved with a wedding, well. I gestured helplessly at the chaos occurring just a few feet from us. A most astounding explosion rang out at that instant, accompanied by a pained cry of my leg, though that last one might have been Soundbite's doing. Yeah, that. For the most part, Vivi's face remained frozen in a rictus grin, though her eye did start to twitch in what I suspected was an unhealthy manner. But, hey. I grinned cheerily, lightening my tone in what I hoped was a supportive manner. Look on the bright side, no matter how much of an unmitigated disaster it is, you'll still be surrounded by your friends and family who love you very, very. Cross. My words died in my throat when I suddenly found myself standing in the middle of a horizon-to-horizon desert, at the foot of a very large, very golden, and very radiant throne that was flanked by an equally radiant and titanic pair of cobra statues. No, wait, they were moving. Cobras. Actual giant-ass glowing cobras. I breathed in confusion, tilting my head up to look at said throne. I was met with the sight of a figure of pure power and authority glaring down at me with near unbridled contempt. Run. Running. I yelped, bolting out from under the table and into the chaos, leaping over the bazooka-launched cannonball that just so happened to try and occupy the space where my head was, ducking under the massive axe that tried to pass through the space where
With
my neck
colors
was.
black and strong
Grah.
green.
God. Aeon finally wincing as Vivi bodily tackled me to the ground and flipped me over so that she was looming menacingly over Soundbite and I will feast upon your entrails, Vivi hissed at me, lion cutters at the ready to disembowel me so that she could offer Sanji the requisite ingredients for said meal. I began frantically looking around for something that I could use to fend her off, and unfortunately, I found one. Ah. Vivi. I think that we have more pressing issues at the moment. Like what? I swallowed heavily as I slowly pointed a shaking finger over her shoulder. Like her, I squeaked. You. Vivi's rage died swift and hard as she snapped her head around in horror. Meep. And believe you me, Vivi's reaction was entirely appropriate, given her first encounter with the matriarch of the Hirano Famiglia not more than an hour ago. Oh. -1 hour remaining. Princess Nefertari. I glanced up from the clipboard Vivi had handed off to me to catch sight of Arbel hastily approaching us, gnawing on her thumb with a level of anxiety uncharacteristic of someone who was wearing a furred coat and a tutu without a hint of shame. This should be good for a laugh. I mused. I could sure as hell use one. Soundbite muttered, his voice unimpeded by the bundle of pens Vivi had stuck in his mouth. The princess barely glanced up from whatever she'd been doing. You need to drop whatever it is you're doing, right away. That managed to get Vivi to snap her head up, albeit with an aggravated growl. And why in the name of Set would I do that? Arbel grimaced as though she were on the edge of ralphing. Because the Hirano Famiglia has been sighted on the horizon and will arrive soon, and Papa demands. Hakura corrected as he jogged past us towards the front door. Grgh. Arbel dragged her hand down her
Half
face.
and half, more or less.
Yes, Papa demands that you be there to greet them. Best impressions and all that, for all that they're damnably wasted on those uncouth sons of. Dear, your blood pressure, Salkov pleaded desperately as he came up behind his wife and rubbed her shoulders. Best behavior, remember. Arbel glanced at her husband out of the corner of her eye. Don't you hate them as much as I do? More, Salkov spat with a grimace. I just find it more satisfying to fluster them with politeness and veiled snark than get up in their faces about it. So chin up, and let's get to it. Vivi returned the grimace and shook her head with a sigh. Oh, very well, if I have to. Where do you? Ah, Vivi. I yelped, hastily stepping in front of her. Lemme just. I swiftly raised my hand as if to brush at her hair, causing her to flinch, and then I used my other one to snatch her monocle off before her eyes reopened. All right, good to go. Vivi blinked her eyes open and smiled beatifically. Thank you, Cross, I appreciate it. She then grinned uncertainly. But, would you mind coming with me? Just in case. I sighed in relief as I suddenly stuffed the damned eyepiece I was holding in my back pocket to be properly disposed of later. Be right there with you. She smiled gratefully, and a hasty bit of scrambling later, though I did spare a moment to appreciate the archway that Frankie and Mary had constructed above the inner double doors found me lingering off to the side, partly in shadow but within clear view and eyeshot of Vivi, while she and the Axino children, save for Lil, who was still in the back, most likely due to the whole brides and grooms tradition, stood a short distance behind the double doors that led to the outside. They were the picture of class and etiquette, save for how Brindo and Campachino were bruised and growling at one another and Arbel was grinding her teeth like a chainsaw. The tension was palpable, as evidenced by the temperature rapidly mounting due to a surprisingly sober-looking Don Axino marching down the aisle and grumbling acridly as he adjusted his tie. All right, everyone here? Good, he snorted darkly. Now I know we hate them and they hate us, but let's just try and get through this so that we only ever have to interact through our subordinates, agreed. Yes, Papa, the Axino children chorused, though my angle of view let me catch sight of them all crossing their fingers behind their backs. Ah! Mr. Axino. Vivi raised her finger hesitantly. It just occurred to me now, but, am I to assume that you've already briefed the Hiranos about our unique situation, since you wanted me to be here to greet them? Axino coughed slightly and glanced to the side. Italy, they think you've all gone through Lovely Land's treatment and become compliant, are thus part of the dowry, and that once we're done here we'll be giving you to the Marines for your bounties. Ah, thank you, I just wanted to clear that. I beg your pardon. Vivi shrieked. Slam. Whoosh. Any further protest was killed by the doors to the outside slamming open via an obscenely stereotypical blast of cold air. After I got over my initial shivers from the frigid gale, I looked up and got my first look at the Hirano Famiglia. As the name implied, they were definitely mafia-themed, as demonstrated by the way the mooks flanking them were all dressed in spick and span suits. However, in terms of actual size, the family proper was no bigger than the Axinos, with only 3 individuals really standing out. Heck, one of the 3 standing at the front wasn't all that scary. In fact, he was rather, well, pitiful. I mean, between the fact that he had barely any muscle on his bones, pasty pale skin, greasy black hair, sunken eyes, and the way he seemed to keep twitching at anything and everything that moved, including his own shadow, I was honestly questioning whether or not one of Mariah's puppets had made a run for it. But going by the way the kid, and he was definitely a kid, barely scraped 4.5 feet tall, it looked like the poor bastard was our groom. But still, for all that the kid was pitiful, the rest of his family more than made up for it by chilling me to the bone with a menacing aura that was definitely top 10 I'd encountered. The marginally less vile looking of the 2 was a lanky male that reminded me of pre-Garp Helmeppo, if only by the aura his slicked back steel grey hair and pince-nez gave off. Though to his credit, he was at least a little better built than Helmeppo. Still, his Helmeppo-ness was definitely emphasized by the quartet of surprisingly identical looking guards flanking him. All were dressed in tuxedos, and while the fact that they were all toting increasingly large violin cases would have normally made me think they were packing, the way their leader was tapping what looked to be a conductor's baton in his hand made me think twice. Honestly, I suppose it was only logical that there was someone on the Grand Line besides Brooke who could incorporate music into their fighting, however much of an air of an ass he projected. But still, for all that the guy was bad, it was the Hirano matriarch who really sold that these were the absolute last people you wanted to mess with. She seemed to be the polar opposite of Don Axino, a midget who was only over 3 feet tall, rail thin, and clothed from head to toe in a parka of steel blue wool, whose hood was stretched over the twin buns her lilac hair was tucked into. Her face was wrinkled like old leather, and the light smile she had on despite her pinched expression was utterly belied by the way she seemed to make me shiver just by looking at her. Overall, cold was the best, if not only way to describe her. Which was even more fitting, seeing as when she opened her mouth and spoke, she didn't so much speak as she just flat out breathed. It's been a while, Fatso. Don Axino responded by locking his jaw, presumably to keep from biting clean through his cigar, though for whatever reason he didn't spike the temperature. Midk, he started to rumble before flinching and coughing into his fist. I mean, hi yo. Hi yo. Hirano's smile quirked up slightly as she swept one of her arms out. I trust you recall my beautiful grandsons. My eldest, Pavarato Hirano. I tried to turn my attention to the apparently musical bounty hunter, but the process was made a bit difficult due to the fact that he wasn't standing where I'd last seen him. Rather, he was. For the love of God. I face-palmed in an effort to escape the sight of the smarmy ass kneeling before and holding the hand of an obviously disgusted Arbel. Ah, my star-crossed muse, he said, his voice high-pitched and reedy in that way that makes you want to punch whoever it's attached to. I am so glad to see you again. Once this is over, I shall compose my greatest work, and spread the tale of our love across all the blues. How nice. Arbel bit out, only just managing to bite back her obvious bile in the process. But as I've already told you countless times, Pavarotti, I'm already spreading the tale of my love across the blues. With me, Salkov snarled, shoving himself between his wife and her. I'll be unduly polite and term him admirer. Said politeness became even more undue when Pavarotti blankly looked at Salkov for a moment before leaning around him to give Arbel a bemused look. Still. Well, Soundbite whistled as Hakara and Brindo restrained a snarling Salkov. That explains the hate on. Up, I sighed. Oh, this is gonna be fun. And, of course, Hayo breezed on, entirely ignoring the exchange as she waved at the kid standing at her other side, causing him to flinch fearfully. My youngest and one of the... I swear I heard her skin crack as she twisted her mouth into a smile. Guests of honor, Barato. Barato swallowed heavily as he stared up at Don Axino's unilaterally massive form and met his impassive gaze, and he shakily raised his hand in an attempt to wave. SS satisfacto oh no I mean salis butiti that is to say salutatio. Hayo's expression didn't even shift an inch as she rammed her heel into her grandson's shin. It was a bit disturbing that all the poor bastard did was flinch. GG greetings. Axino scowled, though whether it was at the Hirono matriarch's display or the Hirono matriarch period I couldn't tell you. Ignoring said scowl, Hayo. I think she swept her gaze side to side, going by how her head tilted, but it was hard to say with how her eyes were pinched shut. So, do tell me, where is your contribution to this arrangement of ours? I don't see her anywhere, and I'd very much like to pinch my cute little granddaughter-in-law. Doesn't she mean pinch her? Soundbite asked nervously. I doubt it. I muttered back. Lil is in the back, Axino growled as he huffed out a dark cloud of smoke. And will remain there until the ceremony, as per tradition. For now, I suggest you try and remain patient until the preparations are finished. Which I assure you will be within the hour. Vivi promised as she stepped up with a surprisingly genuine-looking smile. It's my honor to make the acquaintance of the esteemed matriarch of the Hirono family. I'm not sure if you recognize me, but... Oh, no, my dear, I assure you, I recognize you perfectly well, Hayo simpered as she slowly reached her hand out. Princess Nefertari Vivi, correct. Vivi allowed herself to relax marginally as she reached her hand out. Shockingly, Axino actually tensed at that. Princess, don't, he started to protest. Vivi looked up at him in confusion. What? Worth, 80 million Thailand bahts, I believe.
Thailand bots,
Crack.
bruh.
Yerg. Vivi screamed, falling to her knees as she clawed at her suddenly blackened and corpse-like shoulder. Your head, that is, Hayo Hirono hissed, steam rising up from her point of contact with Vivi's hand as well as the hag's arm, which looked almost frosted over. Vivi. I shouted, sprinting towards her. Wyayak. Karu howled as he suddenly appeared nearby, dropping from a shave in favor of charging at the damnable witch. With every intention of doing the same, I reached into my jacket, and promptly swore as I recalled that my baton was long gone, and Funkfried was still across the room at the gift table. However, going by the way Pavarotti glanced at the duck and flicked his baton at him dismissively, that was probably a good thing for me. Allegro. Scrang. Quack. I was promptly proven right when three of Pavarotti's quartet suddenly surrounded Karu, bows drawn and at his neck. Violin bows, mind you, complete with full-sized violins and cellos of increasing size that I'd bet my greaves were all made of stupidly tough and, in the case of the bows proper, stupidly sharp metal. Honestly, they just proved I probably wouldn't have been able to do much anyway. Look out. Scrang. Sun Nova. I flinched back fearfully as the fourth bastard mirrored his cohort's actions on me. Right, really couldn't have done much. Note to self, find a way to remotely gastroblast wax, soundbite hissed murderously. Hell, figure out how to gastroblast remotely period and I'll give you enough lettuce to fill a hammock, I hissed back. Silence. Thwack. Herg. I folded around the fist buried in my gut, breath wheezing out of me, and I was vaguely aware of Pavarotti strolling over to leer down at me. Impressive, aren't they? He chuckled, condescension dripping from every syllable. I acquired them from some associates of ours, shall we say? In the North Blue. Indeed, my string quartet speed and fencing skills are rivaled only by their musical capabilities. His sneer widened as he started running his fingers tenderly over his baton. Did you know that a good interrogation with a symphony in the background has the added effect of traumatizing the worms in question so that they can never listen to that piece of music again? Ah, to play the same piece again later on and watch them squirm. Ah, BB brother. Barato attempted to protest, sidling up and laying his hand an inch above his brother's arm. TT there really is no NN need for such RR repetitia I am mean as such RR revolutia, TT that is to say. Pavarotti didn't even look up from his baton as he offhandedly thwacked the back of his brother's head. Why yes, brother. Barato flinched as he lapsed into silence. Following that, there was a tense moment as everyone eyed one another warily, broken only by the quiet groans of pain that seeped through Vivi's clenched teeth. Tsururururara. And ultimately, Hayo's malicious chuckling. You should really learn to keep your pets on a better leash, Fatso, she breathed, her voice reminiscent of some unearthly wraith. Otherwise, they might give my tender skin a scratch when we turn in their hides for the rewards. And seeing as we wouldn't want that, I am not ashamed to admit that I was deeply disturbed by the way the old hag's wrinkled, ancient visage morphed into a mask of icy creases with 3 gaping holes where her eyes and mouth should have been. Maybe I should just do us all a favor and neuter them wholesale. My heart all but stopped when she lifted her hand at Vivi's face, though that could have also been on account of the surrounding temperatures plummeting to sub-freaking zero. Starting with enough. Madame Hirano snapped her hand back with a practically vampiric hiss as the ambient temperature suddenly spiked to several dozen degrees above average, causing trails of steam to waft up from her body. Axino was steaming as well as he glared down at the frigid witch, only he did so with righteous wrath. Out, he spat. Now. Before I melt you into a puddle. The hag stared back at the Don with an unreadable look before chuckling and shaking her head. Allowing her frost to disappear, she turned away, unperturbed by the glares from the Axinos and us. Seeing as the merchandise is at least semi-secure, we shall leave them in your hands until the ceremony. We shall wait on our ship in the meantime. Come along, everyone. She waved her hand casually as she started shuffling out. Let us leave the Axinos to, how shall I put it, play at bounty hunting. The Stringfellows lowered their bows as Pavarotti flicked his baton at them, allowing Karu to dash over to Vivi and start to comfort her as the soldiers followed their leaders. Barato watched his grandmother fearfully for a moment before hastily dropping into a bow, directed at the Don himself. MMISS Syndicate, MISS Silly MMI Sincerest Irk. His speech cut off as the passing Pavarotti grabbed his collar and started to bodily drag him down the aisle. The youngest Hirano eyed his elder sibling hesitantly before settling for a meek wave at the Axinos. The very second that the door closed behind them, Don Axino knelt next to Vivi and grabbed her blackened arm. Hold still, he grunted disdainfully. What are you ac? Vivi hissed in pain when a blast of steam shot up from her limb. You son of a. Karu started to squawk before Axino pinned him with a heated glare. Unless you want her to lose that arm, he snarled. Shut the hell up and let me fix what that blasted shrimp did. And what the hell did she do? I demanded indignantly. Vivi's arm looks like it came out of a 10-round match against Jack freaking Frost. The surrounding temperature increased, and the man turned a bit redder. But as he refocused his attention on Vivi's arm, the effects diminished slightly. "You're not far off of the mark," he grumbled at last. Mr. Axino." Vivi managed to groan out as her fingers slowly regained their previous color, which began to spread up the rest of the limb. "What, you think I hate her for shits and giggles?" the 10,000-degree man growled darkly. "The midget's literally my polar opposite, not just in body, but in abilities. Consider yourself grateful for my aid. If it weren't for my hot fruit, your arm would have fallen off from the cold fruit's frostbite before your doctor could even think about boiling water. I speak for all of us when I say we appreciate that, Don," I said slowly, shivering for a reason entirely separate from any lingering temperature the Hiranos might have left in their wake. "But why would she?" "Because the Hiranos are all sadistic to the core, and they love to see their prey suffer," Brendo snorted. "You know that our modus operandi is gathering pirates and treating them so that they're docile when the Marines get a hold of them. They're delusionally happy, but happy nonetheless. Whereas they," Campechino continued, shaking his head in disgust. "They hand over little more than corpses with heartbeats. They sneak aboard the ships of pirates upon the sea under the cover of night, destroy the lines, steering, and any navigational equipment, and then leave them adrift. Then when dawn comes, they have trained birds circle the ship carrying mirrors to direct sunlight at them, cooking the poor bastards in their own beds. And just to be really mean," Hakuro finished grimly, jabbing his thumb at the doors. "The entire time, that damn jail ship of theirs is looming on the horizon, just out of firing range but always just in sight. We might gloat sometimes, but that's just bad sportsmanship right there." I stared at the Axinos in horror before glaring at the yet silent Don. "And you want your daughter to marry into that family of... Want? Not on your life." Axino barked viciously, the temperature abruptly spiking as the air around him started to waver. "But I need this marriage. The Hiranos are vicious bastards who never miss an opportunity to steal from or harass my family, attacking my men, raiding lovely land for our pacified bounties. And with you pirates
Akumo,
becoming
what's
stronger and
up?
stronger, we can't afford that kind of interference. That's... Mr. Axino." Vivi hissed, flinching away from him as his rising temperature started to burn her newly rejuvenated arm. The Don glanced at her before straightening himself up with a hard snort, his anger hanging around him like a haze. "Actually, wait, no, that was a proper heat haze rising around him. Cooperation," he growled as he loomed menacingly, scorching holes in the carpet at his feet. "Or extermination. Our only options. Should the ceremony go as planned, I'll let you all go as wild on the Hiranos as you want before you get the hell out of here. Now get back to work so that we can go down the path where we all live." And with that, he stormed away. I took a couple of seconds to force down my newfound empathy for the Axinos and hatred for the Hiranos before I moved over to Vivi's side. "Are you all right, Vivi?" The princess blinked at me, then looked down at her arm, grimacing uncomfortably as she flexed her joints. "MMPH, it's numb and I've got pins and needles up my arm, but I think that any lasting damage has been undone. I'll check with Chopper before I get back to supervising things." She looked back up, her eyes glinting. "But before that, we've got one more thing to do." I followed her line of sight and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I get you. Come on, let's... wait real quick. Blue Twin?" "Quick question," Soundbite asked uneasily as he glanced upwards. "Those trained birds the Hiranos use. They wouldn't happen to be vultures, would they?" Both twins blinked. "Actually, yes. Their natural ominousness only underlines their menace, and they get their pickings of any bountiless cadavers the Marines don't want." "Why do you ask?" "No reason. Hey, Cross, just humor me, would you? Take 2, 3 steps back. I promptly did so, hauling Vivi with me. Crash. Just as a light fixture landed where I had been standing 2 seconds prior. A quick glance up revealed what I really should have expected, 2 vultures sitting upon the rafters, staring at me with, wait, why did those goggles and the sheer apathy they provided look familiar? Ah, shit. I take it you're acquaintances of Miss Friday. I managed. First cousins, one of the birds droned back. But don't worry, the other picked up, voice just as flat. This isn't personal, we just enjoy killing pirates as a matter of principle. Bullshit on the personal part, truth on the sadist part, soundbite deadpanned. Buzz off, buzzards, Hakura snarled, juggling a puck on his stick. If anything wrecks this wedding, Papa and your boss are going to be furious. Oh. One of the vultures tilted its head to the side just so. You mean like you brats are planning? The Axino children and Vivi stiffened, but the other vulture waved its wing dismissively. Feh, don't worry, it scoffed. We won't spill anything. After all, what with the chaos you're planning on raising, we'll have our free pickings of Cross's brains. The other vulture jabbed its wing's elbow into its compatriot's side. I mean, we'll have our free pickings of pirate brains. Have fun raising hell, the first vulture saluted casually, and with that the pair flapped up and away into the shadows of the rafters. We all stared up after them before Vivi coughed heavily and pulled herself up to her feet.
Listening to a fanfic.
Anyway. Karoo. Get back to the gifts, this shouldn't take long. Karoo nodded hesitantly. Good luck, Vivi. And where do you think you two are going? Arbel asked as I followed after Vivi. I paused and looked back at her. We're going to save your collective rear ends. Are you going to stop us? I drawled. She opened her mouth. Then she hesitated. Then she looked away. No, she said at last. I didn't think so. And with that, we both began power walking down the hallway, until we came to a small shrine for the Virgin Mary where Don Axino was attempting to keep his calm. A feat that was clearly made difficult by our intrusion, based on the fact that the nearest candles flared 3 times hotter. What is it? He growled, not even deigning to look back at us. Soundbite and I cast uneasy glances at Vivi, but she didn't even flinch at the attention. You mentioned earlier that you were going to attempt to get hammered, but when you came out to greet the Hiranos, you were stone cold sober. She said it as a statement, rather than a question. Don Axino started to turn his head. You accomplished that by flaring your temperature and boiling all of the alcohol from your body. And promptly went ramrod still. Vivi wasn't even close to finished. The reason you always go shirtless is that your sweat flash boils on contact with your skin, and if you wore a shirt, either the moisture would weigh you down or the steam from your collar would cause you to asphyxiate. And when you're alone with your children, you always find your temperature automatically regulating itself to the approximate heat of a campfire, warm and comforting, so that they feel safe. The Don slowly lumbered around to stare at us, his expression and temperature flickering between hesitant uncertainty and outrage. How? He growled out furiously. Vivi, however, met his stare head on. Don Axino, earlier you said that you're only going through with this wedding because you don't see any other choice to provide for your family's well-being and maintain your bounty hunting career, with the increasing strength of pirates and the Hiranos harassing you at every turn. She placed her hand on her chest. I can give you that choice. The heat dimmed slightly as Axino's anger faded to something of a flat look. I hope that you don't intend to offer me a position on your crew. Trust me, that idea appeals as little to us as it does to you, I stated with a flat look of my own. But no, this isn't straw hat business. I swept my arm out to indicate Vivi. It's Alabastan business. Vivi crossed her arms, eyes filled with determination and gaze locked with the Don. Given the severance of ties with the world government, the Kingdom of Alabasta still recognizes me as its princess. And with the authority of that title, I would like to offer you the country's highest honor and authority outside of the royal family itself, that of one of the country's royal guardians. Don Axino's eyebrows rose, his anger fading completely in favor of curiosity. In spite of me not being Azoan like your current two guardians. That actually got a blink from me. Wait, how? Chaka the Jackal and Pel the Falcon, worth 50 Thailand bahts and 55 million
50
Thailand bahts
bahts.
respectively, Axino deadpanned. Right, I coughed into my fist. Vivi, who I guess had been keeping up with the news of her country more than me, just smiled as she shook her head in denial. I'm offering the position because you're not Azoan. You see, the reason I know so much about the finer mechanics of the hot fruit is that in my country, it has another name, the Rage of Alabasta. Your powers are one of my kingdom's national treasures, right alongside Chaka and Pel's. Her smile twitched slightly as her hand clenched into a murderous grip. And crocodiles. Even behind his sunglasses I could see when Axino blinked in surprise before slowly looking down at his hands. My powers are that significant? I can name no fewer than 7 instances where your powers have saved my nation and its people, and those were just the instances where its user acted alone, Vivi confirmed with a wistful smile, before shifting to solemn. The rage was lost to us several centuries ago, when it was stolen by pirates and taken out to sea. And now that I've finally found it again. Vivi reached into her pocket, withdrew a familiar-looking hourglass-shaped object and held it out to the Don. I've kept 2 eternal poses to Alabasta with me as a reminder of my home. If you would be willing to travel to and live in Alabasta, I would entrust this one to you so that you could make the voyage. Now more than ever, my father would be grateful beyond measure for your return, and he would be willing to offer you and your family lodgings in the royal palace and all of the luxuries afforded of it. As one of the country's guardians, you would be loved and respected by everyone in the kingdom, and you would have no shortage of fights to preserve your lifestyle, especially in these trying times. Your powers will be at their absolute strongest in the desert, both day and night, and you would have access to all records of past users, to understand the full extent of your abilities. And if you're worried about your collection, don't be, I piped up. Not only will there always be pirates utterly stupid enough to try attacking Alabasta, but with the Marines as your enemy, you'll be able to double your collection. Marine flags might be uniform, but you gotta admit, there's gotta be something appealing about the idea of collecting the coats of officers, no? Axino's lips quirked upwards in a brief smirk, then his expression shifted back to neutral. I will admit, the offer is very appealing, the Don admitted. But aside from your knowledge of my powers, however admittedly in depth, how am I to be sure that you're not simply fabricating everything else, trying to save yourself? If I may. I piped up, then powered on before Vivi could open her mouth. You said yourself that you've been listening to the SBS since the first day with almost religious fervor, right? Well, based on that, answer this, would Vivi, almost universally loved in her home nation Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, lie about this? Vivi's attention returned to the Don, whose expression was quickly fading into serious contemplation. Seeing that, she smiled, and tucked the pose back into her pocket. I'll give you the time you need to think about it. In the meantime, however, we'll continue on the deal we've already made. She bowed, then began walking back out of the room, and I followed behind her. Well, I'd say that went as well as it could have, I cheerfully observed. Agreed, Vivi nodded thoughtfully. Given the drastic change in lifestyle, I wouldn't expect him to accept right away, but given the alternative. She shivered, then shook her head. Either way, though, until he accepts, we need to keep the plans going, if only so that the Hiranos don't suspect anything. I nodded in agreement, and with that, she raised her monocle to her eye and I snapped my hand to my back pocket, and paled when I found the damned piece of glass to be absent. Oh, shite. I only had enough time to realize just how utterly I was screwed before she snapped her gaze back to me and practically pinned me like a bug. So, the next orders of business. Cross, I am going to the kitchen both to tell Sanji to start laying out what food he's finished preparing and to have Chopper look over my arm. You go find Nami, and tell her to recruit Arbel if she's willing so that we can all have appropriate attire for this event. I'll send Chopper to help if he's available, but whatever happens, I won't have us looking like we walked in off the streets. And finally, she leaned into snarl in Soundbite's face. Find Luffy. I've been trying, he whimpered fearfully. But I can't hear him anywhere. It's like he's pulled a Zoro, or a Nami. He then glanced away and muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Or a you. What was that? Your hair looks nice. Soundbite sang. Less using your eyes, more using your damn ears, Vivi ordered irritably. And don't you stop until you find that rubber monkey. Am I clear? Crystal, I managed to sigh rather than bite out. Nodding, Vivi swept past me and out of the room. As soon as she was out of earshot, I looked at my partner, and pitched my voice low enough that even I couldn't hear it, while at the same time minimizing the movement of my lips. All right, real first things first, keep an eye on that Barato fellow. I might pity the hell out of him, but the last thing we need is for him to pull a runner. I coughed a chuckle into my fist as a thought occurred to me. Or worse, for him to accidentally slap the ring on a corpse. Not a fan of Tim Burton. Oh, no, I am. I shuddered dramatically. I'm just not a fan of the idea of running through his works twice in a row. I don't know if that sounds fun or terrifying. The answer, as it should ever be, is yes. Anyway. My gaze hardened. Connect me to Conies. Soundbite promptly cut his laughter off in favor of our gunner's curious gaze. Cross. What's wrong? We just saw the Hiranos leave, is everything alright? Well, that depends, I borderline snarled. Do we have any explosives that can be easily and quickly remotely detonated? Yeah, Usopp, Chopper and I came up with the idea a while back, and we've got a dozen or two working prototypes in Sunny's hold, and, we think that the detonator we worked up with what Soundbite told us about radio waves should work. Why do you ask? I turned a glare in the general direction of the object of my ire. Because Madame Hirano decided to try and rot Vivi's arm off with frostbite for shits and giggles. Conies was pointedly silent for a second before slowly glancing to the side. So, I'll just go ahead and tell boss and his students to line their ship's keel, then. Yeah, you go do that, I agreed, moving
This
to chop my
closet
hand
is
across my throat
tiny.
before a thought occurred to me. Oh, and if the penguins try to stop them, tell them the order came from Arbel. It's technically true anyways. Will do, she nodded, and with that the connection was dropped. My partner grinned wickedly as I turned around. Then I paused, and spoke again as I started walking, this time not bothering to be quiet. One more thing, pass on a message to the TDWS. As I walked and talked, I worked to suppress a sadistic grin from spreading across my face. This whole thing was shaping up to be one hell of a blowout. The only potential major hurdle I could think of would be staying out of that
Oh wait, are
cold
these the
witch's way,
doors?
but come on, how hard could that be? Oh. I really needed to hold that seminar on taunting Murphy, and why not to
Yeah,
do
the
it,
doors.
even if I even had to practice it in my damned thoughts. Of course, that was assuming I made it out of this alive, anyway. Which I was sort of concerned about, as evidenced by both Vivi and myself inching backwards away from the demonic incarnation of the seventh damned ring itself. Seriously, Aokiji was more inviting than the ice-laden pint-sized hag who was freezing the ground and advancing on us at the same rate we were scrambling back from her. I'm going to take my time with your crew, Madame Hirano hissed. I've been slow with many in the past, but you, for this insult, I swear that you will be special. I'm going to kill you. All of you. One by one, slowly enough that your blood will have long congealed before you die of starvation and start to. What's wrong, Keratin S? It's almost like your aim is as bad as your students. Suck an egg, lead wing. Slam. In spite of ourselves, all three of us glanced to the side where Boss and Skipper had apparently gotten into a brawl, which seemed to have resulted in the floor caving beneath Boss' strength as he slammed his rope dart down onto the spot where Skipper had been standing on the Frankie grade food table moments earlier, which seemed to have turned it into a seesaw, sending the cauldron of punch, or, as I preferred to more accurately call it, freshly cooked lava, flying up and up and up, and then it started falling. Upside down. Right towards us. Move, dips hits. Thanks to Soundbite's ear-rending interjection, Vivi and I managed half scramble, half leap away from the cauldron's point of impact. Hayo Hirano, however, rooted to the floor as she was by her layering of ice, did not. Point of fact? She was the point of impact, the cauldron slamming down on exactly the spot she was standing through some insane twist of fate and utterly engulfing her in its unholy liquids. There was a singular, brief moment of silence, even in the roaring madness of the church-encompassing brawl, and then, arg, the witch's screech of unholy agony all but rent the air. It burns. It burns. The agony, the agony. I'm melting.
The agony.
Mealty
The
eating.
agony.
Soundbite winced at the screams before snickering. I will not have what she's having. The little imp star, or punch, either or, black humor kick-started my mind back into action, allowing me to grin maniacally as
Let's
I turned my
go.
gaze to the nearest combatant and raised a finger. Check, please. You. Oi, this guy. Soundbite and I chorused under our breaths, glancing up at Pavarato. The Hirano's conductor, much like the rest of the Hiranos, honestly, had seen much better days. His dignified sliminess had been reduced to pathetic shreds under an earlier onslaught that had left him with tattered, stained, burned clothes and livid red blistered skin everywhere else. In hindsight, I think that the raging shiner I gave him right when shit hit the fan might have been overkill. You raging bastards. Pavarato huffed and wheezed breathlessly. When I'm through with you. He shakily raised what was left of his baton at us. You're not going to be
Yay,
fit
I'm done.
for mince. Shut it. Thwack.
I don't think I did a good
Oh.
job to it though.
Soundbite and I winced sympathetically as a haymaker from Vivi laid the conductor out flat. Yeah, if he wasn't
Pretty
fit to be
basic shit.
swallowing teeth before. Vivi snorted fiercely as she
Oh,
glared at the downed
hey,
bounty
Jagger.
hunter.
Or ghoul.
Right,
Or however
that's
you
him
like
dealt with.
me to call you.
She
Sorry
snapped her
for
furious gaze back
taking
to
so
me.
long to
Now as for you,
reply.
I
was
took a second to
concentrating.
process
I'm
that
listening
before
to a
adopting a
fanfic.
deadpan.
It's
Really?
This Bites
You
by
really want to do this
Exomniac.
again? Here.
It's a One Piece self-insert.
The flat look on her face answered that
The
question
TTS I'm
clearly
using
enough,
kind of
prompting
sucks.
me to roll my eyes.
And like the really fancy
And
ones
then we
with the
rammed
have
our
like good
foreheads together and
voices
started
cost
spitting fire
money.
in one another's faces.
And
If it
there's
wasn't for
another
your freaking
TTS I use
obsessive,
that has like a pretty
it's your
decent
fault
voice
with all
one,
the
but
sabotage
I
You
reached
outright
the
said
word
before
limit
we
already
started
for
this
it,
shit fest
so
that it wouldn't
I can't
go.
use it right now.
And how much of that was by design instead of, it's your fault, Vivi. No, it's your fault, Cross. No, it's wait a second, I interrupted myself, drawing back and cupping my chin with a contemplative frown. When I really think back about it, while this chaos isn't my fault. Vivi hissed in a furious breath. It's not like it's really yours, either. That got a blink of surprise from Vivi, and she was silent for a second before she rolled her fingers. Look, in the end. I spread my hands helplessly. No matter how you cut it, all you did was set up the cards,
Ooh,
and given
this
the
house
context
is gonna
you
be
gave me,
nasty. Ooh,
I
I
can't
was
really
right.
find it
Ooh,
in me
there's
to blame you for that.
cockroaches.
Vivi
Ugh.
matched my frown, cupping her chin as well. And, honestly, all you did was capitalize on the chaos once everyone started yelling, right? But, wait, if it's not your fault, and it's not mine. Move it, you two. Zoro barked as he jogged past us with Luffy balanced on his shoulder. MMMPH. MMMPH. Luffy hollered, struggling against the length of rope that he'd been hogtied into. She watched them both with a heavy sweat drop. And it's definitely not Luffy's, seeing as I personally cut that train of nonsense off at the pass. Then the fault goes to whoever caused this whole hullabaloo in the first place. As I recall, the exact kickoff was. Soundbite trailed off uncertainly. Oh, yeah, most definitely, we can't argue that, I nodded in agreement, surreptitiously ducking a plate that had thrown at my head in the same movement. But that was only the exact event. Vivi protested. And I don't see how that could have happened without some kind of involvement from our crew. So the real question is, who? If you're both quite finished. Ga/Sunnuva. Vivi and I both jumped in shock, on account of the ex-assassin who just popped up next to us. Freaking hell, Robin. I snarled in her way too calm face. Wear a damn bell, would you? If you must insist on maintaining your habit of sneaking up on people and giving them heart attacks, can you limit it to non-life or death situations? Vivi agreed waspishly. I'll take that into consideration, Robin chuckled before casting a wary glance at the ongoing brawl. But in all seriousness, I think they're starting to break out the guns, so we should really. Son of a feather rat. I jumped at Soundbite's sudden holler and shot a glare at him. What the hell, Slimeball? I know you've always been slow, but this is a new. Not that, Dillweed. Soundbite roared back. I just remembered. I know what kicked this whole shitfest into motion. Oh. Minus 30 minutes remaining. Excuse me. Robin looked up from the book she was reading, her eyes looking around curiously. Down here. Her attention was drawn downward to a lone penguin standing at her feet and waving at her. Hello, the penguin pleasantly greeted her. Ah, hello there. She shut her book and smiled politely. Private, was it? Am I needed outside? Ah, no, we've got everything handled out there, no need to bother yourself, the penguin smiled pleasantly before looking down sadly. I'm here to ask something of a personal favor from you. You seem like a nice enough person, I suppose, and you're not doing anything, so I was hoping, would you mind going into the back and having a quick talk with Lil? Robin raised an eyebrow. You mean the youngest Axino, who's meant to be the bride of this event? Ah, yeah, her. Private scratched the back of his head, not looking Robin in the eye. You see, nobody in the family is with her right now, and, well, considering that we penguins can't
Dude,
usually
what the
talk,
fuck did you
she often
cover your
uses us to
windows
vent and
with,
all
dude?
that and, well,
Is it your cum?
he shrugged
Nasty. Look at
helplessly.
it. It's so fucking opaque
Well,
and white.
We're penguins.
Ugh.
There's only so much we can do, but everyone else is a bit busy. I think it would really help if she had, I don't know, someone to talk to who could talk back. So. The cute penguin grinned uncertainly. If you wouldn't mind. There you are, Private. GRK. The penguin fearfully snapped to attention when Skipper's voice suddenly piped up,
bro.
the lead penguin
It's
sliding up to his
amazing.
subordinate. Hey, Skipper. Sorry about disappearing like that, I was just, Oh, say no more, Private, I know exactly what you're doing here. Skipper waved him off before snapping a glare at Robin. You're here because of her. Private blinked in confusion, while Robin merely cocked her other eyebrow. Worry not, Private, I know exactly how these things go. This menacing succubus, he snapped his wing up at Robin, was trying to use her feminine wiles to trick you, poor, innocent Private, into bailing on us and joining that traveling troupe of trouser-less troubadours that passes by every few months. You know the ladies love us fierce penguins, and someone as cute and cuddly as you would fetch a lot of money showing off the physique I sculpted." Robin did not bother responding. She had enough experience with that magnitude of paranoia to know that the only reliable options were ignoring them if they weren't a threat or killing them if they were.
Jesus.
And though she'd done a lot of dishonorable things over the years, she liked to imagine that she was above animal cruelty. At least when Soundbite wasn't involved, at any rate.
Just a basic.
SS Skipper, I'm fine, I was just MMPH. SHHHHSHSHSH, Private, Skipper said soothingly, a wing clamped over the rookie's beak. "I know that your poor, innocent brain must be reeling from the sheer betrayal I've uncovered, but I swear, no matter how many years of grueling, intensive therapy it takes, I will see you set straight again. Let's get started. Rico." MMPH. Private squawked fearfully when his wild-eyed comrade suddenly popped up next to him with a manic grin. "Yaha," the psycho penguin squawked curiously. "Take Private down to Kowalski and give him an nice double down, stat." "Gotcha." Rico nodded eagerly, hoisting his comrade above his head and waddling away. "Halp." Private squawked as he fearfully and futilely flailed his wings. Skipper nodded before snapping a glare at Robin. "And as for you?" He maintained eye contact for a few minutes, and then snapped his flippers from the sides of his eyes to her. He repeated the motion a few times before finally sliding away on his stomach. "I will never not be amazed, will I?" The archaeologist sighed. Nevertheless, seeing as she'd already brushed up on her musical skills, it wasn't as though she had anything better to do, and as such it wasn't that hard of a choice for her to shut her book and head towards the bridal chamber. As she was about to enter the room, however, she paused at quiet sound reaching her ears, one that she recognized immediately. She promptly rapped her knuckles on the door. "Hello, Miss Lil? Is everything all right?" The sound immediately cut off, and a few seconds later the door cracked open, allowing Lil to stare apathetically at Robin. "Oh, it's you," she drawled. "What do you?" In her usual procedure, Robin produced an arm inside the door jamb and used it to shove Lil back, so that she could open the door and slide her way in, shutting the door behind her. From there, however, she had to change her tactics a bit. This time, rather than immediately snapping her target's neck, she dropped into a kneeling position and drew Lil into a hug. "WW what the?" Lil sputtered in shock. "I've had to muffle my own crying enough times that I know what it sounds like," Robin said quietly. "Take it from someone who knows, keeping it all locked away and letting it fester inside isn't a good habit." Lil stiffened furiously at the words, before clamping onto Robin and burying her face in her shoulder. All at once, the tears started flowing, and she cried freely. Robin held the young tamer close, simply reassuring her with her physical presence. After a few minutes of sobbing, Robin and Lil moved to sit on a couch in the room, with Robin gently rubbing the girl's back as she got her breath back. "Thank you. That helped," she said quietly. "I'm glad, but what's wrong that you were crying?" Robin asked. Lil let out a scoff filled to the brim with exasperation. "Well, the first part of what's wrong is that you're the very first person to ask me that since Papa came up with this plan in the first place." She flailed her arms furiously. "Sure, you all know that we don't want to go through with this wedding, that we're only doing it because it's the only choice we have for keeping things safe for us. All of us know that. But despite that, nobody ever asked my damn opinion." Lil leapt off the couch and started pacing furiously, clawing at her hair. "Seriously, I felt like bashing my head against the wall when Papa told your crewmates that it would be, and I quote, the height of bad form to not gain the consent of whom it affects most. Papa didn't ask me about going through with this before he recruited all of you, and Arbel didn't ask if I didn't want to go through with this before she asked your crew to sabotage the whole thing. but... Robin tilted her head to the side
Meh.
curiously. She's correct, I take it? I don't. Lil cut herself off, and continued her ranting more quietly. I don't know. I don't want to be related in any way to the Hiranos. That woman, she's a monster, but... She lowered her head into her hand, sighing. I hate the witch. I hate that stuck-up conductor, I hate their vultures, and I hate the rest of her brood. But Barato. I've met him before. Went to a school with him for a while, before Papa and the witch found out that we were both going there and they leveled the place. Our similar ages are the only reason this whole farce is happening in the first place, but as much as I don't want to get married to the Hiranos. She groaned and trudged back to the couch, sinking into the seat. The fact is that if we keep fighting each other, if the grudge keeps up, then he could be hurt, or worse. And if I break it off, I know that he'll probably be hurt too, and he just doesn't deserve that. So, what do I do? Robin was silent for only a moment before smiling lightly. So in summary, you're caught between what your family wants and what your groom needs. If I might be honest, it sounds like you've become your own worst enemy. Lil shot a despondent glance at her impromptu confidant. And how's that? Because now you're doing the exact same thing you complained about your family doing. Robin tapped her finger against Lil's forehead. You're not considering what you want. Lil blinked.
Where is it?
Then her expression became flat again. And what am I supposed to do if I don't know what that is? Robin chuckled softly. Speaking as someone who has only very recently discovered what I want out of my life, I believe it will make itself clear when the time is right. That is an unsatisfying, unhelpful answer. Robin cocked her head to the side with a kind smile. There's only one answer to that accusation, pirate. The girl scowled at that answer, but before she could respond, she was interrupted. Clang. 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 Lil glanced upward, her expression fearful. The bells, that means. Lil. Said girl nearly jumped out of her skin when there was a sudden knock on the room's door, and Arbel's voice came through. Lil, it's just about time for the ceremony. Do you want me to help you put on your dress? No. No, I'm old enough, I can handle it myself, Lil replied neutrally, looking at Robin all the while. Well,
but I don't know where it's
Arbel
at.
hesitated before sighing reluctantly. All right, if you say so. Papa will be here in a couple of minutes to accompany you. I'm sorry that things have managed to get this far, but... I don't know why, but I honestly think that the Straw Hats will be able to pull this off. Slowly, a smile came over Lil's face to match Robin's. You know. I think they will too. Heh, glad to hear it. Well, I'll see you on the altar soon, baby sister. Yeah, see you soon. Lil called out. She then listened intently to the sound of her sister's footsteps leaving before shooting a panicked look at Robin. I was lying through my teeth, I have no idea how to put that dress on and you have, like, 20 hands and help me. Oh. -5 minutes remaining. I let out a sigh of relief as I walked next to Vivi, who was slowly sliding her finger down a clipboard as she listed items off. Alright, let's list off. The buffet.
Oh, there it is.
I cast a wary glance at the only just not on fire table that I could feel heat radiating from. Inedible for anyone on the face of the planet aside from the Dawn, Ace, Akainu, and possibly dragons, but complete and looking, halfway presentable. I repressed a shudder as I eyed the big black bubbling cauldron of punch, which was set at the end of the spread. Though the punch especially is unsalvageable. I have no idea how it's possible to cook something hot enough to melt steel, but I'm fairly certain that Sanji managed it. MMPH, Vivi TSKED dismissively. The decorations. Lookin' super. Frankie cheered as he struck a pose before the surprisingly fractally ornate decorations he'd set up around the hall. Complete and reinforced against hot and cold. I think that the paintings I did up there should work too, Usopp nodded as he jabbed his thumb upward.
Yeah.
Though I still couldn't get the
Don't know
twins
where
to
that
agree on a
is.
color
I
scheme,
looked everywhere
so I
for
went
it.
with both. Does it look good? Satisfactory. Vivi gave him an offhand thumbs up without even a glance. The gifts. Souted and A-wonged as best as we could manage, Kuro confirmed, saluting next to the table
Oh,
of
is it
wrapped
the-
gifts he and Funk Fried were flanking.
The actual
He then
heating
flinched
system?
hesitantly as he scratched the back of his head. Though, there's still a bit of an issue. Remember that pygmy sperm whale, the one with the tentacles?
Here it is.
Well,
Jesus.
how to put this? Gah. Lassu gasped as he jabbed his ink-stained head out from under the table, panting desperately. It had, a friend, and it definitely had squid blood, because this pygmy humpback whale, has octopus blood. Seriously, this is ridiculous, Funk Fried groused as he rooted around under the table with his trunk. How the hell is that thing even more vicious than the sperm whale? It has less tentacles, shouldn't the viciousness go down with the number of YEOW, he yelped as he snapped his trunk back. Which one bit me? Me, you leathery asshole. Su yowled. Watch who you grope with that thing, damn it. Wee huh. Lassu's chuckling cut off in favor of a confused glance behind himself before paling. No yipe. Aeoned with that he was yanked back under the table and the scuffle resumed. Well, if nothing else, whoever sent those things are certainly getting their money's worth, I remarked. Well, as long as they're not going anywhere for now, all right. The cake. A genuine masterpiece, I said sincerely, eyeing the 10-tiered pastry. With any luck, it should serve to tide everyone over if they get hungry. Music. Robin. I
Kind of
called
annoyed
over
I
to
can't
the
put 'em
organ.
together again.
I was answered by a very familiar tune. Toccata and Fugue in D minor, Naias, soundbite whistled.
Oh.
Yeah, it's handled, I deadpanned, trying and failing to shake the uneasy feeling that had come over me. Guests. Nami? I asked. I can see several ships fast approaching on the horizon now, she informed us, before contorting Soundbite's mouth into a grimace. But, unless I'm counting wrong? There are about half as many more on their way here than we originally planned. And I don't think they're here for the cake, either. We'll deal with them if they try anything, Vivi waved her off dismissively. Moving on. Bride and groom. I jabbed my thumb over my shoulder.
The roaches!
Lil's in the back with
Oh,
her
it's
family.
nasty.
The Hiranos are on their ship, waiting for the appropriate time. Axino insisted that we swap who approached the altar, but I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. I glanced hesitantly at her. Right. Vivi waved her hand indifferently, thankfully enough. Everyone dressed properly. For the most part, I nodded, accompanied by a tug at the collar of my freshly stitched tux. I'll second that for the most part, Boss grunted, fiddling with the rinky-dink bow tie that he and the rest of his students had been fitted with. Though I still don't see the point of this damn high society news. Yeah. Mikey nodded emphatically as he yanked at his own bow tie. We all go around naked, for Pete's sake. Oh, I dunno. Private mused eagerly as he poked his tie. I think that these make us all look rather dashing, don't they? Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Rayfei growled darkly, looking mere moments away from wringing the penguin's neck. No, Private is actually quite right, Kowalski mused, drawing out his abacus and slapping its beads about. These booties actually serve to increase our cuteness by a factor of 6.7, our complementality has matured by a full 105 points, and our suavity has increased by 15.78%. Actually, if I may. Donnie flicked a few of the Abacuse's beads before grinning. You forgot to carry the 6. Kowalski eyed the results for a second before blinking. So I did. Make that 16.22%. Thank you for your assistance. Heh, no problem. Thwack. Ow. No fraternizing with the enemy, boss ordered. Aw, what's wrong, Bessie? Boss set his jaw as Skipper sidled up to him, sneering all the while. Can't handle your subordinates not doing every little thing you say, the lead penguin asked. Because that's where you and I differ. Me, I trust my boys implicitly, to always do what they have to and to never do anything stupid or dangerous. Right, Rico? Rico looked away from the bunch of swords he'd been juggling and hastily hid them behind his back with a too-wide grin. Ah, yeah. You monochrome little. Boss scowled at the penguin. Shell-headed piece of. Skipper leered right back. No fighting until we're actually done here. Vivi ordered harshly. Yes'm. The pair snapped into mirrored salutes, though they were still glaring at each other out of the corners of their eyes. Anyway, the last item I can think of would be. Vivi trailed her finger down the clipboard, adopting a scowl once it came to a halt. Luffy. Whose location I'm guessing we still don't know. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm over here. Vivi, soundbite, and I snapped our heads around to the sight of Luffy standing a short distance away, behind the cross-shaped pool, on a chalked-out X and holding a long piece of rope that ran up to the ceiling. Wait, what? Captain? I asked, trying to ignore the sudden yawning chasm in my gut. Where exactly have you been? Shish. I've been working on this. Luffy answered, pointing his finger upward. See, since I knew that Sanji wasn't going to let me anywhere near the food table. For the record, you mean the literally hot as a volcano food table, Vivi flatly clarified. Yeah, that one. Anyway, I figured since Sanji and Chopper wouldn't let me near it, I'd have to get it a different way. So, I decided to be smart. I borrowed some of Frankie's spare blueprints, and made this bi-eyed contraption that'll bring all the food right over to this X. Luffy grinned, brushing his sandal across the chalk. So, all I need to do is yank on this rope, and then... I've heard enough, Vivi interrupted. Luffy, if you'd be so kind, would you mind standing still for a second? Luffy blinked at her in surprise. Ah, sure thing, Vivi, why do you ask? So that I can do this. Vivi sped over to Luffy so fast I swear she shaved, and then, well, if there was any lingering doubt in my mind before that she was a master of rope-like weaponry, the fact that she hogtied Luffy in the small amount of rope that was within reach, in a matter of seconds, removed it. Welp, I drawled, eyeing Luffy's tangled form with a decent amount of awe. That's certainly one way to put him out of commission. Get me down from he MMPH. Vivi dusted off her hands as she walked back over to me. Not even he can or will chew through a gag of salt beef. And it's not technically mutiny if he hasn't completed the order. Note to self, never, ever get involved in a wedding again, I muttered. With our luck. Fat chance. Actually, I think this one is actually a safe bet, I stated. After all, the only other wedding I knew of in the story was the one on Thriller Bark that never was, and wouldn't ever even have a remote chance to be if I had anything to say about it. So, given Oda's stance on romance, once this mess was over, I would never have to deal with a wedding again. And certainly not another arranged wedding made for the sake of a military alliance. Bah. I jumped fearfully as Soundbite suddenly started cackling at the top of his lungs like a lunatic. Son Nova, what's so flipping funny? I don't know. Soundbite wheezed through his laughter. It feels like I just huffed a full tank of damn nitrous. Well, whatever's wrong, fix it, Vivi ordered. And once you have. She took a deep, calming sigh, and turned a determined look on the doors. Tell everyone to get into position. We're starting. Oh. Time's up. That done, I quickly parked myself at the head of the church, set off from the side of the altar. From there I had an excellent view of the guests filing in, and boy howdy, it was a colorful cast indeed. For starters, Nami had been perhaps understating things just a tad. It seemed like every two-bit mercenary, bounty hunter, and government privateer within a 100-mile radius was crammed into the pews. And in an impressive display of the sheer influence of the Axino and Hirano families, they had immediately divided themselves into two very well-armed camps, each taking half the pews. The Axino side looked dignified, professional. There was a lot of gray hair. These guys were all veterans, their clothes subdued and well suited for both a wedding and a battle. Weapons, ranging from mundane swords and pistols all the way up to a 10-foot-long katana and a hammer I had glimpsed that had 6 gun barrels built into its head, were politely stowed but easily within reach. Overall, the image of the bounty hunter the community probably liked to present, distinctive, yet respectable. The Hirano side was more diverse, and far less respectable. Oh, there were some guys that would have fit in on the Axino side if they added some salt to their pepper, but for the most part, they were a bunch of hooligans with weapons, hollering and jeering at the Axino side, waving weapons that were kludged together when they weren't basic crap, and dressed mostly like they'd rolled out of bed after a week-long bender. But the universal theme? Youth. These guys were young, disrespectful upstarts throughout. To put it another way, the split mirrored the situation of the main families eerily well. It was almost as though some greater power had planned it all. Oh, I'm going to kill that omnipotent shit stain one day. Speaking of main families, the key Axinos Lil, Don, and Arbel were parked at the altar. Don and Lil had looks of intense concentration, brows furrowed, lips pursed, and gazes looking out at nothing. Arbel, meanwhile, merely wore a mask of resigned anticipation, though a good part of that could have been due to Salka being seated with the rest of the Axinos. Seriously, the bond those two shared was as sickening as it was heartwarming. I have to admit, though, Lil's dress looked stunning. It was the usual bright white, and from her neck down to mid-thigh it was covered in rough ridges and surprisingly form-fitting. Below mid-thigh the skirt flared out, and it left her arms bare. A belt of roses completed the dress. The accessories were few but effective, a silver bracelet with a blue gem set in it, and the usual veiled headdress. I had barely finished my observations when the doors to the church flew open, Barato, Hayo, and Pavarato striding in like they owned the place. While the latter two looked exactly the same as they had when we first met them, Barato was dressed in a well-fitted tux, and honestly, he looked pretty good in it. The power of a good tailor, everyone. Sadly, though, no amount of high fashion could serve to wipe away the terrified and twitchy look the poor guy had on his face. Anyway, as Barato started towards the aisle, Robin produced a few extra arms and set about tickling the ivories, filling the air with the dulcet sounds of Night on Bald Mountain? On it? I cut Vivi off before she could say a word, sped along quite a bit by the room flooding with conflicting waves of hot and cold air. As such, it was straight to the organ and grabbing Robin's arms. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I hissed incredulously. "Playing music," she asked, visibly ignorant of what the issue was. "What's wrong? I thought that was an appropriate piece." "Inappropriate? Haven't you ever been to a wedding before?" I demanded. Robin's look fell flatter than a piece of paper. "I mean to assassinate somebody." "Oh." She blinked in surprise. "Well, yes, plenty of times, but usually I was efficient enough to be done before things could actually get underway, and even if both halves of the involved parties were still alive, they never really felt like going through with the ceremony." "Grrghghh." I groaned. Then, shaking my head, I began flipping through the pages of the book until I came to the wedding march. Just, play this, alright. Robin nodded and started playing again, and I was forced to run right back and jab my finger at the opposite page in the damn book. The one literally titled Wedding March, I ground out. Not Hall of the Freaking Mountain King. Robin blinked at the sheet music for a moment before smiling sheepishly at me. Yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it? I could only groan and slap my hand to my face as I started shuffling back towards the altar. And we are off to a spectacular start. Why didn't you just have me play the damn song? 2 reasons. First, it's more genuine coming from somebody actually playing, rather than from you copying it off the boob tube. Hurtful. Soundbite chirped cheerfully. And second, if we let you do it, then you'd probably play a version composed solely of farts. Yeah, I would. The evil snail sighed wistfully. Finally, Robin started up the appropriate music, and the Hirano set off down the aisle. Aside from the organ, the church was dead. You could have heard a mote of dust land. Which is probably the only reason I heard an odd knocking sound, like 2 ceramic tiles being banged together. What is I began, only for soundbite to preempt me. Barato's knees. Knockin' like Marines without a warrant. A glance confirmed that yes, Barato's knees were knocking together like mad. Ah, well. As long as he got up to the altar and stayed standing long enough, it wouldn't matter. Despite that, though, that pit in my stomach from earlier had returned full force, and wasn't going away. I was missing something, clearly, but what? We'd done all the setup, the wedding itself was so far going just fine, what the hell else could we have done? It wasn't until Barato stepped up to the altar next to Lil that I realized what was going on, and I could feel my eyes popping out. And Don and Vivi, from their bug-eyed, slack-jawed expressions, grasped the problem, too. Where? Vivi snarled, steadily crushing her clipboard between her hands.
Oh, Jesus.
In the name of Osiris rotting. Blue. Crotch. Is the priest. She emphasized the last word by snapping her clipboard in half. Okay, I take back what I said earlier, this was dust drop silence, because she was right. No priest. No priest, no wedding. A mercenary took that moment to come up to Vivi, and whispered in her ear. What in Ra's name do you mean the priest is gone? Vivi would have roared if Soundbite hadn't had the forethought to slash her volume. We tried to tell you earlier, the mercenary stuttered. Apparently, he thought that your crewmate's epithet of D-Devil Child was literal, and he... I caught Vivi's arm before she could successfully grab the poor mook's neck. Run, now, I hissed. Thankfully, the poor bastard had the brains to do just that. Vivi wrenched her limb from my grip and threw her hands up in exasperation. Well, we're going to need a replacement, then. She then promptly turned towards me. Take the damn book, get on the altar, and do this thing. Ah, but what the fuck? How the hell am I qualified for this? I don't have any authority here. In case you forgot, I got these. I held up my metal-encased arm and waved it in her face. Rejecting the existence of God. You should know, seeing as you were there. The captain of a ship has the authority to marry people, Vivi frigidly informed. But seeing as he's MMMMPH indisposed at the moment, then that privilege goes down the chain of command. I wouldn't put Zorro up there if he was the last man on earth. Nami's a woman, and while the church might be liberal, it's not that liberal, so that just leaves you. But I tried to protest, but Vivi cut that train of thought off when she grabbed my collar and dragged me in close. So either you go and get on that pillar, or I will put you over it. I was a wee bit confused by that threat, until I noticed the fact that my namesake was hanging over the altar, which was my signal to get a damn move on. So saying, I hastily ran up the steps to the altar, snatched up the Bible, turned around, and found myself facing a sea of rather unhappy looking individuals. Soundbite,
Wow, this
think
place
you can
is
feed me the jargon.
cool.
I hissed desperately. Too many
So
variations.
is this a gaming room?
Wrong one and we're screwed. Soundbite shot back before glancing down at the good book. Isn't that thing famous for having all the answers? Worth a shot, I conceded, flipping the book open to the table of contents. I knew that this was a 1 in a million shot,
This place is
but wedding
scary,
vows
dude.
section? I was grinning ear to ear as
They
I
sell
flipped to the
everything.
appropriate page. Hell, it looks like I might have been wrong in my beliefs all al. My eye twitched furiously as I found the appropriate page.
I like the glowing
Nope,
trees.
Still
though.
right. Maybe back home I could be wrong, but here? Definitely no God. There was definitely a devil though, and one who had my name on speed dial. The reason for these blasphemous thoughts? Because apparently, where most people found their strength in the Lord, the previous owner of this book found it in the damn flask he'd managed to stash by cutting out the pages. Soundbite. I growled as I very slowly closed the book's covers. Yeah. If we make it out of this alive, remind me to ask you know who to make that priest allergic to alcohol. Can do. Still, pissed as I was, the fact remained that I was standing in the crosshairs of a damned army of bounty hunters, so either I let something come out of my mouth, or I'd be getting a bullet in my skull. Years of sitcoms, don't you dare fail me now. Ah, dearly beloved, I started hesitantly. We are gathered here today, with the purpose of joining the scions of these two, I felt a sweat drop way on my head as I tried to come up with an appropriate description. Honorable families in blessed matrimony. So, my blood ran both hot and cold as the leaders of the two families glared at me, but no amount of terror could make my mind draw anything but a damn blank. Damn you, years of sitcom, why the hell did you have to fail me now? Fuck it, I was a dead man anyway, might as well ram it in. Do you? I asked. There was a moment of stunned silence as Lil and Barato exchanged confused looks, and then Lil slowly raised a finger. What? I sent a miserable glance skyward. Want to get married? I groaned. And just like that I felt like I was getting simultaneously burned alive, frozen solid, and stabbed in the back of my head. Son of a bitch, if I wanted to make it out of this alive, I'd need the luck of the Irish. Lil's face went blank, her body frozen in its previous position and a myriad of thoughts clearly rushing through her mind. Finally, she bowed her head, the shadows hiding her eyes. No. I twitched as I tried to process what I'd just heard. Come again. I said no. Lil snapped her head up, a fire blazing in her eyes. No, I don't want to get married. Screw the Irish, I was going to need the luck of the damn devil. Especially seeing as Hirano and Axino were ramping the temperatures in the room to Ragnarok levels. I suggest that you reconsider your words, you little. Hayao started to hiss murderously. If you lay one hand on my daughter, I swear that you won't leave this building alive if it means I have to go down with you, Don Axino promised. Then he turned to face his daughter, the temperature dropping to marginally more comfortable levels. And Lil. I'm not doing it, Papa. Lil snapped, shaking her head. Lil, he, not quite pleaded, but still. Your family needs you to. No, you want me to do it for the family, Papa, she interrupted. And this entire time, through this entire ordeal, you haven't asked me even once what I wanted. Has it even occurred to you that even if this could help our family, I don't want to get married yet? Lil, without this marriage, our family, the Don started to protest. I want our family to survive, Papa, I do, Lil reassured him before scowling at Hayao. But more than that, I want our family to live. And that's not going to happen if we have to work with a monster who's barely a step above those we hunt. You little. Hayao started to snarl. Back off, Axino shot back, looming ominously over the midget. Barato, what about you? Both of the temperature titans turned their attention back towards their children, as the would-be bride spoke to the would-be groom, who had raised his head in response to Lil's voice. I, the poor bastard started to stammer. Lil's expression fell flat, and she beckoned him towards her with her finger. Barato, you mind leaning down for a second? Sure, Barato nodded shakily as he did just that. WWYDD do you? Lil grabbed his cheeks and dragged him close so that she was staring him dead in the eyes. Barato, she ordered. I am asking you, ordering you if I have to pull yourself together. For 5 minutes. Can you do that? Can you grow a pair for 5 minutes? Barato's mouth silently worked as he tried to come up with a response, any response to his bride-to-be, finally screwing his eyes shut. No. He spoke quietly, but with an unmistakable stout foundation. No. I don't want to get married, either. What? Hi-Yo grit out. Do shut up, brother. Pavarato snarled, shooting his hand into his jacket for his baton. You obviously don't know what you're. No, brother, I do know what I'm saying. Barato snapped, wheeling around and jabbing his finger in his sibling's face. And what I'm saying is that I'm done staying under you and grandmother's heels. All my life I've let you bully me, let you push me around. But now. Barato glanced back at Lil for a second before returning his glare to his family. But now I'm done. I'm done being your whipping boy. Heck, I'm done with this entire family. I don't want to be a bounty hunter, and I'm not going to be one. Barato raised his chin proudly as he thumbed out the edges of his jacket. I'm going to follow my lifelong dream. I'm going to be. He jabbed his finger out towards the horizon. A mortician. My eye twitched in disbelief. Come again. Fun fact, you were right on the money earlier. Soundbite chuckled. He was making a beeline for the crypt before I scared him off. I slapped a hand to my face. Oy vey. Good for you, Barato. Lil exclaimed, clapping him on the back with a somewhat heady smile. And hey, no matter what happens. Even if we're not going through with this, I still really like you. So, let's promise to always be friends, alright? She concluded by holding out her pinky to her counterpart. Barato smiled kindly as he knelt down and hooked his own pinky around hers. Friends, he promised. Lil nodded happily. She then turned to smile at her sister. And Arbel, honestly, I'm really grateful you tried to get the Straw Hats to sabotage the wedding. SHSHSH shut it. I hissed, desperately jerking my hand across my throat. Lil froze, the blood draining from her face as she realized what she was saying. What I meant to say was. Your bitch daughter tried to do what? Madame Hirano screeched, her voice as strident and chilling as a gale from a blizzard. Axino's face went blank, and he nudged Lil over to Arbel. Sweetie, would you mind watching over your sister for Papa real quick? 2 seconds, Papa promises. Arbel blinked in confusion as she took a hold of Lil's shoulders. Of course, Papa, but why? And just like that Axino was tackling Hi-Yo, his excess of mass taking her clean off the altar. Prepare to become a puddle, Frost Midget. I'll turn you into a glacier, you blazing mammoth. And with that, the two flared their powers, the temperature differences clashing like angry weather fronts, throwing up a massive wave of wind that threw the church into disarray. And of course, both sides of the wedding were starting to gear up and eye one another like lapsed vegetarians eyed fresh meat, because why the hell not? Forget it. Time for plan B, or was it A? C, I think. Screw it, I'm just gonna blow this mother sky high. Right. I shouted suddenly, gathering as much attention to myself as I could. With all that said, by the power vested in me by the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates, I flicked my wrist and gripped the makeshift detonator Coney's had slipped to me. I pronounce this wedding fucked. And with that, I clicked the button and load and nothin'. I blinked in confusion, looking the device over before repeatedly hammering the button. Still nothing. Work, you stupid. Oscar-worthy performance, Ledger, Soundbite snickered. I glared at him as I jabbed the detonator in his face. Well, if you think you can do better. Crunch. Boom. I blinked stupidly as I processed both the fact that Soundbite had bitten clean through the detonator and that a titanic explosion had shaken the air. Point to you, I admitted. Hee ho ho ho. And as for you, I just sank your ship. Booyah. I jabbed my finger in Pavarotto's until now stunned face.
Oh, that is
Said face
great.
promptly contorted into a mask of rage as he shot his hand to his baton. Jeremiah Cross, you son of a. I shoved the Bible I was holding in his face, my armored right hand on the back cover. The power of Christ compels you. Slam. GWAH. Pavarotto reeled in shock as a surprisingly sturdy flask slammed into his face and bowled him over. Also impact, I chuckled as I waved my hand out before pausing and sniffing at the air. And vodka, apparently. The room stilled in stunned silence for a moment, broken only by the family head's continued clash, and that just wouldn't do, would it? Well, what the hell are you all waiting for? I demanded. You were all set to murder each other not 5 minutes ago. Where'd all that enthusiasm go? Boss and Skipper eyed each other, and in identical smooth motions ripped off their booties. Right here, they growled in unison. And with that, they blurred out of sight before colliding in midair, flipper to flipper, accompanied by a visible shockwave of air that flipped wigs and unoccupied pews alike. And that was the official cue for the chaos to start. Weapons were drawn and fired, and I promptly had to duck under a hail of bullets that shredded the top half of the altar. Death from above. I glanced up and damn near voided my bowels as I saw that the earlier hail of bullets had reduced the rope holding the big cross above the altar to a few threads. And with my luck, the rope snapped the instant I threw myself forward, skidding on the floor of the church and hastily ducking behind a pew as the massive cross smashed into the altar, reducing it to splinters. I panted desperately in an effort to get my breath back as I leaned back against just one of the many pews that had been flipped in the chaos. You know, in hindsight, I mused, casting a glance over my cover at the madness raging a few meters away. I don't know why I expected, even for a second, any outcome other than this. Oh. Vivi and I chorused in realization, before slamming our fists over Robin's skull. This is all your fault. Ow. Robin flinched and grabbed at the point of impact, glaring indignantly at us. What on earth did you do that for? You're the one who told Lil to do what she felt like. Vivi spat. And because of that, the tyke had the bright idea to stand up for herself in front of Mama Hypothermia. I almost got roasted and frozen in the same damn breath. I added. And that sparked off this entire damn powderkeg. Soundbite concurred. In summary, this is all your fault. Ah. Robin flinched, glancing side to side in obvious search of an escape route. I was merely sharing the advice Cross shared with me with her. You would have learned that lesson with or without me, I drawled. Try again. Robin slowly inched backwards, Vivi and I following her step for step. We were, aiming to ruin this wedding anyway, so I didn't do anything wrong. All right, first off, Vivi huffed, snapping a finger up. Not only did you ruin my dream wedding. I promptly slapped the princess upside the head, an action she didn't even react to. And second, she raised a second finger. You caused all of this shit to go down while we were still in the firing line. That ice switch almost froze us solid. What do you have to say about that? Ah. Robin held a finger up for a moment before sighing and hanging her head. My
That's
mind's a
how you
blank.
do it.
Both of our chores, on your own, I deadpanned. For a month, Vivi blandly concurred. GRGH. Robin moaned, dragging her hand down her face. Oi, Robin. All three of us were then broken out of the argument by Zoro's shout. Hurry up and get those three out of there, the swordsman barked. Once I cut Luffy down and the love cook breaks up Boss and that penguin, we're gone. For a moment, Vivi and I were silent, and then Soundbite decided to chime in. Wait. You mean you let us argue this whole time when we were supposed to be leaving? Hardly let, Robin very reasonably pointed out as she massaged the bridge of her nose. You were all so caught up in your own outrage that I couldn't get a word in edgewise. Vivi's mouth twisted, as if she were chewing on something, and then she sent a pleading glance my way, to which I could only shrug. What? She might have started this mess. I get it, Robin said wearily. But that doesn't mean she's wrong. Let's just go, Vivi groaned, kneading her forehead. So, how do we clear? Clutch. A chorus of snapping bones sounded out, and Vivi and I poked our heads above the table we'd been huddled behind to see all the combatants in a 10-foot radius lying in pretzels on the deck.
Shit.
That works, I said, before scrambling for the exit, Vivi and Robin hot on my heels. Still, despite the urgency I couldn't help but risk a look back, and so I spotted Zoro attempting to undo the rope Luffy was hanging from. Just like Erimalu, isn't it Bessie? First off, it's not Erimalu until I shove your beak through the damn wall, and second, knock it off with the damn nicknames. As well as Boss and Skipper still fighting. You didn't break them up? I asked as we reached where Sanji was waiting with the TDWS. Go, boss, go. You kidding me? Sanji drawled. I've broken up enough fights on Barataitu. I know that's one I do not want to get involved in. Good luck, Skipper, / use the Sanfaldan gambit. The Sanfaldan, / woohoo. Ha ha ha. Fair Inuit. I blinked in surprise at the trio of penguins standing amicably next to the
I don't know
TDWS.
what the fuck I'm doing.
Wait, aren't you supposed to hate each other's guts? Not really, Private shrugged indifferently. Honestly, I think that Boss and Skipper are the only ones with any real issues with each other. Yeah. Mikey nodded in agreement, a wide grin on his face. Me? Once I get past their general douchiness, these guys are pretty cool.
Oh,
Right
the
back at you.
trees!
Private laughed, exchanging high fives with his shell-wearing
They're so
counterpart.
cool.
Huh, I stated intelligently before shrugging and returning my attention to the bloody but ultimately unremarkable brawl between the wedding guests. Did I really just say that? As for the main players, Pavarotto's quartet was surrounding his severely battered form and fending off anyone who came close, on purpose or by accident, though it looks like they'd slipped up a bit because
Alright, I think
Salkov
I'm gonna
managed
leave
to
it
slip
here.
past them and land a people's elbow on his gut,
Tired.
and Arbel was that's gotta hurt, especially with those high heels she was wearing.
Can't figure out
Anyway,
what I wanna do. I
Hakura
kinda
was
wanna
over
keep
by the buffet table, using the inedible but very hot items upon it to shoot down the vultures that had flown in. Barato was standing off to one side by Lil, looking as timid as ever but showing exactly why the Hiranos kept him around by laying out anyone who came near with a single punch, and apologizing profusely for each one, and the Hirano matriarch, last I'd seen her, was still trapped in the cauldron, which was starting to frost over. Oh shit. Down. I yelled, throwing myself to the ground and everyone else following my lead. And not a second too soon, because as soon as we hit the deck, boom. The cauldron literally exploded in a blast of frigid air and ballistic black shrapnel, revealing a figure somehow even more nightmarish than the one I faced earlier. Not only was the three-holed soulless mask back, there were enough black holes in the midget's form to confuse her for a zombie. One eye even seemed to be melted closed, but the other, shining with raw malice, more than made up for it. Strayahayaats. She howled like some kind of banshee, the ambient temperature dropping so hard and so fast that I could feel frost forming on me. When I get through with you, the Marines will have to literally put you back together. Peace by Frozen. Heat whirlwind. That was all the hag was able to get out before a blast of hot air slammed into her and threw her across the room. Don Axino snorted darkly as he eyed the point of impact, and once he was sure she wasn't getting up, immediately turned back to us, his temperature holding stable at a relatively reasonable range. Reaching behind him, he pulled out and presented a black bundle. "Princess Vivi," he grunted. "In light of recent events, I think it would be prudent to give your offer sincere consideration." He held up the bundle and shook it slightly. "Care to trade?" "Oh, of course, Don." Vivi nodded eagerly, digging out the eternal pose she had offered earlier and tossing it to the Don, while the Don tossed the bundle he was holding. "Gah! Right at me, bowling me over with it because damn was he strong." Though, in fairness, it wasn't entirely his fault, seeing as my transceiver was pretty damn heavy. At least our flag had cushioned the blow.
Oh shit.
The Don nodded, pocketing the pose before turning back to where ice and frost were starting to encroach up the church's wall. "Much appreciated, now hurry up and get going. I'm going to settle things with the midget once and for all, the only way I know how." "Temperature up, 10,000 degrees, the Don snarled,
Oh.
the ambient temperature soaring
fuck?
with his lobster red ski. "Right, going. Boss," I yelled. "Skipper," came Lil's yell at the same moment. The rivals paused, looked at us, then turned back to each other, and clasped flippers, identical confident grins on their faces. "Looks like once again, duty has drawn our duel to a close before I could finish kicking your ass, Bessie," Skipper laughed. "Next time, though. Next time you won't get off that easy." "Heh heh," Boss chuckled, shaking his head wistfully. "I look forward to it, Ski." "No, you know what? I look forward to it, Skippy. I really look forward to it." "Ha! Now you've got the idea." Skipper gave his old enemy a final clap on the shoulder before the two split apart and returned to their respective factions, with the Penguins exchanging a final round of high fives with our guards before following after their leader. "Well, that was fun." Boss grinned happily. "Can't wait for the next time. Come on, boys, let's blow this popsicle stand." Aye, boss," the TDWS saluted before following him. We wasted no more time after that, running through where the double doors used to be into the antechamber and then out to the courtyard, the only part that was still relatively intact. The Thousand Sunny was at the pier, surrounded by the shattered carcass that had once been the Hirano's ship, and Mary was waving at us from the deck.
Perfect.
"Hurry up, let's go," she called as several ropes extended down towards us. Nothing impeded us from grabbing them and getting back on the deck of our ship, and as Zorro finally cut Luffy out of his restraints and joined us, I took the time to actually take in the state of the vessel we'd just evacuated. The windows were blown out, most of the lights were out, there was a diverse array of holes and fissures in the walls and roof, and alternating pulses of hot and cold air were starting to tax pretty much everything everywhere. Overall, it was bad, yes, but you know. I mused, rubbing my chin. I suppose it could be worse. I shrugged at the disbelieving looks everyone shot me. I'm being serious. I mean, the wedding was a disaster, sure, but look. I swung my arms out. The ship's still floating, right? Thanks, Zorro. I heard Luffy call out, and then I saw him stretch his arm out to grab the remains of his rope contraption. Oh, hey, the rope's still intact. Wonder if it'll still work. I never thought I'd say this, but I really need to learn when to keep my fucking mouth shut, I thought as everyone else shouted, "Luffy, no. Yank. Crash. My arms remained in their upright position even as I twitched furiously. Soundbite. Only Luffy could do this by accident. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the sound of every single support beam in the church splitting in half, Soundbite stated neutrally. And indeed, the church ship was quite literally coming apart at the seams, cracks spreading all throughout the structure before it finally collapsed into a field of barely floating flotsam, all too reminiscent of Krieg's galleon after Hawkeye had worked it over. Ugh. A massive sweat drop sprung to life on Luffy's head. Whoops. Raik. GACK. I blinked in surprise at the familiar scream of outrage, and I turned to see a surprisingly familiar sight, save from a different perspective. You know something? I mused, cupping my chin thoughtfully as I watched an apoplectic Vivi wring Luffy's neck. It feels weird, seeing this from the outside. Kinda refreshing, if I'm being honest. Healthy for her too, Chopper nodded in agreement. Honestly, I've been contemplating assigning a few of our crewmates a stress ball for a while now, but in retrospect, this might be even better. So, should we help our captain, or? Leo questioned uncertainly. Boys.
Okay, I'll make this a
Boss huffed out a
gaming
cloud
room.
of smoke as he watched Vivi wring Luffy's neck.
I forgot the colors better.
Let this be a lesson to you all, never get between a teed off woman and the target of her ire if you wanna keep your shells on your backs. Damn straight. Rayfei laughed as she slung her flippers around the shoulders of the suddenly nervous Mikey and Donnie. Mwahaha. Mary laughed down from the helm. Well, fun as that is, I think I see a few more bounty hunters starting to climb back onto their ships. What day I say we get the heck out of here? Sure thing, Mary, just let us. I slowly sidled up to my semi-rabid friend and tapped her shoulder. Ah, Vivi. I nearly jumped out of my skin when she twisted her head around and tried to vaporize me with her gaze, Luffy's throat still clenched between her hands. What? I shuddered fearfully before grinning in what I hoped was a reassuring manner. Now, Vivi, I started slowly. I know that we just ruined your dream wedding, and we're more than likely to do it again in the future when the real deal rolls around, and, I scratched the back of my head with a sheepish smile. And I forgot where I was going with this. Oops. Might wanna quit while you're behind, Cross, I heard Nami mutter behind me. I groaned in response and preemptively tensed up, waiting for the inevitable explosion from Vivi, but instead, she just smiled as she wrenched her iron-hard grip open. Jeremiah Cross, she enunciated confidently and deliberately. You, sir, are a pearl. And with that, she turned on her heel and walked away. I blinked slowly as I tried to process that little tidbit. Okay. I drew out. That was odd. And more than a little worrying. I heard a puff of air, and turned around to see Nami desperately holding in what I could only assume was hysterical laughter. What's wrong with you? Do you know how pearls are F-formed, she wheezed out, shaking from the effort of holding in her laughter. Kinda. I hedged. I know they form in oysters over time. Through constant irritation. Nami interrupted right before she collapsed into howling gales. Despite the fact that the joke was at my expense, I couldn't help but be impressed. That was a clever bit of wordplay. But as I heard the door opening, I snapped my head up. Hey, Vivi, wait a minute. I piped up hastily. Quick question. About that monocle you were wearing earlier? Vivi looked back at me as I took note of the subtle movement of 4 specific members of our crew. I was just wondering, is it some sort of keepsake from your family, or some other kind of treasure, or... Huh? Oh, you mean this? Vivi produced the eyepiece in question and held it up. No, it's just an ordinary monocle. I picked it up in Lovely Land while we were setting things up, but I actually think I might. All I needed to know so that I wouldn't feel guilty later. Guards. Spear of St. George. Smash. Gah. Vivi flinched as a sigh slammed through the monocle's frame, ripping it from her hand and pinning it to the mast. Mikey, Donnie, and Leo then proceeded to catch the glass fragments and toss them overboard. Freedom, the TDWS cried joyously as they fell to their knees, or at least their closest equivalent. GRGH, what the hell, you damned. Vivi started to howl. Hit it before she hits me. I shouted up at Mary. Coup de burst. Boom. Yaaik. And just like that, we were off. Oh. 1 hour, a blast off, a change of clothes, and a lot of cooling down later, we were well away from the brawl going on behind us and had filled up on a good lunch, which we hadn't had the opportunity for in the midst of the ice war and then the wedding prep. But with that done. All right, everyone, now that that wedding fiasco is behind us, my knowledge should be back on track, I stated, drawing everyone's attention to me and solidifying their focus as they saw my expression. And for what's coming next, you guys are going to want to get to training, right about. I made a show of looking over my wrist before giving them all a dark look. Immediately. Because the clusterfuck we're sailing into. Best case scenario, we make out like the Davy backfight, the backfight itself, I mean, not the shitfest that came after, whereas worst case, not as bad as N-Ice, but easily a close second. A long silence followed, during which most of those on the crew looked at me in significant askance, with the obvious exceptions of my partners. Then Vivi spoke. And, how necessary is it that we go through with it, Cross? She asked tersely. I mean, I know we've done a lot of good in the past, but, well, is there any chance we can skip past it for once? Just, I don't know, spare ourselves some pain. Well, technically, we could try, but there are a lot of interesting things that we'd be missing. I looked at Luffy, the question clear in my expression. After a moment of tilting his head side to side, he nodded with a wide smile, prompting me to smile right back and start counting on my fingers. Let's see, we'll be freeing over 1,000 people from all over the world from living cursed half-lives. Right, then. Karoo, we have weapons to sharpen, Vivi interrupted, marching over to the pavilion, the duck directly on her heels. Oh, here, allow me. Konis offered, rapping her knuckles against one of the pillars of the structure and drawing up our arsenal. Might I recommend the rough whetstone? Sue proffered the stone in question with a vindictive leer. I'll see what training I can do as well, Robin agreed coolly, settling in place and beginning to focus.
Much better.
I grinned, but I didn't miss a beat. Gaining another, 300 million Thailand bots or so. Pardon me, I think I have 1 or 20 treatises on climatology calling me from the library, Nami stated, spinning on her heel and marching for the stairs. Beating up a predatorial voyeur who ate the clear fruit. I'll get to refining my skywalk, Sanji literally fumed as he started eyeing the skies. You can expect dinner to be deep-fried megagull. Helping to fulfill an ancient promise between men. I'll start refining my arsenal. Maybe if I use more yeast as a stabilizing agent. Usopp mused to himself as he turned away and started walking towards his workshop.
Ugly, bro.
And we will get to training on the full shell style, Boss concurred, sending his students diving over the edge of the ship with a glance, then following after them. Getting Zoro's new sword. I have a workout to get to, the swordsman grinned, beginning an ascent to the crow's nest. Beholding the biggest pirate ship in paradise. Hold tight a sec, I'm gonna fire up the cola vats. Frankie grinned, heading below deck. Grit your buns. Mary barked, leaping at Zoro. Chomp. Gah. Brat. JSHT shink of it ash training. An ash training ish super important. And promptly, latching on for the ride. Meeting a world-renowned doctor who it turns out was only ever in it for the money. Excuse me, I have matters to attend to. Explosives to refine, dissection diagrams to draw up, you know. Business as usual, Chopper cheerily informed us, heading for his lab with a very twitchy grin plastered on his face. And, last but not least, finally recruiting our crew's musician. Usopp, wait up. I need a new pipe, the pigeon guy sliced up my old one. Luffy called, running after our sniper. I watched as everyone went about his or her separate devices in peace before grinning at Soundbite. Don Cha just love this crew. Wouldn't miss it for the world, partner. Soundbite
I
laughed.
like the star paper.
So, you up for getting back on the SBS? Sure, why not? I nodded in agreement, knocking on the mast and grabbing the rope that dropped down. I then shot a glance at my other partners. You guys want in? Do you even know me? Lasso yawned lazily as he flopped on his back to sun his stomach. I'm just gonna stay here, grab some Z's and, actually, yeah, no, I'm just gonna go ahead and go to WH crack. YIPE. The mud cannon curled in on his gut, snarling at the source of his pain. What the hell, you damn ivory farm. Funkfried ignored his fellow weaponzoan in favor of grinning at me. What my comrade meant to say, he chuckled with barely hidden steel. Is that we're going to be spending the afternoon training against one another? Isn't that right? He promptly transitioned into his hybrid form and smirked at Lasso. Comrade. Well, I don't know much about training, Lasso mused, before snarling as he snapped into his own hybrid form, flames licking out of his maw. But I'm damn well going to make you eat your own trunk, leather ass. Just try it, hydrant liquor. I chuckled as I watched the two start to brawl across the deck. Ah, the joys of partnership. Ever so fun. Soundbite cackled. Anyways, up and. Ah, I'm sorry, but real quick. I looked at Konis in confusion. What's up? Will. Konis cast a quick glance behind her before grinning conspiratorially. I know that we aren't supposed to ask about spoilers and all, but while Luffy's occupied. Oh, no, don't worry about it. I said, waving her off even as I suddenly wound the line to my room around my forearm. It's really no big deal. We'll just be sailing into a treacherous geographic location in which many ships have mysteriously vanished, fighting against a legion of the living dead, an equally undead titan bigger than most giants, and two warlords of the sea back to back. A total cakewalk. Oh, yes, of course, I just wanted to clear that up is all. Konis nodded, turned back to her arsenal. And then just as I yanked on the line. Get back down here you raging bastard, a little over half the crew screamed as they tried to swarm me, only just missing grabbing the bottoms of my greaves. Ha ha ha. I cackled as I pried open the door to my hideaway, watching my friends spit venom down below, some even starting to work their way up the mast. Truly nothing better than to be a part of this miraculous crew, EY, Soundbite. Not a single thing. Patient and, noticeably shorter than our standard length my foot. Kumniakin, once again, our astounding productivity astounds me, go us. Crossbrainan, by the way, for anyone who was curious about how those pygmy whales happened. Well, one day a female pygmy sperm whale ate a giant squid in just the wrong way, and with that, we turn loose all of our Omekriting fans. Have fun.
Should I start the next chapter? Nah, I'll leave it there for now. next time. Yeah. The hell? Thinking of doing like a nice yellow. But for these accent walls. Maybe. This sunbeam. Let's try. Let's try this color. Nice. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. Alright, I'm just gonna finish. It changed. Actually, the whole. Not feel like so like neon-y. Well, for this part. Alright. Alright, guys. I'm gonna head to bed. I'm actually really tired and kind of cold. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Good night. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it. Bye bye. Love you guys. Bye. Wait, hold on. I'm fucking tired. Why? YouTube, you piece of shit. Why did you go to Yahoo? Alright. Bye guys. Shit. you